Good morning, Shady House. What's going on, everybody? Who got the belt?
Roast dog.
Roast dog in the
Roast
house.
dog. Oh, I have some stuff I got to do. Sorry, guys.
Uh-oh. Hi, Miss Mac.
Hi, Miss Mac.
Hi, Warren. Hi, Zabo. Hi,
Hi,
Johnny
Warren and
G.
Zabo. Well,
Johnny G, Zabo.
Johnny G.
Katrina. Hello, Katrina.
Katrina.
P-Dub.
Peter.
Casey, the Casey Tucker Band.
Casey Tucker.
Who else we got in here? Tyler Jennings. Good morning, Tyler.
Tyler, hello.
Hello, Tyler.
Hey, is Manny's bitch ass in here?
No. Hello, Brian Cavett. Alfonso Young.
Manny's
Hello.
Shout out to Manny.
Drew Down. What up, Drew Down?
TGIF indeed. Morning, Brian. Hey, so yesterday, I couldn't find my headphone jack, and it turns out the old one broke, and they installed a new one that's way further back.
Oh.
I thought I was going crazy yesterday. Because you get used to it's like in your car, you usually you know exactly kind of where everything is. Like you could close your eyes and navigate the buttons in your car. And I went to go plug in the headphones. Like,
spectacular. Well, I have to retweet something.
Not me. I didn't do a tweet today.
Quote.
Did we break the news on here that Donut Friday now takes place on a Thursday?
I think we did. Not on yet? I'm just used to.
We're gonna. It's landing almost exactly.
Oh,
maybe a few seconds late.
All right.
Hey, thanks, Rust Dog. Facts. This is facts, Johnny. Here we go. You know, it's not. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, Kyle.
James is there. Is Bart Bridge hat?
I think so.
Yeah, with the Grass Valley CA patch on it. That's a shout out to Bart Bridge.
Yeah,
love those guys. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program. Salute to Jiffy Lube. I'm Kyle, James.
All that stuff.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot for us to not the day after a Kings game. It takes a lot for us to not talk about that first. And we'll dive into the Kings Nuggets matchup to be sure. But news broke this morning out of the NFL that's relevant to the Las Vegas Raiders, who are broadcast on this very radio station.
Yeah, crazy.
We had some insane news that will affect the 49ers defensive coordinator search as well. And if that search ends today, which I'm kind of expecting it to, we will have that breaking news for you right here on ESPN 1320. But the breaking news out of Raiderland is that the Las Vegas Raiders have hired a head coach.
Okay.
73-year-old Super Bowl champion, future Hall of Famer Pete Carroll is who they hired.
Okay, so I think the one thing I'll point out about Pete Carroll is he always looks way younger than his age. So it's possible that he's just a much younger man than, most 73-year-olds.
Here's an insane stat that I always fall back on. One, Pete Carroll is older than Mike Shanahan and Bill Belichick.
Wait, what? Mike Shanahan.
He is older than Mike Shanahan.
What? Mike Shanahan hasn't coached in the NFL for like 14 years.
Mike Shanahan's been 80 since 2006.
Yes. He's had that weathered, I hung out in Chicago in the wind all day, every day. I know.
Can you wear a ski mask, Mike? Golly. Yeah, but Pete Carroll's just cooking. And I see Loki Trickster. He is in the chatty house. And salute to everybody in the chatty house. YouTube.com/ESPN1320 and Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Thank you, everybody, for watching and everybody listening, of course, on 1320 AM. That's where you can find us on the radio dial and anybody listening on the free Odyssey app or on the podcast. The James Heyman, Kyle Madsen Show, available wherever you get your podcast. It's a podcast version of this program. I see Loki Trickster in the chat like, oh, this is bad news. This isn't good. I think this is a good move for the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
They need to do the thing we talked about with the 49ers where whoever their next DC is, looks like it's going to be Robert Saleh. They need to be grooming the next one.
Yeah.
So they have a DC in waiting for when Robert Saleh eventually leaves, whether that's for a new head coaching job or whatever. The Raiders need to be doing the same thing with Pete Carroll. I think Pete Carroll can stabilize Las Vegas for a little bit. I don't know how many years he has left as an effective head coach.
Okay.
But if he can bring the winning culture that Antonio Pierce was trying to bring with the experience of being an NFL head coach, I think that can put them in a really good position moving forward. Now, are they going to win a Super Bowl in the next 2 or 3 years? I don't know. I don't think so. But I think what they need, that experience, that stability, he's going to provide it. It's a 3-year deal. There's a 4th year. I believe it's a team option.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is something that they desperately need. And so I'd way rather take a swing with Pete Carroll, and maybe it lowers your ceiling. But in a division with Jim Harbaugh and with Sean Payton and with Andy Reid and with Bo Nix, who looks like a player in his rookie year, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, you need to do something outside of, hey, who are the leftovers from, Mike McCarthy, bring him in, sure. Who's the rando offensive coordinator that we're just going to try and hire? Yeah, bring him in, see how that goes. Like, no, you know what Pete Carroll can do? I'm in on this for the Raiders.
Yeah, he brings stability. He brings like a level-headedness to the room. And I think for me, like, again, I don't know if he's going to be highly successful because it's hard to be successful in a situation where the organization makes mistakes all the time. But it looks like they're on the right path. Their GM was a good hire by the consensus around the league, and now you're bringing in a seasoned veteran head coach. Now you just need to add the pieces around him to make sure you do have like the next,
no doubt,
the heir apparent.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that I think he can do. He can, build a program, rebuild a program. He's done it multiple times, and he's a hell of a coach.
They're good. Yeah. I'm with you, man. And I've seen now Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll have mended fences, and Wilson's the name to watch for the Raiders. I get that's frustrating. I see Loki in the chat.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not the Pete Carroll thing. It's the Russell Wilson of it all. That's fine. That's fair. But I think there's worse things you can do for your franchise long term than pairing Russell Wilson with Pete Carroll. I mean, you have to watch Russell Wilson, which I wouldn't want to do.
Well, I mean, he did make it to the playoffs.
Boy, did he. He sure as heck did.
Yeah.
Good hire for the Raiders. The next steps, TBD. But overall, I think hiring Spytek as our GM, I think hiring Pete Carroll as our head coach, that gets adults in the room, and it gives you a good foundation moving forward. We'll see what they do with that foundation. Shifting gears to the Kings, who fell to the Denver Nuggets last night, trailed by 25 points entering the fourth quarter, and only wound up losing by 9, 132-123, the final at Ball Arena.
They got it all the way down to 5 points.
Yes. I'm workshopping this take.
Okay. Let's workshop it together, Kyle.
Please. No, and understand, this is, I'm fully aware that this might just be loser mentality by me.
Okay.
And I'm ready to be talked off this point.
Okay.
My gut reaction last night, when it got to 50 seconds left and it was the math just wasn't mathing for the Kings, and the comeback was going to fall short, my gut reaction was, why did they do that? Why? We had a whole conversation. We've had multiple conversations about how many minutes these starters are playing. And you were in a spot where I saw people on Kings Twitter, I believe, I'm not going to say names just in case they didn't say this, but I saw people in Kings Twitter going, hey, sit the starters, rest them. This one's done. Just take the L and go to New York. And instead, it's the Doug Christie mindset that we talked about yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if players can play, they're going to go. This is not, hey, how you feel? If player says thumbs up, you're on the court. And so the Kings, once again, they played De'Aaron Fox 40 minutes.
Oh, second night of a back-to-back at elevation.
Second night of a back-to-back at elevation. After playing 38-plus minutes the night before, 39 minutes for Domantas Sabonis. Those aren't an easy 39 minutes for him ever, much less going against Nikola Jokic. And then 37 minutes for 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan. To fall short by 9 points.
Mm-hmm.
And my immediate reaction is, I'd rather have lost by 30 and my dudes all sat the fourth quarter than, hey, they go balls to the wall, bust their ass, play the entire fourth quarter or play a bunch of the fourth quarter to still catch an L.
Okay,
I'd way rather get blown out in that situation and get a little bit of rest in.
Here would be my counterpoint.
Please.
When you play the Memphis Grizzlies, you know that it does not matter what the score is. You have got to play the entire 48. And it's a mentality that has been ingrained into them by Taylor Jenkins. I want that mentality if I'm a coach.
Okay.
I want every single moment that you can be out there. If there is any chance at all to win a game, we're going to go for it. And
Sure.
I think Doug right now is trying to set a standard that says, look, I don't care that we're on the second night of the back-to-back. We're all tired. If you don't think that Doug Christie stayed up the whole night, like game planning for that next game, you're wrong. Like the dude isn't sleeping at all right now. He is so amped up and trying to get wins for this franchise and trying to get them back in the playoff picture and, keep the thing rolling. Yeah, should you have let off the gas? Probably. But at the same time, it gave you an opportunity to try something new. You gave Doug McDermott an opportunity to come out and play and say, hey, look, Kevin Huerter, for whatever reason, Kevin Huerter is not working as a basketball player right now.
Boy, he sure isn't.
But what if Doug McDermott can play? What if, all this time we talk about the Kings could make a trade and then all of a sudden they still need that 8th, 9th guy?
Yeah.
What if Doug McDermott is that guy? We're talking about a career 41% shooter from three. Talking about a guy who can run around the perimeter for 12, 15 minutes a game and can hit shots.
He was a plus 20 in 11 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, he scored 15 points in 11 minutes. He had 5 threes. Like, I'm not saying that it's the solution, but here's what happened 2 years ago. Last year. The Kings are getting blown out by the Rockets. You put Keon Ellis on the court, and he played out of his mind. And Mike Brown said, okay, you went from a maybe to a yes.
And then back to a maybe.
Well, eventually.
But that feeds my point. Last night was a great opportunity. Great. Doug McDermott got 11 fourth quarter minutes. Devin Carter only played 2.5 minutes. Why not give Devin Carter some burn? Why not give Mason Jones some burn?
Yeah.
Why not? If you're searching for, why not let Kevin Huerter play out the fourth quarter? Like, here you go, dude. See if he can knock down a couple of threes and figure it out. For me, there's more potential value in that than playing your starters 40 minutes to lose by a few less points.
No, I get it.
And I understand you're trying to establish a culture. We talk about it all the time. You can't just smoke games, especially when you started 13-19. You got to go try and get every win. But when you start looking at April, May, when you start June, over my skis. No, but when you start looking at getting into April and May, that's all great that you've run your dudes into the ground in pursuit of culture and winning and accountability. But great, now you're going into a 7-game series against a team that has taken the entire regular season to go, okay, we're going to rest guys here, we're going to rest guys there. And you've got a bunch of dudes who have played hundreds of more minutes than your opponent going into that game. And that puts the other fresher team at an advantage, and you've chased a loss in Denver.
I get it. I mean, I just think that there's value to establishing a culture that we're going to play, and this is our brand of basketball, and we're going to keep going.
All right.
And like, look, Doug played in an era where, again, they played 4 games in 5 nights all the time.
Right. And you're playing big minutes in all 4 of those games.
Yeah, and
Sure.
he comes from an era where, little Trail Spree will average 42 minutes a game. Like, players play. And I think that's the mentality that a lot of former players have. And like, look, are you a ball player or are you not? Are you going to go out there and fight through the pain?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to show me that it doesn't matter what the circumstances are? This is who we are, and this is a standard of play. And we're not going to have another game like the Bucks game where we let go of the rope, because we got another 5 games on this road trip, and it could, if you do it once, you could do it again in New York. You could do it again if Joel Embiid starts going crazy against Philly. You could do it again against Minnesota or Oklahoma City. Sure. I don't want a built-in excuse. You're going to play, and you're going to finish the game. And sometimes I think that it's valuable. Now, I don't want to see it all season long.
Right. You can't. I made the joke during the game, and I'm sure a lot of people did. I didn't see him. When the Kings went down 17, it was like, got them right where they want them.
Yeah.
You can't keep doing that. You can't keep going down 17, 18, 20 points and just going, okay, well, yeah, we'll just come back.
Yeah.
That's not. You can't keep doing it.
But I do know, like, hey, they left Dearon in there to shoot, and he started hitting some shots late. He did. He hit a 3 late in the game.
1 for 8 in the fourth quarter.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, well, the one, was it a 3?
It was. 1 for 6 from beyond the arc.
Yeah. Well, hey, look, at a certain point, like, you gotta ask a guy to get through a slump. And, sometimes that means go out there and play a little bit more. Go out there and play when it's not you and a coach and somebody passing you the ball.
Yeah.
And so, get right in the right way. So I don't know. You can't keep doing that every single time.
Yeah.
But I also know that, like, if the game is winnable at all and they're playing soft and letting you back in,
which they did,
you have to make a run at them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay if the run doesn't, eventually result in a W.
Sure.
It's the standard of play the Doug is trying to set.
I will say there was some satisfaction in it for me.
Oh.
A, because it became a very interesting game to watch. But B, I follow some Broncos guys who are also Nuggets guys. And I understand the arrogance when you've been good for a few years, you've won a title, you have Nikola Jokic, who might be on his way to his 4th MVP or whatever. I understand it. But they were like, another fourth quarter off for Nikola Jokic. He made that 3-quarter court heave because he didn't want to play. And then he ends up having to not only play the fourth quarter, but play most of the fourth quarter. Jamal Murray played the entire fourth quarter. Like, they had to run their starters back on. I was like, yeah, that's good. I liked that.
No, I like that too. I like that Doug's like, no.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to have to play tonight. And if we're going to lose a game because of a back-to-back and travel and everything else,
sure,
we're going to make this team pay. And I don't know what Denver's schedule looks like if they have another game coming up, but maybe that's what he's trying to do. And then I'd also point out, this road trip is very interesting. It's spaced out really well outside of the first game. And so, like, the Kings they flew to New York, probably last night. And then once they got to New York, they're going to be in the same hotel for like 3 or 4 days. So it's a really good, like, kind of center yourself, get comfortable on the road. They're going to take a plane flight to Philly,
which is got to be what, like an hour?
Yeah, it's an hour. And actually, I was talking to Chris Biederman about this. It takes like 2 hours to get to the airport, and then the actual flight itself, I think it's 35 minutes. I don't even think it's an hour. But the train is only like an hour and a half, and that's what Biederman does. He just hops on the train to Philly.
Yeah.
And he said it's way easier because you don't have to wait in line. You don't have to go through
you don't have to
security,
get on a plane.
all that stuff. You don't have to, but it's interesting the team is not doing that, especially with, the weather out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Also from last night, you mentioned Doug McDermott. Goes 5 of 7 from the field, 5 of 6 from 3 in the fourth quarter. It was a big reason the Kings got back into that game. The reason the Kings got back into that game. Is that enough that you start rolling Doug McDermott out on a more regular basis? Is it Doug McDermott ahead of Kevin Huerter? Because I'd give that look. I would give that a shot right now. Having way less to do with the fact that Doug McDermott hit 5 of 6 in one game.
Mm-hmm.
It has way more to do with the fact that you said it earlier. Kevin Huerter is not working as a basketball player right now. It's not happening. They're running him out for 5 to 8 minutes. He misses a shot or two, and then they take him out, and he's done. Give Doug McDermott that burn.
No, that's where I'm
Try something different. I mean, it's a easy swap to make.
I think you're heading that way, and I would say the one thing about Doug is that you don't get a lot of the other stuff. Like throughout his career, he's not a passer. He's not a creator off the dribble.
Yep.
He's not a rebounder. And Huerter does give you some of that other stuff. Again, neither one of them are great defenders.
Yeah.
You're hoping to get by with whatever you're trying to do there. I don't see a reason why not. I mean, Doug McDermott has played very limited minutes in Sacramento. He's averaging 8.6 minutes per game.
Mm-hmm.
He's shooting 44.9% from 3 on the season.
Mm-hmm.
And that's at 2.6 attempts per game. And I think you have to start preparing for life after Kevin Huerter, because I think we all understand that if the Kings are going to make a trade, and this realistically, it has nothing to do with Kevin Huerter as a player. You add in the element that Kevin Huerter's not having a good season and didn't have a great season last year, but just the salary that Kevin Huerter makes is the most easily attached salary that you have. Him and Trey Lyles both. I mean, sorry to throw guys under the bus, but when you have a $17 million salary and next year you're at $18 million, and someone might be able to flip you in another trade as an expiring contract next season, there's value to that. Sure. And there's value to Trey Lyles' 1 year, $8 million contract that ends at this summer. So if you're going to make a move, Kevin Huerter's going to be attached to it. If you're going to make any substantial move, like a lower level move, okay, maybe you're able to get do a Trey Lyles for Jonas Valanciunas and
sure.
Throw in Colby Jones or something. Like those trades can happen. But the big trade that the Kings are looking for, whether it's John Collins or it's Cam Johnson or it's Kyle Kuzma or it's, whatever, the biggest thing is that you're going to have to live without Kevin Huerter anyways. So why not prepare for that right now? Why not get Doug McDermott up to speed? Because to be honest, they're very similar as players.
Well, and ideally, because, I mean, you mentioned there's different things that Huerter does a little bit better than McDermott, but not well enough that it's like, oh, he's got to play over him. It just doesn't. Kevin Huerter's shot creation is not an aspect of the Kings offense like that. I don't.
Well, not anymore. Not when you're shooting 29.9% from 3.
So
So
in an ideal world where the Kings are making these deals, Doug McDermott's like the 11th dude, and he's playing because somebody's in foul trouble, or I don't know. They're 1 of 15 from 3, and they want to try something different. Like he's a change up. He shouldn't be a regular part of the rotation. But with the way their roster is set now, you've got your starting 5, you've got Keon, you have Trey Lyles, and then like you're looking for anything to spell somebody so not everybody's playing a bajillion minutes.
No, I totally
and I don't think
agree.
and I don't think it's as easy as, well, just give Keon those minutes, because now you're down to a 7-person rotation that's going to catch up with you. There need to be 10 minutes of some kind of value. And if Doug McDermott is going to knock down 40% of however many threes he gets up, whether it's 2, whether it's 6, whether it's 9, if you're more confident that he is going to put the ball in the basket than you are Kevin Huerter, then he needs to be playing whatever minutes Kevin Huerter was going to get. It's a no-brainer to me. And like I just said, ideally, you don't need to rely on Doug McDermott at all for any minutes, because your roster is deep enough that he's your 9th or 10th guy. But right now, it's not.
Yeah.
It's the reality of where the Kings are at. It's suboptimal, but you have to do something different than continue to roll number 9 out on the court.
Yeah.
And I think Doug McDermott gave you as good a reason as any to try him instead.
No, I totally agree. And look, Doug McDermott throughout his career, I mean, there's a reason why he's called Dougie McBuckets. He literally is a bucket. He's a dude that can go out there and score at will at any time. And if you have the pieces around him to support that, then it works. And on a team that Doug Christie wants 43s a night, and you got guys who stop taking threes because they're not hitting them, and you got your best 3-point shooters average 2.4 and 2.8 per game. That's not good. You need somebody who is willing to come in and fire at any point. And that is exactly what Doug McDermott is.
Yeah, and being able to like catch and shoot off a screen. Like that's not Keon is for the most part, like a spot up 3-point shooter. He's not curling off a dribble handoff the way Doug McDermott did a couple of times last night.
Yeah.
Like it's a little bit different.
No,
So
totally.
I again, this isn't pounding the table for 20 Doug McDermott minutes. And it's not saying he's going to score 15 points every time he plays 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But it's really clear there's a little bit different dynamic for him right now than there is for Kevin Huerter.
No, totally. And like, look, why not? At this point?
That is the perfect question. Like,
and you know, the reason why you keep playing it out in the fourth quarter against the Denver Nuggets is because why not just happened. That's what just happened. You just like, hey, we got to throw things at the wall. Hey, look, something just stuck. We threw something against the wall, and there it is. It's still on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, okay, Doug McDermott, your turn. I want to see him a couple of games here. And every time you've turned to him, he's done really well. I was surprised when they guaranteed his contract for the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know he's a good dude. People like him. He's a very, very behind the scenes, a very likable dude.
Mm-hmm.
He's chill. And he hangs out with everybody. You know, he's a guy that has played with Domas in the past. Like him and Kevin Huerter instantly built a friendship. Like you're seeing it in the locker room.
Knows exactly what his role is and how to fit in alongside guys like Sabonis and Fox and Monk and DeRozan.
Well, that and Kyle, he doesn't care. You paid me to shoot. I'm here to shoot. Go ahead and pass me the ball.
Yep.
Pass it over here. I'm going to shoot.
You're going to shoot it.
There's no hesitation. There's no anything else. And he's shooting 44.9% from three.
Yep.
Like, all right. I'm here for it.
Yep.
You need more 3-point shooting. You just stumbled upon it again. It was hiding on your bench.
Yeah. And zooming out again, if there's any other way we can highlight the Kings roster flaws, it's this exact conversation. Like, how do we get more Doug McDermott? I like Doug. Shouldn't be your 8th guy. That's all. I don't know, man. We talked about it yesterday. That was a probably going to be a loss for you in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
They came out flat. We were talking like mid first quarter. Like, this might get out of hand. This is not. They looked a little sluggish, but it was expected. They played about how you thought, and they battled back. You make it a 9-point loss instead. I'm not tripping. I feel the exact same way about that loss as I did about Milwaukee.
Yep. Hey, I got to be honest. I at the last second, my son said, "Hey, we don't have enough drivers for soccer. I need you to drive." So I threw the laptop in the car. Two phones. Perfect. I was in 45-degree weather, sitting on a cold bench, with a parka on, frozen hands, typing on a keyboard, watching the game on a phone. And I thought, you know what, this is going to be horrible. And the next thing you know, it's like, okay, I can sit here.
Yeah. Salute for making it interesting.
Yeah. They made it interesting. They made it worthwhile to actually sit there and live tweet and write 6 quick thoughts and everything else.
I will say, subscribe to the Kings Beat, thekingsbeat.com today, for more from James on that. My big takeaway, my overarching takeaway, Nikola Jokic can hoop.
Oh, man. So
in case anyone didn't know.
You
heard it here first. Nikola Jokic, quite a player.
He's so incredibly talented. I don't know how it works. It doesn't make any sense. It does not. You're watching it. It does not make any sense. And then he just happens.
It's completely. Domantas Sabonis had 23 points, 19 rebounds, and 8 assists last night. He had a monster game by every NBA standard. And Nikola Jokic put up 35, 22, and 17 on 19 shots.
And the 3-quarter court thing he did.
Just get out of here, dude.
Just one, like he's a water polo player. Just turns fires like, what is happening?
Like, what do you do? And honestly, I know what I was saying earlier. It would have been better to just kind of, fold up shop, put your bench guys in, let them get 12 minutes of burn, let your starters rest. The fact that the Kings had anything left after Jokic hit that shot is honestly like, what's the impressive? Very impressive. Because if that had been me, I'd have been like, well, we're done for tonight.
Yep.
What is that? And I think the Nuggets probably thought the Kings would be done too. Alas, Doug McDermott dragged them back into the game and made it close.
I love it.
De'Aaron Fox had an 85 offensive rating last night.
Oof.
Do you know what Kevin Huerter's offensive rating was last night?
No.
0.
Oh, no.
Do you know how hard it is to have a 0? That means the Kings, per 100 possessions that Kevin Huerter was on the court
in his
last night,
6 minutes,
would have scored 0 points.
They scored 0 points in the 6 minutes he was on the court. That is incredible.
Do you know what his defensive rating was?
I'm going to guess 145.
128.
Oh.
Kevin Huerter ran a negative 128 last night.
That's just not nice. Now we're just picking on Kevin Huerter.
That's not me. That's I'm reading box scores.
You're reading box scores.
All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors the show. We'll have more Kings Nuggets coming up, plus some insanity in the NFL coaching carousel that is expected to end up helping the 49ers. We'll tell you what it is next on ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader.
Figures don't lie, liars figure. Figures don't lie, liars figure. It's an old saying.
Realize, you know.
Yeah, which is why your figures with Kevin Huerter, they're not lying. There's a lot of rumors out there right now, people. There's a lot of interesting stuff happening out there.
Texans fired their OC.
Oh, ouch.
49ers legend Bobby Slowick gone.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're in for a wild couple of days, people.
Do we want to know what the A's giveaways are this season at
how many minutes do we have?
Sutter Health Park?
We have a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Right.
Like 3.5 minutes. I'll get these up on the stream here for you. Guys, I was thinking about using my attachment to James to become a fake Kings insider. Like, I'm just going to start reporting random things, and people will see, like, oh, he works with James. He must be in the know. I think I'm going to start doing that, just as a bit for myself. I'm kidding. I won't do that. All right. Let me see if I can get this. That looks terrible. We're not doing that. A's promotional schedule here. Trucker hat and Ricky Henderson rally towel. That's at the home opener on Monday, March 31st. Oh my God, that is coming up. A magnet schedule on April 1st. I think the magnet schedule is the worst giveaway a team can do. I think that's the worst. I don't want a magnet schedule. I can Google that shit. Got a Ricky Henderson t-shirt. Okay, shout out. That's good. That's April 2nd, also against the Cubs. Oh, a basketball jersey on April 26th. You bet your ass I'm getting an A's basketball jersey. A straw hat. Okay. A cooler bag. Everybody could always use a cooler bag. Brent Rooker bobblehead. A Mason Miller bobblehead. Lawrence Butler bobblehead. The Lawrence Butler bobblehead is fire. A backpack. Just says for Tuesday, August 26th, it just says hat. Okay. Throwback t-shirt, crew neck sweatshirt. Okay, they must be making those adjustable for things in season. Like if Lawrence Butler's in the MVP conversation, it can be a Lawrence Butler MVP t-shirt or something. Are you going to I imagine you'd be in the building for all 3 Cubs games, Manny. No, not this time. Yeah, kind of the fact that Sabonis is able to is figuring out how to be productive in this offense is a testament to how good and smart he is as a player. Yeah, but then I have to go to my fridge. What's a magnet schedule doing for me right now? Not a lot. Totally, bro. Yeah, if you want to feel even better about the Kings, the Warriors smoked the Bulls last night. The first score, because I had the Kings game on, so I'll pull up ESPN or whatever and just check the score. And the first score I saw was like 20-6 Bulls. It's like, oh, good.
That's not great.
No, the Warriors got 35, 45, 65, 76, 83 bench points last night. 19, 16, 10, 11, and 20.
Wait, who had 83?
The Warriors.
Wow.
Had 83 bench points. That group of schmucks that played at Golden One Center. Buddy Hield, a big 3 last night.
Oh, Domas is no longer leading the NBA in three-point percentage.
Well, that breaking news? Not actually breaking news. Sorry, I know this is a time of year we can't joke about breaking news.
That's true.
What did you say?
Nikola Jokic surpassed Domantas Sabonis in three-point percentage last night.
So I meant to look this up last night because Domas, with a very rare stinker from 3.
What do you go, 2 for 6?
1 for 4, I think.
Oh, 1 for 4.
Yeah, I think so.
So he dropped to 475.
Let me see. Yeah, one for 4 last night for Domas, while Jokic went 2 for 3. And the sample size is big enough to be notable, but small enough that a 1 for 4 and a 2 for 3 from each of them can flip those.
Yeah.
What a battle.
Oh, is there someone else who snuck up?
Yeah, hang on.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm a goddamn radio professional. What happened? You said somebody else snuck in?
I think somebody else passed him.
What? Hang on. Seasons per game.
Now we're all like,
all right.
Oh, Luke Kennard.
Oh, he is. He and Jokic are tied.
The Kennard dog.
At 47 point. This is so funny. So Luke Kennard is shooting 47.9% from 3 on 4.6 attempts per game.
Mm-hmm.
Jokic is shooting 47.9 from 3 on 4.3 attempts per game. Luke Kennard is averaging 9.5 points per game. Nikola Jokic is averaging 30.2.
Oh, man. He can do a few other things besides score. Yeah.
Yeah, man. He just...
The Jokic thing is crazy. Like, everything that he does, you're just like, the teardrops over the top.
It's the same thing. I know we kind of had a similar conversation to this the other day, but and I've got Nikola Jokic nicknames for you here.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But you know how sometimes Patrick Mahomes will, and there are several athletes that do this. I'm just picking Patrick Mahomes because it's relevant. The Chiefs and Bills play this weekend in the AFC title game. He'll do things that look as though he's playing the game at like half speed.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody else is moving at 50% speed, which gives him the time to stop and adjust his body and throw a left-handed cross-field pass to a wide-open player. And you're like, how did you even see that?
Yeah.
Forget the physical talent to be able to do it. How did you see that?
Or running one way and throwing it underhand spiral.
Right.
15 yards the other way to a wide open, like.
Right. Forget, like I said, toss the physical talent out the window.
Mm-hmm.
How do you see, and then execute it in motion? Like that is, it looks like a dad playing football with his kids. And
it's like street, like out on the blacktop.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all right, go down to the Cadillac and take a right.
Yeah. And he can just mess around because everybody's smaller and slower than him.
Yeah.
But that's how Jokic plays basketball.
To me, it's just so crazy. Like, even when he goes in for a rebound, he just kind of like gently nudges everybody out of the way,
Right.
goes right up for everyone else is like, bonk. Oh, did you? I
Right.
just got like it felt like somebody shoved you, but it wasn't. It was just him like moving through the lane like the Loch Ness monster, and just like grabs a rebound and throws it back in. You're like, what just happened?
It is so rare that Domantas Sabonis puts his shoulder into somebody and they don't take 8 steps backwards. And it just doesn't. He's the only person in the league that just doesn't move. He's just I can't figure it out.
Well,
it doesn't look right.
Yeah,
it looks uncoordinated. But it's obviously very coordinated. And you go, oh, he's not athletic, but it's like he very clearly is.
Yes.
On some level, it might not be jumping high, it might not be running fast, but there are athletic movements and things that he does and sees that are just why he might be a 4-time MVP and why he's averaging 30, 13, and 10.
Say that he's shooting. He's averaging 30.2 points, 13.4 rebounds, 10.1 assists. He's averaging a triple double on this season, and he's shooting 47.9% from 3. Like what he's doing to the game of basketball is just so bizarre. Like I've said this before. Like there's a way in which you can kind of trick the advanced metrics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how Hassan Whiteside figured it out, but Hassan Whiteside had figured out that there's a very specific way for his PER and his like win shares and all that stuff to look absolutely insane compared to what he looks like on the court.
Yeah.
So there's something that again, I think Jokic has figured out the formula. Like he's got like a whiteboard somewhere with like dry erase markers, and he's figured out the formula of how to like just burn advanced statistics.
Yes.
And so that's one aspect to his game, because like advanced statistics wise, he will go down as probably the greatest player to ever play the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you look at the advanced statistics,
I know that it's really hard to say that about a contemporary player.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's nostalgia or yes-talgia tied to Michael Jordan, to Magic Johnson, to
Wilt,
Bill Russell,
yeah.
Kareem. There's a nostalgia there, and those guys are greats because they're for a lot of it. For me, like those guys are mythic. Mm-hmm. I was 7 when Michael Jordan won his last title. I have a vague memory of that. Like I saw Space Jam in theater. I have vague memories, but I don't grasp Michael Jordan's career the way I grasp like LeBron James's. And it's so hard that in the moment, but you're right, man. Jokic is going to go down as one of the 3 or 5 best players to ever play.
And will never get the accolades, even though he keeps winning MVPs. Everyone just kind of like, they don't believe the MVPs for some reason.
It's
like,
so weird.
This is a weird era because no NBA player buys the Rudy Gobert Defensive Player of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody. But the MVP, when you watch Jokic play, you just like, I would love to watch him play every single night. Like I'm not moving to Denver, and I'm not gonna like
they're gonna start the Nuggets beat.
The Nuggets beat. I'm not gonna do that. But at the same time, I would love to watch him play more because it's just absolute artwork. It's like again, he just like grabs the ball, throws it 3/4 court, money,
cash.
Yeah,
he had a couple of shots like that where it was like he started his shooting motion with his back to the basket.
Yeah.
Just the awareness of where he is and where everybody else is on the court is just.
And everything is a little tiny bit of a fall away. And you can't get around it. Like he's so big, you can't like invade his space.
Nope.
He's just so talented. And I'm surprised that Doug didn't try Alex Len on him a little bit last night.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this too. The last time these two teams played, Jokic wanted no part of Sabonis.
Yeah.
Sabonis
got cooked.
Just kept like running at him and then like getting into his body and being super physical. And Jokic just like, all right, dude, if that's how we're playing tonight, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
But in this game, I thought Jokic stood up and was just incredible.
I mean, we knew going in it would be an awesome battle, and then just down the stretch, he just goes and plants his ass right in front of the restricted section or the restricted area, and gets the ball down low, and he's either going to get fouled or he's getting a bucket. And that was the offense down the stretch. Like, man, what a freaking player.
Yeah, it's just almost impossible to stop him. And someone in the chat asked if I just compared Jokic to Hassan Whiteside. Just so people know, the year before he came to Sacramento, Hassan Whiteside had a PER of 25. 25. That's like elite all-star PER.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's so yeah, there is a way. I'm not saying that they're similar in players because Jokic is just like
Whiteside did a lot of his with defense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, offensive win shares that year, 5.6 for Whiteside in his 1 year in Portland, and his defensive win shares were 3.0 for an 8.5. Guarantee you win shares, top 3 or 4 in the league that year. That's how high that is.
8.5
is a crazy win share number.
Significant win share number.
So if you can tell me how, again, like Hassan Whiteside, he cooked the advanced statistics.
So Hassan Whiteside was 8.5 that year.
Yeah,
and like you said, did you know what Jokic's win shares were last year?
Like 14 or 13. 17.
Double that.
Okay. But who was second and who was fourth?
I have no idea.
Because I'm going to guarantee you get down to like who's fourth in the league, and Whiteside was right there.
No. I was talking about 23-24.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Jokic had a win share 17.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, though, for example, though, what are the win shares of the people around him? And
I see what you got. Yeah, okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah, even last year's win shares for the season, again, we're looking at an 8.5, right? Where are win shares? Win shares.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander this year. Hey, win shares. Nikola Jokic 9.7. Shai 9.6.
Oh.
And then Domas is tied with Karl Anthony Towns for third at 7.0.
So last season win shares, LeBron was number 17 in the league at 8.5, tied with Derek White. So Hassan Whiteside would have tied LeBron if he was like in win shares. That's how crazy he was able to cook the advanced statistics.
Jeez.
And so when the Kings are like, hey, we're going to sign Hassan Whiteside, it's like, I don't think that's a good idea. And then you look at the advanced stats, you're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And then you watch him play, and you're like, okay, it wasn't a good idea, and that didn't make any sense, but there it is.
Yeah. Insanity in the NFL head coaching carousel. There's some other King stuff I want to get to, but I also yesterday was a wild ass day in the NFL coaching ranks. So here's the kind of condensed version. I'm going to leave out some of the gritty details of Liam Cohen, who was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offensive coordinator, who was going to have a second interview with the Jaguars, but turned down that interview and then wound up going back secretly for and at some point in there, he lied about his kid being sick.
Oh, no.
And said he was at the hospital with his kid or at the doctor with his kid, and that's why the Buccaneers couldn't get a hold of him. So, yesterday, Liam Cohen turned down a second interview with the Jaguars that was supposed to happen. On Wednesday, he turned down a second interview with the Jaguars.
And that's when we were like, oh, no. The Niners are going to lose Robert Saleh.
Right.
And Shanahan doesn't have a plan B. And this is a horrible mess.
Correct.
So.
And it would have been.
Yep.
So Liam Cohen, who is the number one option for the Jags, backs out of the running. Says, I'm going back to Tampa Bay on the highest contract ever signed for an offensive coordinator. Yesterday morning, it breaks that, wait, it's not just Robert Saleh and Patrick Graham, the Raiders defensive coordinator, who are going to have second interviews. The Jags are waiting on the playoffs to shake out because they want to interview some of the coaches on the staffs that are still currently playing.
Okay.
So I'm going, man, this Niners DC thing is going to take like into mid-February. Like, oh my God, everybody buckle up. Yesterday afternoon, we find out that Liam Cohen, Thursday, Trent Baalke gets fired.
Yep. The general manager.
That was Wednesday. Thursday, we find out. Sorry, my days are all messed up. Wednesday, Trent Baalke gets fired, the general manager that Liam Cohen didn't want to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, we find out that Liam Cohen actually is having a second interview with the Jaguars, but it happened in secret because his record-setting offensive coordinator deal with Tampa Bay was contingent upon him not getting a second interview with the Jags.
Oh.
So he met with them in secret, and when they were trying to get a hold of him to be like, hey, we got this contract, can you come sign it? He's like, I'm at the doctor with my kid who's sick. I can't come in. When actually he was meeting with the Jaguars about becoming their new head coach.
And meanwhile, Robert Saleh is supposed to fly to Jacksonville.
Correct.
For his second interview.
Right.
Catches wind of this.
Yes.
I said, I ain't going.
Here's the other deal that Albert Breer pointed out today on Sports Illustrated. While all of this is going on with Liam Cohen meeting with Jags ownership and trying to hammer out this deal, this secret deal to make him their next head coach, the Jags still had Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham fly out for his second interview, interviewed him to be their head coach so they could satisfy the Rooney Rule, and still made him fly to Jacksonville and still interviewed him, even though they were working out a head coaching deal with Liam Cohen while he was doing his interview.
Oh, that's complicated. That's not a good look.
It's horrible.
Yeah, that's not. So you do know that something similar to this happened with Sacramento Kings, right?
I don't. Real quick,
Go
I
ahead.
want to get to when it happened to the Kings. So Cohen yesterday afternoon, all that breaks. Last night, it comes down from multiple people. I think Jeff Howe from The Athletic was the first person that I saw reported that Liam Cohen had informed the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that he was leaving and informed the Jags that he was taking their head coaching job. This opens the door to a report from Matt Mayoko, who said if Robert Saleh doesn't get a head coaching job, he's told the 49ers he's going to be their defensive coordinator. He won't go anywhere else. If he's not a head coach, he's the Niners DC. The Jags appeared to be the only job that he was really in the running for.
Mm-hmm.
Ergo, it looks like Robert Saleh is going to be the 49ers defensive coordinator. Mike Silver is he with The Athletic now? I think he's with The Athletic. Reported that he was, not really a report, he said he expected Robert Saleh to be the Niners DC, but everybody kind of did. So we're kind of waiting on that news to happen. What an insane roller coaster. And it looks like it all shook out the right way for the 49ers.
Well, in the end, that's all that matters. If they're going to get Saleh, that's all that matters.
Yep.
They really, really need to shore up that position. They need to get somebody, and hopefully he'll be there for more than 1 year. I'm going to guess it's maybe 2 years, and he'll get another opportunity, but that's if the 49ers fix everything defensively.
Yep.
Now, this did happen with the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, boy. Of course it did. Why would it not? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Stan Van Gundy flew all the way out to Sacramento. Him and his wife were hanging out with the Kings.
What year is this?
I want to say it's right before they signed. They hired Paul Westphal. So 2009, 2010 season.
So this is post his run with the Magic.
Yes. Oh, no, it's not, because that's what happens. So,
spoiler alert, everybody.
Stan Van Gundy comes to Sacramento, and he's working out a contract with the Kings. He's going to become the head coach of the Kings. Him and his wife say, hey, is it okay if we go, before we finalize things, can we go sit down? We're going to go have lunch and just talk things over, make sure Sacramento is like where we want to be and everything else. And they say, okay, no problem. Him and his wife leave. They end up going to Kinko's in downtown Sacramento, where the Orlando Magic send him a contract. He signs the contract, has it scanned and sent back to the Orlando Magic while he's at Kinko's in Sacramento
at dinner,
having a lunch with his wife, trying to make a final decision, and left the Kings at the altar. I've actually been in a scrum where we've asked him about this, and he will tell you to this day, worst, most embarrassing move of his career, that it was unprofessional, and he apologized profusely, and it should not have gone down that way. But in the moment, it was like, okay, I need to get this deal done.
Yeah.
And he goes to the Orlando Magic and got paid, and the Kings were fully left at the altar.
Oh my God.
So it did happen. These things happen. But
there's just, and this has been the big debate in NFL circles, is like, who's in the wrong here? Because Liam Cohen's thing is, well, the Buccaneers tried to strong arm me into this contract. I hadn't signed anything. I wasn't committed to anything. I was kind of doing what's best for me. The same way, if they wanted to move on from me, I would be fired. There would be no consideration for my feelings and my family and all that. And the Buccaneers argument is, why didn't you just tell us? Like, why did you sneak around? And Cohen saying, because you made my contract, my record-setting contract, contingent on not doing this.
Yeah.
Which he thinks is messed up. The Buccaneers are saying it's messed up. If I'm the Jaguars, maybe this all works out.
Yep.
Because two of the things they told him, according to reporting, is that he'll get Ben Johnson money, $13 million plus a year, and he'll get to choose his GM.
Oh, man.
And if the Jags go from this point forward, let him choose his GM, assuming he chooses a guy that he wants to work with and can work with and all that. And then Shad Khan and that's the Jags owner, they get out of the way and they let him cook, they might be in an okay spot. But this is a really bad foot to get off on.
I don't know how you figure this out. And not only that, when this job is done for him, what does he look like to the rest of the league? And that's a big deal. You don't want to be that guy, especially for a young guy. At least Stan Van Gundy was established as an NBA head coach when this happened in Sacramento. It still was a bad look. But the fact that he's an established coach and was going to, he'll coach. If he wanted to get back in the game, he'd find a job, no problem. Sure. So, but for a young guy, for his offensive coordinator, I know it's about like the right fit and all that stuff, but you have to be super cautious with what you look like on the outside.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah, because if this does not go well in Jacksonville, and I don't think any of us think that it's guaranteed to go well, it could, really, really come back to bite him in 2 years when he's back on the market and looking for another job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. The worm turned on Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels. That's right. When he took the Colts job and then went, hey, never mind.
Yeah.
Like they were ready to hire him. They were ready to have a press conference, all that. And then he went, nah, never mind. I'm going to go back to the Patriots. And then everybody kind of looked at him a little different. And then he went and didn't have any success with the Raiders. And now will never be a head coach again. But that stuff matters, man.
Now he's back with the Patriots.
I see G Money 01 in the chatty house saying it's called negotiation. That's what the contingency was with the Bucs. It's like, that's not a negotiation.
That's what the kids on the street are calling it.
That's not negotiating, saying, hey, take this deal, but you can't do X, Y, and Z. That's telling somebody something.
Yeah. I agree.
If that's me, if I'm Liam Cohen, I'm calling the Bucs and going, hey, here's what's going on. I'm not lying and saying I'm with my sick kid when actually I'm interviewing for a head coaching job that I'm not supposed to be interviewing for per the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
But he wasn't under contract. He hadn't signed anything yet. So it sucks, but it's not you did anything illegal.
No, that's true.
I don't like his face. That's what bothers me about him. It's like all of this and there's just something kind of skeezy about his face. He looks like a Disney villain.
But at the end of the day, if it yields you Robert Saleh, then you got to be excited about it.
Yeah, if you're Niners don't care.
Yeah.
They couldn't give a damn.
Well, that, and as someone who is a 49ers fan, I would much rather have Robert Saleh than not have Robert Saleh.
Yeah, 1,000%.
And so I'm very excited for this turn of events with some evil villain.
Just an insane. I had a thing ready at NinersWire.com about how this could take into mid-February and this could like really get bad if they don't land Saleh. And now all of a sudden it's nearly March and they don't have a DC and like this whole thing. And then by the time I got home, he's interviewing again with the Jags, and he's taking. Like, oh my god!
What in the world? Life comes at you fast, Kyle.
No shortage of drama. I feel like every league now. The drama and the intrigue is in the offseason and is in the off court stuff.
How many pieces per year do you write that never ever get published?
Not that many.
No,
probably 15. 15
total ever, or 15 a year?
Not 15. Yeah, no, not 15 a year. That's too many. Probably 10.
Yeah, 10.
It depends. If they were looking for a head coach, or I'll have before the draft, I'll have probably 8 or 10 things written about different prospects that they could draft. Just getting ready. But it's not typical that something like that happens.
Okay.
I have the Saleh hire draft is in my drafts right now. I expect that to get published.
Totally.
But
Yeah, I know
It's not that many.
my bosses made me pre-write Luke Walton getting fired, and it sat there for 6 months, and then finally it was like, hey, I think I gotta clean that thing up real quick and change some dates.
Right. Yeah, change some dates, change some numbers. That was the when I pre-wrote. No, I'll tell you. I'll finish the story in a second. The Nick Bosa contract. That was another one that I had pre-written that had to get dramatically changed with dates and like, hey, they got it done finally, and like had to go in during training camp, but like it took X amount of time. And then the entire tenor of the story changed. Like Nick Bosa's finally here. They have a game next week. What a mess.
Yeah. And he's making $37 million.
Hey. All right. We'll revisit our keys from last night. We'll dive back into the Kings' loss to the Nuggets, and we'll look ahead to the rest of their road trip. And then the All-Star starters were announced yesterday. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about what's next in the All-Star voting process. All that jazz coming up in the second hour right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear. Texas is firing everyone? Texans. That's what Secure into Bagley says.
Hey, did I have... Oh, I finished my coffee.
Yesterday, your coffee was on the bench.
Yeah, no, I was wondering where it went, and then I remember I finished it.
I've decided that putting a lid on my coffee cup is okay, and
yeah, it keeps the heat in more, right?
Well, no, but to abide by rules.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Someone asked a question. Wow, their OC, their O-line coach, and assistant O-line coach. What's going on at the Lakes? Stephen Castaneda. You mean Lake of the Pines?
The Lakes is a community in Discovery Bay. Some ice cream company is teaming with Skyline Chili to make chili flavored ice cream.
Oh, no. And as a guy who likes to make a sweet chili, that still doesn't make any sense to me.
That's too sweet.
Yeah, because that's like you're mixing your things that can mess with your stomach. Chili can mess with your stomach, and all that ice cream can mess with your stomach. I don't think
when I eat ice cream, I don't want chili. That's not what I'm looking for. I'd be willing to try it. If anyone's ever been to the Stinking Rose in San Francisco, good restaurant, by the way, they do garlic ice cream. It's definitely a little strange.
Wait, do we not have a show title? Oh, what someone just said?
What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, it sure is.
Someone mentioned Isaac Jones. Isaac Jones is just absolutely killing it at the G League level. But I also seriously get out of here, Guru Zach. Get out of here. Like, seriously. What the what? Okay. I was talking to Mason Jones. He said the G League for big men, there's no big men to play against. So, like, big men tear up the G League. So he's like, I
said that.
Well,
I said that on this show.
Mason actually said it too in the locker room. He's like, you go down there and he's like, all the talented big guys are in the NBA. Either you're a tall person who's in the NBA or you're a tall person who doesn't play basketball.
Kevin Knox is averaging like 29 points a night in the G League right now.
Yeah.
Tells you where.
Well, Isaac is at, I think, 36 a game over his last 5. That's what someone put in the chat, but it was something. He had a 42, a 35, a 31. I don't know if it's quite that high, but yeah, he's been really, really good.
It's facts. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you into the weekend. 4 o'clock, their show goes until. And stay locked into ESPN 1320. At around 4 o'clock, you'll hear James and I talking with the great Luke Snyder of the Professional Bull Riders.
No, the PBR.
The PBR coming to Golden One Center on January 31st.
Yeah.
It's all weekend. Jan 31, Feb 1, and Feb 2.
Oh, that's coming up.
Get out and see the bull. We'll be out there Friday.
I know. We will be out there.
The Bulls are playing at Golden One Center, so James and I are going to be there.
That's right.
Can't wait to see what Kobe White is up to.
We should have a contest who can come up with the biggest belt buckle to wear. Are you down, Kyle?
Just wear just pull up, hang out, and wear like a hubcap on your belt. I don't even know what to wear to bull riding. I don't have anything to wear that is going to make me fit in at bull riding.
No, we can wear flannels. We'll fit in with flannels.
Let's go flannel.
We'll go flannels.
I have a shirt that I bought at in DC that's got like George Washington's like signature on it, and then his like family insignia on the back.
Okay.
I feel like that's real PBR-ish.
Okay.
I just like George Washington, great American. I think that's a move. I think at these events, I think you can just roll in with like a 30 rack of Coors Light.
It's possible if you can wear the hat with the straws. The straws. I think. I don't know though.
I'm fascinated. I'm so interested to see what this experience is going to be like.
I have no idea either. It's like, when the boys were little, we took them to go see monster trucks. And that's crazy. I mean, like they literally just pull all the seats back in the lower bowl and add a bunch of dirt, and then giant trucks fly in the air and roll over, and and it's so loud that you walk out.
Yeah, you have to wear like earplugs, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you wear, you still can't hear when you get out of there.
Oh, man.
It's bad, but but I've never seen PBR. I've never gone to bull riding of any sort.
Yeah, so we're gonna pull up to bull riding. Come catch us out there.
That's
Golden
right.
One Center. I'm just gonna go walk around asking people, hey, have you guys seen Ayo Dosunmu? Did Vucevic get traded? Where is he?
Where is Zach LaVine? We were promised an interview with Zach LaVine.
Came to see Zach LaVine score 30.
Patrick Williams, can you defend a bull?
8-second violation.
That's right.
It's an 8-second violation.
8-second violation. We know that rule. It's an 8-second. Got an 8-second call here. No, it's hey, like, look,
it'll be fun. We're gonna have a good time with it.
Yeah, and if anyone is gonna join us out there, hit us up and
please hit us up. We need people to hang out with.
And then I'm just gonna throw it out. Just go ahead and buy us beer, because at this point, if we got to be there,
buddy, you already know what time it is.
Just go ahead and buy us beers.
If they don't sell PBR at the PBR, I'm gonna be upset.
See, I can wear my PBR hat.
Oh, that's what you need to wear.
Although I have not been able to find my Pabst Blue. Yeah, it's like MIA. That's why I haven't been wearing it.
Figure it out.
Yeah. I guess I could still. Well, I kind of want to get like the biggest belt buckle possible and the largest cowboy hat ever seen. And
like the foam ones they used to sell at A's games?
Yeah, but not a foam one, like a real one, but it's just like a giant size, and just to be like.
Are we going to make a family trip to Boot Barn?
I have some boot. I don't have cowboy boots.
I think I own. It's a weird phase in my life. Don't worry about it. I think I own cowboy boots.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I did when I was super young.
I might have gotten rid of them because I don't. I was never going to wear them.
Okay.
So I might have gotten rid of them, but I'm not 100% sure I did.
I've got
If I did not get rid of them, I'm 1,000% wearing them. I don't even own jeans. I need to buy jeans. I just recently got rid of all my jeans.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm all joggers all the time.
You're
now.
gene free.
Yeah.
It's a gene free community.
Yeah.
I will definitely I have jeans I can wear.
Yeah,
not
for sure.
a lot, but
I'm gonna buy jeans. If I have my cowboy boots, I'm gonna wear cowboy boots.
Okay.
And then I'll figure out what's going on up top.
All right.
God.
Yosemite Sam, if you've seen him, that's what I'm going to look like at PBR.
NBA All-Star starters were announced yesterday. In the West, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Nikola Jokic. No major surprises there. In the East, it's Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, Jason Tatum, Karl Anthony Towns, and Giannis Antetokounmpo. Those are just the starters, quote unquote. Reserves will be announced on Thursday. Those are all selected by the coaches.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll find out about Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox next Thursday. And again, the whole starters thing doesn't necessarily mean anything anymore with how they're going to split the teams up. There's going to be 4 teams playing in a tournament.
Got it.
3 of the teams will be all-stars. 1 of the teams will be an amalgamation of the Rising Stars teams.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll find out next Thursday about Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox and whether they were named to the Western Conference All-Star teams. Any thoughts on the 10 starters?
I think definitely with the West, I think the Kings might have got a little bit of help here because you got 3 legacy starters.
Yep.
Right. And that's big because they're not going to get coaching nods. Right.
Right. Yep.
And then the other 2 players are first and second in MVP balloting, and they're surefire.
Yep.
You know, I think the one good thing here is that Luka Doncic is not on this list.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Luka will be an all-star this season because he's only played 22 games.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing for the Kings. And you don't want to get into an all-star game because other players aren't playing. But at the same time, this is a weird popularity contest.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, sure, are there other players in the Western Conference that are going to get in without any question above, Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox? Yes, there are, but I don't think you could have picked a better starting 5 if you're hopeful for the Kings to get in.
Yeah, man. You said Shai, MVP candidate. Steph was going to be a starter in the All-Star game or named to start. It's in San Francisco.
Yeah.
That was going to happen. Kevin Durant's having a good year. Like you said, legacy guy. LeBron James is going to be an all-star. LeBron James, let me make sure I have these numbers right. I tweeted them on the internet last night. I want to make sure I have this right. LeBron James is playing in his 21st All-Star game.
That's wild.
LeBron James has been an all-star in more seasons than all but 5 of the 4,981 NBA players ever have played.
Wow.
So he's been an all-star 21 times. There have been 5 players, not including LeBron, who have played 21 or more seasons.
Okay. Boy, that would be a fun game. Can we come up with all?
I can because I looked it up last night.
Okay.
Actually.
So Vince.
Yep. Vince played 22.
I want to say Robert Parrish.
That's one.
Oh man.
Hang on. Let me get the article up that I looked at last night.
Dirk didn't make it to 20, did he? You said 20.
I believe Dirk did.
Okay. So there's 3. Oh man.
So you have Vince Carter.
Yep.
LeBron James.
Yep.
You have Dirk and you have Robert Parrish.
Okay.
That's 4. And there are 2 more.
2 more. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think I should. Oh, did Duncan play 20?
Duncan did not.
Okay.
Well, no, this is 21.
21. Okay.
20 was Kareem, Kobe, Jamal Crawford, and Udonis Haslem.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna get the final 2.
Kevin Garnett.
Oh.
And Kevin Willis.
Kevin Willis played that many games.
Yeah.
That dude had some pointy elbows.
1,400 games for the 7-footer from Michigan State.
I forgot that Kevin Willis just kept playing.
He just
He was a
Kept
beast,
plugging away.
beast in Atlanta. Absolutely
Yeah.
spectacular.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm hopeful when you go and look at the guards in the West. It's not. I mean,
It's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, like Fred VanVleet's probably not getting in.
No.
Jalen Green might.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
The Rockets gonna have any? The Rockets have to have
If
one.
they do, it'll be Şengün, but I don't know if they're going to get a. I mean, despite their record, I don't think anyone is all-star ready. Anybody is worthy of being placed above some of the other players. So, yeah, in the Western Conference,
Devin Booker.
yeah,
Maybe?
Anthony Edwards
Kyrie?
is getting in. Anthony Edwards
Ant's
is getting
gonna get
in
in for
without
sure.
any question.
Yep.
Devin Booker is 10th in scoring. I'm going to guess that he's got a shot, but look at how low they are in the standings, and Kevin Durant's already there. You got Anthony Davis, who's going to, be a definitely a candidate. You got Victor Wembanyama, who will be in. But Fox is, he's 12th in the league in scoring now. He's dropped over the last 5 games, but he's still really high in as far as like Western Conference scorers. Like only Booker and Edwards and Durant and Jokic and Shea are above him.
Yeah, I'm interested. Well, the other one is, does Jalen Williams from the Thunder make it? And if so, is he a front court or back court guy?
Oh, that's a good question.
That I genuinely have no idea.
Has he been? I mean, I know he's good, but has he been good enough that you're going to put him in all-star category yet?
That I don't know, because I would love to know what coaches look at when they pick these things.
Yeah, because I mean he's averaging 21, 5, and almost 6.
And it might not even be coaches, because didn't we learn last year that a bunch of the coaches just hand it to some like locker room attendant and say, "Hey, fill this out"?
Yeah, but I think with like I watched, like the players still vote too. Like
no, not for reserves.
Oh no, that's true.
The player vote goes into the starters.
Yeah.
I don't think
that's a good question. So it is just random, and who makes the decision?
Coaches.
All coaches?
I believe so.
Okay, so it's a combined. It's not. Oh, okay, because I know the coach who is coaching the game, which is Mark Daigneault. If there's an injury replacement, I believe it's either him or Adam Silver that makes the
call.
Think
he does.
Yeah.
I think the head coach does.
So
I think all the coaches vote on all-star reserves.
Yeah. I think it's really interesting. Like, this is a pretty wide open field this year, and I'm not sure if does Memphis have an all-star? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, how many games has Ja played? Not enough.
No, Ja is okay, so Jaren Jackson could make it.
Yeah.
Ja Morant's played 26 games.
Yeah, that's
I
don't know what the cutoff is. Are coaches going to look at what, or coaches or whoever's voting going to look at what the Kings have done lately and go, okay, well, they need one. And do they look and go, Sabonis averaging damn near a triple-double. He's leading the league in rebounding. He's shooting this percentage from 3. Okay, he's in. Or do they go, well, De'Aaron Fox is top 10 in scoring, so here.
Yeah, it's tough to see them getting both.
Yeah, right.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
I genuinely have, and I think it's going to be, I don't know.
I have a tough time with Jaren Jackson being an all-star. Like, looking at the numbers and everything else, it's like
I am with you. You know where I land on Jaren Jackson, Jr.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. But if you're a coach and you're going, man, Memphis is number 3 in the West right now, and boy, Jaren Jackson is a guy that we game plan around.
Yeah. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I mean, it's possible
they got to get one. They have to get one.
Maybe Anthony Davis does get in. I don't know.
Anthony Davis is getting in for sure.
Yep.
Like he'll just that there are certain guys, and this is where I'm afraid about Luka. I think there's just certain guys who, if you hand whoever it is, whether it's a coach or an assistant coach or a locker room attendant, that there's just guys they go Booker, AD, who's Luka, like those guys are just stamped, just writing them down.
I guess.
I don't know. The Kings got to get one this year.
Yeah, I would hope they would. I think that there's a good chance that they will get one. I don't think they'll get two.
Especially because it's right down the road, man.
Yeah. That would be fun. Be fun to go and check it out.
Hopefully we get to go. I've never experienced an All-Star weekend before.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I've done it twice.
Okay.
It's a lot. Like the whole, I went New Orleans one year and I went to New York City one year. New York City year, it was
That's cool.
At one point it hit, well, exactly. It was -19 at one point.
Oh, it was like literally cold.
You couldn't walk from like one city block without having to duck in somewhere because I was like getting frostbite in my ears and my face.
Yeah, -19 is not where
red.
people are supposed to exist.
Oh, it was horrible. Not good at all. But New Orleans is always fun.
Did you hear, speaking of All-Stars, Giannis Antetokounmpo starting in the for the East? Like I said, I'm interested to know what being tagged a starter means in this new format. If it means you automatically start for your team, or all the starters on one team, I have no idea. I don't know what the plan is. But did you see what Giannis said about the Bucks travel schedule? So because of snow in parts of the country that don't typically get snow,
yes,
the Bucks had a messed up day of travel yesterday. They went from, stand by, let me get their schedule here. They went from did they go, where did they,
they got stuck in New Orleans. Milwaukee did. But they flew into New Orleans early to beat the storm.
That's right. Yes.
And then they got stuck in New Orleans. The game got canceled because it was unsafe.
Thank you. That's where I was. And then they had to play on a day they flew. So they had to like fly in to Milwaukee.
Okay.
To play their game last night against the Heat.
Yeah, and NBA rules don't typically allow that.
Right.
Like there has to be a weird exception to it, and the NBA certainly didn't want to cancel a second game.
So he got asked about the adversity because they beat the hell out of the Heat last night.
Mm-hmm.
They got asked about the adversity of playing through those conditions. Here's what Giannis said. Throughout the day, I was just trying to stay locked in. And keep in mind, remember where Giannis comes from. He comes from Greece, where he did not have a lot. And he played his way into the NBA.
Yep.
And has had massive success. This is not the toughest conditions that I've played basketball. The only difference is that we had to take a flight. At the end of the day, if you call this adversity, I think the team responded very well to this adversity that we had to take a flight for 2 hours before the game. At the end of the day, we still woke up in a 5-star hotel, had breakfast, sit down as a team, talked as a team while we were waiting for the bus. We had a pretty nice bus ride, and we went to our plane, charter plane, private plane. Everybody has their own seat. You can order some food on the plane, get some fruit if you want. They have drinks too. After that, your cars are warm right in front of the plane waiting for you. You get in your car and you get to the arena in like 15 minutes. And after that, you do your routine and you get ready for the game. For me, those conditions are not that bad. I've been in way, way worse conditions in my life. But if you want to call this adversity, I'm very happy and proud of how the team responded. Even though we did all that, we were locked in and came here to win.
That's spectacular.
That's a great answer.
Yeah.
Because, and I get like, he's 1,000% right. In the scope of the world, NBA players, regardless of the travel schedule, do not face adversity that lands on the scale of adversity that people face everywhere, every day.
No, but I would tell you, because I've covered the league for a long time, that there are so many players that had nothing growing up.
Right.
And where they are now, and the way that like some of them get abused because they don't know what money is. Like I've said this a million, like anyone can walk into a jewelry store with a bunch of money in their pocket and buy some diamond earrings. Right. But a lot of these guys, they don't know what a credit card is. Their parents never had a credit card. They don't know how to pay a bill.
And this is not just, I want to pause you real quick. This isn't exclusive to the NBA. There's a whole 30 for 30 documentary that came out 15 years ago now called Broke.
Oh, yeah.
About athletes who don't manage their money correctly.
No, of course. But it's really like Ben McLemore, for example. Him and his brother, who RIP has passed away, his brother's passed away. They would walk around the neighborhood and mow people's lawns so they could get enough to go buy a cup of noodles at the store because they had no food. And I think we can all like, you can joke around about like as being high schoolers and eating like Top Ramen,
Yeah,
right,
sure.
whatever, and not like not the college experience of eating Top Ramen,
Right.
but like
survival experience of eating Top Ramen.
Yeah, but this is like next level where they had no food and they mowed lawns for 15 or 20 cents because that's what your neighborhood could afford to give you. And like if you're mowing lawns, and we're not talking about like in 1987 or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ben McLemore's still only like 30 years old or 31 years.
Yeah.
I'm talking like 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And this kid is like, him and his brother would go and just trying to survive, you know, and a lot of kids come from that and into the league and then have no idea, you know, how to say no or how to like avoid getting caught in traps with all this stuff. And it's crazy to watch.
Yeah.
Crazy to watch.
So on that scale, what NBA players deal with travel is not adversity.
No, well, that's why a lot
Giannis
of them are like,
exactly right.
They look at you, they're like, what are you talking about?
But on the other hand, in the NBA scope, flying the day of your game and getting to the arena 2 hours before the game, that's tough.
Yeah.
That it would be, if the Bucks had lost to the Heat last night, it would have been super easy to be like, well, yeah, look at, they've been stuck on the road for a bunch of days. They haven't been able to play. They had to fly the day of their game. Like, it's a tough situation.
I
just love that Giannis is like, no, it's not.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think there's a difference between adversity and something like a scheduled loss.
Yeah, sure.
Like facing adversity, I don't think anyone, if you lose a game, it's not adversity in the NBA. If you lose 8 games in a row, that's adversity. You lose, 5, 6 games in a row, you're borderline, you're getting into adversity. But having to fly the day of a game is not for these guys.
No. Shout out to Giannis.
Yeah.
Always having perspective. I love that that's his niche in the NBA now. And he's like, hey, you had a disappointing year. What are you talking about? Didn't have we made the playoffs.
Yeah.
How many teams made the playoffs? Like, well, you guys were like a championship contender. You lost in the first round to an 8 seed. It's not great.
No, but it's
I love Giannis,
dude. The way in which he approaches things is very unique, and I like it's almost he almost has like a naivety to him, and so you're like, it's good. I don't know if it's, I think there is a naivete. I think he is naive about some things. Yes,
but I also think it's just like maximum perspective all the time.
Yeah,
like just basketball is this small thing in the scope of his life.
And that's good.
I'm a winner.
I agree.
He is a winner.
Is there a player with a higher Q rating in the NBA than Giannis?
Oh, I don't know.
I feel like he's just real. I don't know anybody who's like, F him.
No, I don't think that there's, like I've told you, like on the outside, a lot of people don't like Kyrie Irving. The players in the league adore that dude.
Loves him.
Loves him.
He is everybody I know who played basketball, like any kind of level.
Yep.
Like Kenny played in college. Even playing in college, love Kyrie.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if Kenny comes in here right now, I don't know if he's in for the handoff today. If he is, I'll be like, hey, how do you feel about Kyrie? But he loves him.
I'm
going to feel really dumb if he doesn't like Kyrie.
The other guy who was universally loved like this is Tracy McGrady. Yeah, universally loved by players. And
to this day,
most players believe like that is their guy. I mean, you have your Kobe group, but there are a lot of guys who like are they're too young for Jordan. And then Tracy McGrady was there. Like Kevin Durant, Tracy McGrady was his guy.
There are people who it's like Kobe and T-Mac, and the difference is rings, and that's it.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing that we're talking about, just perspective, and we got a minute left here, so I'll just go on this tangent. One of the things that really made me come around on Kobe as a basketball player, like he was always great. I never denied that Kobe was great, but I always kind of like looked at him like, man, he has to shoot a lot of shots to get some of these points, and I don't know if he kind of takes a bad shot sometimes, and I don't know, I kind of like just overthinking it. But then you hear any NBA player talk about Kobe Bryant, and you go, hey, who's the toughest cover you ever had? It's like Kobe. Who's the guy you tried to emulate growing up? Kobe. And when it's NBA players telling me like, all right, that's correct then. I have nothing to respond.
Yeah.
If you say Kobe was that dude, then he was. Numbers and stats and stuff be damned.
Oh yeah.
Just goes out the window at that
I've
point.
had those like exact conversations with Doug about Kobe, and just like
Doug is one of those guys for me.
Oh yeah.
Just yep. Kobe was that dude. Kenny just texted me. Kenny I just got a text from Kenny. All caps, 3 exclamation points. I love Kyrie.
Yeah.
The Hooper Super.
Yeah.
Kenny's a hoop. All right. Speaking of Kenny, D-Lo and KC coming up at noon. James and I got to step aside for one more second. We're going to revisit our keys from last night. We'll take a look ahead to a big weekend of NFL football. We'll do that next here on The Insiders. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, this is Kyle Madsen from The Insiders. I've got great news for you, Californians. Underdog Daily Fantasy is available right here in our state. It is the best place to cash in on all your takes during the NFL playoffs. I had a lineup last night in the Kings game. Didn't go great for me, but that's because of the Nuggets. All you have to do with Underdog's pick'em game is pick higher or lower on 2 or more players, and then you can win up to 1,000 times your entry. Like, it's super easy. At least you think it'd be super easy. I've not had great takes lately. I've been having a hard time stringing some wins together. Last night, the Kings took care of business for me. Malik Monk, higher than 6.5 assists, nailed it. He had 7. DeMar DeRozan, higher than 21.5 points, nailed it. He had 24. The Nuggets didn't help me out. Peyton Watson had him higher than 6.5 points, 6. Aaron Gordon, higher than 9.5 points. I didn't even know he took a shot. Turns out he scored 3 points. He was a non-factor in that game. So my lineup didn't win last night, but I'm back on the horse. This weekend, I'm going, I'm digging around the NFC and AFC championship games. I'll have a couple of lineups there, like Saquon Barkley, higher than half a rushing touchdown. I like James Cook to score a rushing or receiving touchdown for the Bills. And then Brian Robinson Jr., 9.5 rush attempts. I'm going higher on that as well. And I'm rocking with Travis Kelce, 70.5 receiving yards. I'm going higher. It's Travis Kelce in the playoffs. Of course, you're going to do that. So follow me there. Download the Underdog app. Sign up with promo code Kyle M and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M on the Underdog app. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. We're clear. I forgot I had to do that. I also forgot to log out. Oh my God, I'm a mess. Hey, guy.
You guys good in here?
I think so.
Okay, nothing funky just happened, no? Sorry. So we did something, and the timing was it was so coincidental, and it would just look weird because you just did your Underdog thing. So I just wanted to check and make sure that you guys are good.
Yeah,
okay.
Break fired.
Okay.
I stopped the break to do my read, fired the break again.
Okay, yeah, no, we tried to insert something into the log. And as soon as we did it just went, and I saw you with your hand up, and I'm like, oh my God.
No, I was trying to signal him like, hang on, I'm going to start talking.
No, it was all timing, but okay, good.
This is a Bart Bridge hat.
Love Bart Bridge.
I do remove the business card. I don't like hats that stick up. Like Kyle's hat right now is nice and flat to his head. So I really have to work on hats like this. I'll even like go in with a pair of scissors and cut the liner out of the front of the hat because I don't like all that. Yeah, I know where the card is usually. Yep. But I don't like this like poofy right here. And I bend the Bills. Let's see. Locks at Jalen Williams, William All-Star. Zach, you just make all these guarantees.
I love it.
I definitely think he will be a replacement if there's an injury, for sure. Or awfully quiet today. Yeah, PE time. The Kings can offer more to Fox than anybody. They can offer him 1 extra year and his extension. So a standard extension is 4 years. Signing with your own team, it's including the year you're playing plus an additional 4. You can go up to a total of 6 years if you're signing with your own team. So the year you're playing in 5 more. So like he has 1 year left on his deal. He could sign a 5-year extension off of that deal. And then if you sign with your own team, you can sign, you get 8% raises every year. If you sign with a new team, it's only 5% raises. And I know a lot of people are like, well, that doesn't sound like that much, but start doing the math on $50 million contracts and $60 million contracts, and you can see pretty quickly how a 5% raise versus an 8% raise is different.
I just found out that the Brent Rooker bobblehead the A's are giving away this year has a home run counter on it.
Oh, we do need those. We need to tell our friend there we need two of those.
They'll yeah. Brent Rooker has 79 career home runs, and he's 30.
That's crazy because I expect him to finish with 200.
That's what I was like. We'll get the counter up to like 200.
Yeah.
I feel like the counters are for the people who are going to get to 500.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's got a counter like on.
Yeah, like a little.
All right. That's pretty sweet though.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, we're tying a lot of loose ends together. So Kenny Caraway is in for the handoff today. So we'll talk about the whole Kyrie conversation with him, which ties into something I want to talk about with both of you guys. About somebody asked Brent Rooker, A's designated hitter, slugger, who will friend of the program. Somebody asked him, like, hey, how do you sit breaking ball on an 0-2 count, but then turn on a 95-mile-an-hour inside fastball for a home run? And Brent Rooker is like, because we're major leaguers and we're very good. So that's kind of the answer. And so I just want to talk about that as well. All of that circles back to the giveaways the A's are doing this year.
Mm-hmm.
One of the giveaways is a Brent Rooker bobblehead.
Yes.
That has a home run counter on it.
I'm here for it.
I love Brent Rooker.
Yep.
He is a really great player, phenomenal dude. I'm sure he'll be on. He's been on the show before. I'm sure he'll be on the show again. Can we wait till he gets to 100?
Yeah,
to
because
throw a home run counter up.
That's a
He has
tough one.
79 career home runs.
I mean, I guess it depends. What is the home run counter go to? And is
Probably 999.
Is it just for like this season though, where you're supposed to track?
No,
home
because
runs?
it's triple digits.
It's triple digits. Okay, and we don't think you'll hit 101 home runs.
I don't think so.
I don't think you'll hit 100 home runs this year. It's a smaller park, Kyle.
Sure.
Less foul ground. More at bats.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Can we get him past 200? Can we get him approaching 200 before we do the counter? But I don't know.
Right.
Salute to the A's. Salute to Brent Rooker. Let's revisit our keys from last night's Kings game against the Nuggets. The Kings, of course, lost 132-123 in Denver. They came back from 25 down in the fourth quarter, cut it to 5.
I like
where
it.
the Nuggets eventually put the game away. Your first key was let the bigs battle, and boy, did they.
Yeah, that was incredible. Like that's what we're all there for, to watch.
Mhm.
Like you're looking at two of the most gifted big men in the NBA, and whether I mean it's number one and probably number two or number three in the league.
Mhm.
It just depends on where you're at with Joel Embiid and his injuries, and where you might be with Anthony Davis. There's going to be a time where, of course, Victor Wembanyama is in that conversation as well. But for right now, this is the two best, like, productive big men in the NBA that play major minutes. And I thought it was an absolute joy to watch. Like, spectacular.
Yeah, they were. It was just their games are definitely a little different, but it was. What did Domas finish with? 26,
18 and
18 and
7.
8.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe I'm off. Maybe he didn't
number.
have 17. He had 23. Oh, my bad. 23, 19, and 8.
Yeah, 23, 19, and 8.
Yeah.
Which is phenomenal. And then the other guy goes 35, 22, and 17.
That's just wild.
35 points on 19 shots.
35, 22, and 17. So what is that?
Who says the big man is dead?
Kyle, just with his rebounds and points, that's a 57 points and rebounds. A 57.
It's 74 points, rebounds, and assists. And to just give you an idea, because that's on like Underdog. Points, rebounds, and assists is one of the stats you can.
Yeah.
Domas, who puts up points, rebounds, and assists like the only other person who does it better than him in the NBA is Nikola Jokic and maybe Giannis. But Domas is right there. A big number for Domas is like 45 and a half. 45 and a half points, rebounds, assists is like, oh man, that's a lot. I think Giannis had the biggest number I've ever seen going up against the Kings. It was 50 and a half was his points, rebounds, and assists. Jokic had 74 last night.
That is so wild.
And it's not even like, holy crap, outlier performance. I think that's what gets to the core of when we were talking about Jokic earlier. That's what the core of it is for me. It's not, had he done this and it was like, oh my God, mind-blowing performance from you. But he goes 35, 22, and 17, and it's just like, oh, yep, that's what he does. Whatever, bro.
So wild.
Yeah.
So wild.
My first key was to slow the game down. Nope.
No.
Kings decided to run with them.
Well, there was a point where the Kings just started outlet passing every single time, trying to run down the court.
Yep.
And I don't know what they saw.
Maybe trying to gas Jokic or something.
They were trying to figure out a way to get back in the game and get energy. I thought that was one of the most interesting things to watch because, like, the pace of the game was slow. It was a grinder.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, the Kings, every single one of them, grabbed the ball, fired down court.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of mistakes,
sure,
but also a couple of wide open buckets because of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it gave them life and really changed, like, the tempo. But I was also looking at it like, are they just trying to get them firing, like their legs firing? Sure. Is that what Doug is trying to, like, wake them up?
Yeah.
And maybe that's what it was. But I like at the end of the day, you got to try different things against a team like that. And I think the Kings did do a good job of, like, kind of trying to find different avenues to get back in the game.
Yeah. Grinding the pace was not what they wound up doing. A 108.4 pace for the game. That was moving. So they did not slow it down. Alas, they did not get a victory. Number 2.
What is number 2?
The Fox one.
Yeah, the team needs to have Fox snap out of his funk.
We might stop on this one. Go ahead, keep going.
I think that there's protecting players, right, and their potential injuries, and then there's a point where, like, look, De'Aaron Fox is hurting. Like,
clearly,
he is clear. Like, he has not been the same player since the big fall he took.
Nope. And
he had a glute contusion, but I do know that that's gone into his back, and you
can tell the way he's walking, man. It doesn't look normal.
Yeah, he's stiff. He's hurting. I'd also point out he got smacked on the hand a couple of times in that game, really, really hard by Jokic at one point. I think there are concerns not just about the pinky, but the other hand as well. Like, we're gonna find out.
Non-shooting hand?
Yeah, his non-shooting hand.
Oh my God.
Maybe we find out some more down the road. Maybe we don't. But the Kings have been pretty secretive about things like this when it comes to injuries. And I think some of the time you want to protect a player and don't. You want to put it out there that, hey, like he's got a
Yeah.
bad hand or a bad finger.
Right. Where teams are now like, oh, hey, we'll just kind of reach a little extra. We'll take a foul if it's gonna.
Yeah,
It might sit him down.
teams hit the hand just to take him
Mhm.
out of a rhythm.
Yeah.
And so look, whatever it is, he's clearly not himself right now, and it's tough.
Mhm.
But like you got to hope that he fights through it. And if he needs a couple of days off, he needs a little bit of time. He might need some time.
He
Yep.
was 21.5, 4.5, 7.5. That's points, rebounds, assists in October. 29, 5 and 5 in November. 25, 5 and 7 in December. 21, 6 and 6 in January. He's shooting 28% from 3 and 40.1% from the field.
And look at his free throw numbers.
Free throw numbers, he's at 92.7.
Okay, but
For
how
the-
many
for
free
the
throw
month.
attempts per game?
Oh, that I don't have in front of me.
Yeah, so I'm going to guarantee you that his free throw numbers have dipped. Just his overall attempts, he is not going to the basket like he was before.
Nope.
And it's
A lot of 15-foot pull-ups.
Yeah, a lot of 15-foot pull-ups, which we hadn't seen for a little while, but
Mhm.
also a lot of floaters before he gets to the lane. And this isn't to say he's like gun shy or anything. I think specifically he's hurting.
Yeah, what's interesting is you go back to last year, 31 points a night on 40, I'm going to round, on 49% from the field in October,
Mhm.
30 on 49% in November, 29 on 48% in December, January, 22.5 on 43%.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's back-to-back years. I think you're right. I would advocate, and Kenny Caraway is going to jump in here in just a second for the handoff. In fact, let's bring him in right now. Kenny Caraway, D'Lo and KC coming up here at noon. I want to get with you on the Kyrie Irving thing, but we're talking about De'Aaron Fox's struggles. They continued last night against the Nuggets, just 7 of 24 from the field, 3 of 10 from beyond the arc. He scored 17 points. 5 rebounds, 6 assists, not totally ineffective, but we were moving towards him averaging 27, 28 a game last year, maybe pushing up to 30, and it seems like he's really been struggling lately. I would advocate for giving De'Aaron Fox a game or two off.
My bad.
There we go.
Well, yesterday would have been the game.
Yeah.
I don't at this point. I'm looking at this road trip, and I believe he is a little banged up. He's a little nicked up. At the very least, we know that pinky finger on the shooting end is an issue. There could be other things going on as well. So he is nicked up. But yeah, if he was wanting to play, you got to put him out there, and then you got to get selective with the games you sit him, which would have been last night if it was late. And now on this road trip, I think you got to find a way to go 3-3.
I agree.
You got 2 games that you could say you're favored in.
The Nets and Sixers are winnable for sure. Those are gettable.
Those are the 2 games, and you got to find another game. And I don't know when he would sit. If I was him, and if I was Coach Christie, I don't know when he would sit.
Well, I think the one advantage to Fox is that, number one, he's kept the turnovers in check even when he's hurting, and even when the pinky's all messed up and everything else. So I think that's one good thing. So he's still your floor general. He's actually done. You talked about it. He's up to 6 assists per game in the month of January, and a little bit higher than his season average, or right at his season average. But I think there are games where you can see him like leading. There's also all of the times where he does play excellent defense. And so you need him on that side of the ball as well. And you need his personality, is sort of moxie that he brings to the game.
Yeah.
Whether he can, I fully expect him to lock in and at one point just become the player he has been throughout his career. But I think it's really interesting every January, almost, we go through this with him.
Yeah, I was going to say he has these moments every year, whether he's nicked up or not. The production just dips a little bit, almost like he kind of runs out of gas a little bit.
Yeah.
And has to recharge up, and he bounces back. It's like a 2, maybe 3 week period that this happens every year with him, and then he turns it back up.
I'd even say more than like he runs out of gas. I feel like there are times where the injuries accumulate, and you're fighting through one injury, you're fighting through a second injury. I mean, we all have seen the pinky issue that he has, and the picture of his pinky completely bent sideways, or bent forward. But that's one injury. And when you just keep accumulating other injuries, it is really difficult to just go out there and battle every single game, knowing that you could end up with another. You got stuff in the back, stuff in the glute. You've got not great.
Well,
flag on James. But overall, I think that we're watching a player who is beat up, and like you hope that his body fights through it, and then he gets a little break during the All-Star weekend. And I'm sure he's not going to want to go to All-Star weekend. I guarantee it.
No.
But if he's in, but he's not going to want to. And for me, he needs that break as much as any player right now.
Where do you
My bad.
I'm fully no. You're good. No. You're fine. I advocated at the top of the show. Like last night, 25 points going into the fourth. It's the second night of a back-to-back. Your dudes all played 38 plus minutes the night before. They're playing a ton of minutes this year. I'm giving Devin Carter some burn. I'm giving Kevin Huerter some burn to try and figure out whatever it is he's doing. I'm keeping Doug McDermott out there. Alex Len, go get some minutes. And I'm taking my 20-point L and calling it good. Where do you land on that? I don't know that it was worth it to have your starters run out there to go lose by 9 instead of 25.
I mean, I probably had the same thinking of, it's just not the night, on top of the fact that the Kings were a step slow. Denver was really good. Jokic was hitting his shots. Murray looked good. Christian Brown was looking good. So they were playing really well. On top of that, I probably, usually in those situations, because even in Milwaukee, I was like, if I'm Doug Christie, I'm gonna give you guys 3 minutes to see what you can do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if you show me something in 3 minutes, then I'll keep you out there. If not, I'm gonna fold the tent, wave the white flag. Last night, I don't even know if I would have done the 3 minutes, like you had talked about. But at the same time, and it I heard you guys talking about it, on the way in. I understand these guys are human, and these NBA players and coaches, they say things for a reason. But they played 8 more minutes last night. It shouldn't affect them on Saturday.
Yeah,
like it just fair. Shouldn't, and it shouldn't affect them the rest of the road trip as well. So, and to that point, if they would have not played 8 more minutes, I don't expect them to be even more charged up on Saturday. Like you're either going to be ready to play or you're not. A lot of the NBA season, a lot of the times it's just your mentals. You know what I mean? If you can mentally get through the fatigue that everybody goes through and continue to stay focused and do what you're supposed to do, those are the teams that are successful. So, I don't think it affected them one way or the other.
Yeah, I think for me, the value of going out there and fighting and making a standard of this, and then, if you're down, say 14 to the Knicks going to the fourth quarter, like, hey man, we were down 20-something the other night, and we made that up. Like, we've got that fight in us. We can figure that one out. So by hook or by crook, well, however you got to get there, whether it's Doug McDermott coming in and hitting 5 threes, or it's, Malik Monk had some strong moments in the fourth quarter after having really sort of off night before that. Like, you're showing your group that, hey, look, this is who we are. We're not just going to phone it in. That's not who we are. Right. I'm okay with that.
Right. Yep. It's all good.
I want to talk to you about Kyrie before we get out of here.
My guy.
You sent a text, an all caps text. I was like, I'm pretty sure, Kenny, if you hooped at any level, like if you high school, college, you played in college, NBA players are all just adore Kyrie. I was like, I bet Kenny is a huge Kyrie guy. You text me in all caps, I love Kyrie. And then you said he is the best basketball player you've ever seen.
He's definitely, I said one of, but he might be the best basketball player I've ever seen. I've never seen anybody that can do what he can do with the basketball. It is
absurd,
unreal.
Bro.
It is absolutely unreal. Skill-wise, talent-wise. I'm trying to be fair to the others, because obviously we've seen Jordan, we've seen LeBron, and these guys, just because they can't handle like Kyrie or something doesn't mean they're not great. But just skill-wise, he might be the best player I've ever seen. I was watching yesterday, we were talking about how Matthew Dellavedova almost died in 2015, Game 3, trying to guard Steph Curry. Like
the Curry stopper.
Yeah. Curry sent somebody to the hospital. That's how nasty Curry is. Yeah. Sent somebody to the hospital. So on the in-screen iPad, I pulled just the little YouTube highlights of that game.
Yeah.
Just to see what it looked like. And then they had game 3 the following year highlights queued up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just kind of, as we're doing the show, looking, going back and forth. And Kyrie in that game alone, oh my God, the things he was doing out there, it's just ridiculous. It really is ridiculous.
My respect for Kyrie just as a player, like, because I watch him, and Kyrie's good. Like, he's the number 1 pick. It's not like Kyrie stinks. But game 6 and 7 of that 2016 finals, like, we know the LeBron block and Kyrie hit the biggest shot in that series, but Klay Thompson was playing unbelievable defense on him, and it just didn't matter. Mid-range, in the paint.
Now go to game 5.
Putting 2 on him in the paint just didn't matter. He was getting a shot up, which by itself was insane, and then it was going in. And he at least at the time was the best shot maker in the league for me.
Pound for pound, maybe the most talented basketball player I've ever seen,
and hit the biggest shot in NBA history.
Yeah. See, I used to think this way, I still do, about Jason Williams, White Chocolate.
Yeah.
Like the things he would do on the court. Like sometimes I think it gets lost on people that he's in the NBA doing this. Like, it's one thing if you're at 24 Hour Fitness doing this. He's in the NBA going behind the back, elbow passes, like faking these guys. Like, it's crazy.
In the NBA.
Yeah. That's the way I feel about Kyrie. Like, the things he does, bro, he's in the NBA doing this. It's ridiculous.
I watched Jason Williams in the Fan Fest before his rookie season and was like, oh my goodness. Like, they found something so weird and wonderful and crazy.
Yeah.
Like, you saw it, like, the second he walked on, you're like, holy cow, what is that?
Yeah.
And like a one of one. And I think Kyrie in he is a one of one, both on and off the court. But also, injuries and everything else have kind of held him back a little bit.
I'm not perfect. I wanted Larry Hughes.
Boy. Warriors legend Larry Hughes.
Larry Hughes could go too, but he wasn't.
Jason Tatum's godfather, Larry Hughes.
Oh, nice.
So
much of like sports analysis and sports fandom and so many takes just come down to not understanding how much better pros are than the average person. Yeah. It's pick a random NBA player. Steve Kerr, who's got a messed up back, could go to 24 Hour Fitness right now and be the best player there.
Oh, he dropped 50 on everybody.
He wouldn't drop 50 on me. I would work Steve Kerr. I would work Steve Kerr, and I'm out of shape, and I'm old now. I'm plus 40. I work Steve Kerr. They know Steve Kerr got to be 60. Ain't no 60-year-old man doing that to me. Not the same height as me.
59. He's 59.
Oh, yeah, he's got back problems.
Your point is well taken. Your point is well taken.
But I mean, in a team,
he's 6'3".
In a team situation,
he's not a giant.
In a team situation, Steve Kerr would. He's a bad example because he's got the back stuff. But like old NBA players, you can find a 45-year-old NBA player who's just going to go in right now and just go get every rebound, make every pass, make any shot he wants.
I know we're
so much better than
we're running up against it.
We got to go right now.
Okay, Henry Turner went crazy in a pickup game.
Yeah, that was literally what
crazy.
That was the person that I had in my head, but I didn't want to bring him up because
I'm talking about.
We're all about the purple
I'm talking about
pregame.
I'm talking about the basketball player, not the announcer.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. Friday shows are always great. Should be a ton of fun. Stay tapped into ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. James and I are back Monday at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water. Be nice people. Have a safe weekend, everybody. Bye. Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Have a good weekend. Enjoy D'Lo and KC.
Be safe.
And
yesterday.
Mike's up.
Mike's on.
Y'all
Mike,
sound,
rough phone check.
y'all sound crazy. Y'all sound crazy.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
One more time. We welcome you all in here. I'm just going to warn you. Yesterday's show was a lot more fun than this one's going to be. Now, we're going to find a way to have fun because that's what we do. We ain't going to be FaceTiming nobody today.
No, man. No FaceTimes today.
Or you get brought back down to earth real quick when you talk a little crazy. We welcome you in here to the Friday, January 24th episode of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's the Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
The worst. We in here. Again, we ain't gonna be FaceTiming nobody today.
No, we got the FaceTimes out the way yesterday. Now
we do have a loaded show for you today. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. Eddie Gonzalez at 2:00. Our man Kyle Madsen normally joins us at 12:15. Going to join us around 1 o'clock or so. Coming up at 12:47. Man, you talk about a difficult guy to track down. The second hottest coach in Sacramento, maybe the hottest coach in Sacramento.
It's a race.
Him and Doug Christie neck and neck here. Brendan Marian, the head coach of the Sac State football team, he's going to be with us coming up at 12:45. Excited to talk to the Cowboy, who has been busting his ass since being named the head coach of the Sac State Hornets. So that's coming up later on this hour.
There was some little news last night. We don't have to dive deep into it right now, but President Luke Wood was tweeting out they're opting. I think they will opt into the NCAA's NIL. I forgot how it's named, but basically somebody was like, "Oh, what does this mean? Like mid-tier, FCS?" He said, "It's FBS or bust.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is what we're doing.
Let's go."
And hey, I'm with that.
We've tried to get the president on the show, but I do have some pride. Like I can't continue to beg the man to join the show. Like I've actually texted him, had face-to-face conversations. Like I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like I have a ton of pride, but like when President Wood's ready to join us, I'm sure he will.
That's it.
But we're always gonna rock with our crew over there at Sac State. Really excited to talk to Coach Marian coming up at 12:45. So maybe not the game we wanted, probably pretty close to the game we expected.
Mm-hmm.
The Sacramento Kings said, you hear D'Lo and KC? They said, don't go down 20. Yeah, right. Third quarter comes around. Jokic hits a shot from 75 feet out. Man. Everyone says, Doug Christie's going to pull the plug on this thing. Doug Christie does not. And then the most predictable thing imaginable, the Sacramento Kings make a run. But it wasn't quite enough. Kings fall short. Frantic finish for sure for Sacramento. But the most difficult back-to-back in the NBA, as noted by virtually everyone, saw the Sacramento Kings take a tumble yesterday, 132-123.
Yeah, and you guys know I wanted that one. I wanted that game against that damn Michael Malone. But, it wasn't to be. I guess it was good. People kept asking, how'd you feel about them, fighting back at the end? I mean, it's always good. It's better than seeing them quit. You know what I mean? So that's cool. But at the end of the day, you need that W. Yeah. And you need to find a way.
That NBA scoreboard last night.
Oh, yeah, we took a beating there.
That NBA scoreboard.
We took a damn beating there.
The Lakers beat the Celtics?
Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, we got a good bounce back win for the Warriors.
Your boy kind of panicking about the Celtics.
Oh, is he?
A little bit. Yeah, just a little bit.
That's why he's not here. Jesse's not here today, our man Joe.
No, he's not panicking. Well, I don't know.
Oh.
Your boy is panicking. Your boy, Bill Simmons.
He's not my boy.
Well, that's your guy.
Pull up your listen history.
I listen. Yeah, I listen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that makes him your boy.
Well, that don't make him my boy.
I've never listened to
people that are my
Simmons.
boy. I listen to people that are my boy. Not often, but I do. It's your boy.
One person in this studio has quoted Bill Simmons repeatedly, weekly for 4 years. It is not me.
They panicking about the Celtics right now.
Well, the Lakers got him yesterday, just at the worst time, and PrizePicks hurt last night.
Oh, well.
Hey, shout out Foxy. De'Aaron Fox is playing through something. He hit them threes late to get you to over. The streak is over. Malik made a frantic final run to get within that 25.5 points and assists. But the one that killed me, Oklahoma City and Dallas.
Oh, man. Where'd that
Dallas beats Oklahoma City. Kyrie, 23.5. Scores 24. And that $20 leading to a 260 was gone.
Oh, that's just tough.
Whole game.
Heartbreak Hotel.
Yeah.
I won last night. Tyler Hero. It's not the
you.
same thing, but I would have got a little $10 and would have won 80. Tyler Hero 23.5. Ends up with 21. Come on, Tyler. Come on, bro.
You took the over.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Or the more.
But I got everybody else good. LeBron, got Domas.
That was easy work. Easy work.
De'Aaron, got Giannis. All
this I said De'Aaron was easy. It wasn't easy. No. He hit one pretty quick and it went quiet. And I was like, okay, he's still out there to start the fourth. And then he hit a couple and it was like, okay. And the story, De'Aaron was 7 of 24 last night. De'Aaron clearly is playing through multiple ailments. We saw the video of his finger the other day from practice. Chris Biederman asked him about it. He showed everyone his finger is his finger is just naturally pointing in the wrong direction. Checked in with a couple of doctors who were like, oh yeah, no, that's an easy fix. What you do is you break it. You break it. Like you'll put De'Aaron, under, you'll break it and then he'll rest it. I'm like, well, you can't do that during the season. Oh, no. You can't do that. If he's going to play, you can't do that.
Right.
It's like, oh, so he's just going to play with a mangled finger the rest of the year. Well, yeah, if he wants to play. Great. Okay.
Oh, and
I don't think that's the only thing he's dealing with, by the way, is the mangled finger.
Right. He's got some things that he's working through right now.
The question is, when is De'Aaron not playing through something?
That's the question. That seems to be a constant with him. And I'm not even saying that like getting at him or nothing.
No,
he
gets roughed up and he plays through it.
Yeah, and it shows his toughness. You know what I mean? He kind of plays through.
Yeah,
a lot of nicks and knacks.
And this is where the front office needs to pay attention, because this is where De'Aaron's probably doing a disservice to himself and his basketball team. He literally can't afford to miss time. The Kings have enough talent to they won't go in the tank like we felt they might in the past, But that also means Malik is playing 38 minutes a night. It means DeMar's probably playing over 40. It means Keon's probably now playing in the 30 to 38 minute range. You know, you don't. This is where depth comes into play again. You don't have long-term sustainability if De'Aaron Fox has to miss time. And I hope the front office is paying attention to that.
I hope so too. I hope Fox doesn't have to miss time right now. Where do you stand on he should take a game or two off? Because I'm like,
I don't think it's gonna. I don't know the particulars of everything he's dealing with.
Mhm.
If he's got an issue with his hands, his fingers, his whatever, what is a game gonna do?
Nothing.
If his hip and glute still hurt from the Memphis fall, what's a game gonna do? He missed 3,
right?
And they've had, even though it feels like they've played a successful amount of games, they had a couple 2-day, 3-day stretches.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going to help. What's one game going to do?
Nah, I don't think so either.
If we're really talking, it's like you want to do something for De'Aaron, give him the week before the All-Star break off.
Yeah.
So that way and I don't know what the schedule looks like off the top of my head. I apologize, talking out the side of my neck. But then you got the week off, and then you got the week off. Now you got 2 weeks. Maybe that doesn't even help, but maybe it's something.
The things that the finger and all this other stuff, like I'm not a doctor, breaking news, but it feels like that's something that is pain tolerance and getting used to playing with it taped up or whatever. Like if they're talking about you need surgery to fix it, or we can fix it with surgery, like a couple days, a week off isn't gonna fix the issue.
No.
And if there's anything else going on that, once again, you need surgery, or like you need more than a couple games off, then what's the point of taking a couple games off?
Yeah,
if you're going to take
one.
the time off, like let it be the 4 weeks, 6 weeks, or whatever.
You do that
prognosis is.
If it's soreness.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you take the time. That's when you take time, is if it's soreness. If your finger is pointing in the opposite direction, it's more than soreness.
Mm-hmm.
So that you're right. That doesn't work. The only scenario where time off, I think, is worth it is if you're just dealing with general soreness. It sounds like De'Aaron is dealing with stuff that if he wants to address it, he either addresses it in the off season or he misses time. Like, I think those are the only 2 options.
Looking at the schedule, the week before the All-Star break, they got a 3-game road trip. Monday at Dallas, Wednesday and Thursday at New Orleans, and then you go into the All-Star break, if I have that correctly.
New Orleans, huh?
Yeah, New Orleans.
Oh, you know what I'm thinking.
The trade deadline would have passed at that point too.
Well, all right. So I'll tell you this: we've heard it is very loud around the Sacramento Kings right now. Very, very loud. We're hearing one particular name being brought up repeatedly all morning. We've got confirmation on talks. We know that talks are. We know that we're further along than talks, but we don't have our parameters to anything. We don't know exactly what's going on. Mm-hmm. But the Sacramento Kings, they appear to have something lined up. Whether it gets done, whether it gets executed, whether they're holding out for something else, whether the Keith Smith tweet today was accurate, where a general manager said, we have a deal in place, but this Jimmy Butler thing is holding everything up, and we're working with a team that might be involved in the Jimmy Butler deal, and we've got to wait for this all to kind of, work itself out so we can get our deals executed. I don't know. This could be talking. This could be posturing. They could be all full of crap. But we've heard all morning long that the Sacramento Kings are zeroing in on a player. And they've been zeroed in on him for a handful of days now. Whether they get this executed or not, whether we're actually waiting for the Jimmy Butler trade to happen or not, remains to be seen. If we can get further confirmation as the day progresses, we'll talk a little bit more openly about it. But the Kings are working.
And that Jimmy, like, it could just be talk, but it also could be true. I saw something today, 5 teams involved in that deal.
Well,
like that could be That could be holding things up.
So think of the names involved with Sacramento, or think of the names that maybe Sacramento was involved with. Think about draft picks, and think about how this whole thing might be circulating, and why that general manager that talked to Keith Smith might be Wes Wilcox. We'll come back. We're just getting started. It's Steelin' with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Well, happy birthday to us.
Sweet.
We made it out of the three-nagers, and now we're four. Isn't that what they call them? Three-nagers? Well, Russ Dog 401, huh? Well, high times. I don't know, man. Or as Kenny says, I don't know, man, what? Buddha, what up, boy?
I don't know, man. What? My dog Buddha. Buddha, are you an Eagles fan, Buddha? I know you got them Delaware, South Jersey, Philly ties. Oh, that's right. He is a Pats fan. That's right. That's right. Hold on, let me check in on something.
Where's our squad at?
Okay. Yeah, your boy KC. Y'all need to start listening to him. Yeah.
Before you pay off whatever you're patting yourself on the back over here real quick, shout out to my man Nate over at Bell Brothers. Thought I was having an issue at the house. So you got the pest guy.
Yeah.
Now I got a plumbing guy. Shout out Bell Brothers. No, that's clean. Come on, man. That's clean. Grow up, man. That's clean.
No flag. No
see,
flag.
See, officials say it's fine. Shout out to my man Nate who pulled up. I thought I was gonna have to rip a whole wall out of my house, and he was like, "No, man, you good. I think we got a little maybe a little HVAC issue. I'll send my guy out here to check out it, but it's not as bad as it was last week. You're okay." Of course, now I'm paranoid about every little thing I see at the house being wrong and me having to, do whatever I got to do to fix it. And he's like, "No, man, breathe, relax. We got you. But I know Nate listens to the show.
Shout
So
out
Nate,
Nate,
man, I
man.
appreciate you.
Big ups, Nate, man.
Thank you, brother.
Big ups, Nate.
And Bell Brothers, if y'all, I mean, hey, we here. Dealing with KC here. I
Yes,
mean,
indeed.
we got houses.
now.
Yo,
Yeah,
if y'all want to do
absolutely.
something, yo, let's do something.
Absolutely.
Now
Night
what?
times KG said refs picked up the flag. They talked about it.
No,
But
there
there was
was
a flag
We looked
thrown.
right over there.
There was
No,
a
they
flag
waved it.
thrown.
No, that's fine. That's
And then
no.
they talked, well,
No,
I
he
threw the
waved it
flag,
off.
And then I talked
You
to my
can't
other
throw a
official.
flag. You're not an
I talked to
official.
the other official. And we were
Sir.
like, no, we saw something.
No, sir, you're a player. You are not an official. You out here begging for calls like Draymond Caraway.
I'm just saying that the crowd saw the same thing.
No,
They were
they
like,
didn't.
no.
No, they didn't. No, okay, you tell me. You got an issue at the house pertaining to the plumbing. Who do you call?
You called a plumber, but I wouldn't say I got a plumber guy.
This show.
There was no flag, though. There was no flag.
This show is
There
stupid.
was no flag.
Fair
No.
play.
You want
Fair
that
play.
to be something.
We agree
so
over
bad.
here. No, right, yeah,
No,
we're on the same
See,
page.
see,
Fair play.
you're about to get thrown
We
out.
reconvene.
You're not an official. You're getting a flopping fine. That's what it is. You're getting a flopping fine.
But no, I just like I said, man, I gotta listen to your boy KC, man. I told you what time it was, man, but nobody wanted to hear me out. My guy, Dougie McBuckets, Doug McDermott, goes off last night, 15 points, 5 3-pointers, 5 of 6.
Oh no! Stop! You don't know.
In the month of January.
Whatever you're about to say, no.
In the month of January,
No.
that man is shooting 70% from beyond the arc.
How many is he
That
shooting?
follows up.
How many is he?
In
how
the
many?
month of December,
This dude,
that man was shooting 60% from 3. I told you guys what time it was going to be. Nobody wanted to hear me.
You are everything that's awful about sports media.
I'm just saying.
You're everything that's wrong with our.
Did I
profession.
not say for the month of December he was going to be cooking?
So why are you talking about January? Because in the
'Cause
month
he's
of
still
December,
cooking.
you were wrong.
He shot 60% from beyond the arc.
No, you said by a certain date he was going to be shooting like 40%, and he wasn't. Also, how many shots has he taken this year?
Let's see. Well,
Give me the whole calendar
the whole
year.
Shots, not threes, just shots.
I don't care. Does he take twos? Has Doug McDermott taken a 2 this year?
That's a good question. He is taking, where are we at? 80 shots this year. He's already up.
There's no
11
way
from last year.
There's no way he's taken 80 shots.
80
in the
shots.
Year
You want
2025.
You want to guess how many are threes?
Hold on. He's taken 80 shots in the calendar year of 2025.
Oh, I thought you meant this.
No, I'm saying the year because you're talking about January.
We can do that too. That's no problem. Let's see. I mean,
10?
that's going to take a little.
He's taking 10.
Math.
He's taking 10. 11.
No.
12.
18, 22, 24.
I'm calling Cap.
26.
Calling Kaepernick.
29.
Calling. He's taking 29 shots in 2025.
29 shots.
Calling Kaepernick.
How many of those have been threes?
All of them.
They
So let
don't-
me ask you something as you do this little phony victory lap here, because I saw Will Z tweet it, and I see the chatty house talking about Dougie McBuckets. Does Doug McDermott need to play?
Need to play. That's a little strong. I don't know if he needs to play, but I would. After how he played and how he shot the ball last night, I think he's earned himself a look on this road trip. Especially if you're getting to the point where, it's single digits for guys like Herter and Devin Carter.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like at some point, I do believe in, hey, if I call on you and you're ready and you're ready to go, like you earn yourself some minutes.
Sure.
How many opportunities you get after you show that's another conversation. But after the way Doug played last night, I wouldn't mind seeing him in the first half, 5 minutes in the first half in New York on Saturday.
Okay.
See what he does. If he doesn't execute and I wouldn't just give him one game, maybe, New York and Brooklyn. And if in those 2 games he doesn't show anything, then, you move back to the role he was at before.
Which was essentially not.
Yeah,
one.
DMPs and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, you also consider this roster just isn't very deep right now, and you may need guys to steal some minutes here and there. And what you're really looking for is guys who can steal minutes. You can steal minutes with, and here goes the phrase I use often, just not take anything off the table. Not when they come in, lead or the deficit goes from 6 to 15 or something like that.
Looking at the box score, he did take 1-2 last night, and I have a vague recollection of it. I feel like it was from the free throw line area.
Yeah. Mid-range McBucket.
That's what they call him. I'm actually fine if he plays and Kevin Huerter doesn't. That's perfectly fine. You're walking a tightrope. Were you surprised at Christie's Coach Christie? Were you surprised at his strategy yesterday that he didn't? I think everyone kind of thought it was over when Jokic just tosses a ball 75 feet straight through the through the hoop and then sells it on his way back to the huddle like it was no big deal. It was kind of like in sometimes with announcers, man, I feel like they lean on cliches that might, like, we rely on Mark to tell the story of what's happening, right? And he really kind of leaned in on, and I can't remember, it's my fault whether it was the third quarter or the fourth, but I remember these guys are gassed. They're running on fumes. And that was before the run happened. Like, it wasn't after when they, hit a bunch of shots and did all that. It was before the run. And it's like they're there. They're in the venue. They're closer to this than we are. But sometimes I feel like also you're leaning on what you think is happening. You're leaning on the cliche of, or not the cliche, but the perception of Denver. Back to back. Guys play big minutes the night before trying to get that, the come from behind victory against the Golden State Warriors. And now you're they're tired. But then, you come out into that fourth quarter, you're thinking it's over because of what just happened. The crowd erupts like it's electric. They're up 20 at that point. And all of a sudden, Trey Lyles is stepping into threes. Doug McDermott is out there firing, and the lead is down to 11. And all of a sudden, this lead gets chipped in, and you don't know, were they not executing? Were they just not hitting shots? Or was the story Mark telling us, in fact, what was happening on the floor? They were just gassed. Maybe Doug in that quarter break said, we've got one last push. Foxy, you're still out there. Let's try to get some of these points back. You got an open three. Everybody's got the green light to take it. And then all of a sudden, you've got a single-digit basketball game.
Yeah. I mean, that could have been the case. I was a little surprised.
I did not expect to see De'Aaron when the fourth quarter started.
I thought he might do the thing that we talked about yesterday with that Bucks game, a couple weeks or a week or so ago, where, hey, I'm gonna give you guys 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's see what you can do in 3 minutes. Let's see if you can cut into this lead and give me much like a boxer. Show me something here to let this fight keep going. And they did. They showed a little something, and they were able to push it, get in a single digit deficit, and make some type of run out of it. And I just think that's I think that's what Doug, that's what he would do on a typical basis. I think that we're seeing that's what he's going to normally do as a former player, as maybe a player's coach. I'm going to give you guys an opportunity, because I remember when I played, if I'm still competing out here, I want an opportunity to see what I can do, if we can do something special. So I think that's always going to be his play, no matter what the score says. I shouldn't say whatever the score says. Like, if it's too far gone, like, I don't think he will. But 20-point game. Yeah, let's see if we can get this down to 10 with 8 minutes to go. Show me what you got.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I trust Doug to execute this how he sees fit. Incredible. De'Aaron Fox played 40 minutes last night. Domantas Sabonis played basically 40 minutes last night. DeMar DeRozan played 37. These guys are busting their ass trying to get every single victory that they can. Shout out to Trey Lyles, man. He had a hell of a game, not just stepping up and hitting those threes late. 9 rebounds for Trey last night. So, it's tough. I did chuckle though, because it was, I swear, going into that game, kind of put our money where our mouth was with our prize picks, like expecting, Malik to have nights, De'Aaron to hit threes, all of these different things. Conventional wisdom. You were even saying this as we were looking at other players. It's like a lot of guys are playing the second night of a back-to-back. maybe leave some of those alone. And our thing, like, I think we both felt the Kings can win this game. They match up really well against Denver during the regular season. They match up really well versus Denver. I don't know what a playoff series would look like, but I know when they play during the season, I always love the way that the Kings play this team. Yep. Just don't go down 20.
Man.
Just don't go down 20 and it'd be just fine. And the Kings were like, cool story, bro. We're not going to do that. They were down 9 after 1, and I don't know what the deficit was at halftime. I think it was 20-something, 21-22. And then it really wasn't until, they didn't, dig the hole any deeper in the third quarter, and it wasn't until the fourth where they made that substantial push. But yeah, it's tough to have comeback victories every single night.
Yeah, the killer in that third quarter to me was they were trading baskets a lot, and they had a couple of opportunities where
it was a 36-33 quarter.
Yeah. And they had a couple of opportunities where they had scored, maybe got the ball back, but then they couldn't hit a three, or they couldn't execute, and gave them the Nuggets another opportunity to kind of make up the deficit that was lost. And they just couldn't gain any traction in that third quarter. I felt if they were able to gain a little bit more traction, maybe, cut that lead to 12 at that point, it sets you up for that fourth quarter a little bit better. But they just weren't able to do it. Just wasn't their night last night. Just wasn't their night. The shots weren't falling early. Step slow on the defensive end. And you can attribute that to whatever you want to, but it happened. That's all I know. The why isn't as important as the fact that it happened. And they, it was just one of those nights. They left there and went to New York last night.
Right. Yep.
Anthony Slater was telling me about that when I saw him at the game on Wednesday. He's like, yeah, they want to go to New York right after the game. So they went to New York, got in at whatever time they got in.
Mark said the time last night that they were expected in. I forgot what it was. It was like 4:30 or 5:30.
I was about to say,
because you lose 3
5
hours. Yeah. Or I guess from Denver, you probably only lose 2.
Yeah, you lose 2 hours. So now you got all day to do whatever you need to do, sleep, get some, some therapy or whatever you need to get right for tomorrow's game, man.
And as we mentioned earlier, it was just like from beginning to end, it wasn't even just the losing to the Nuggets that was bad. They just got their ass whooped on the scoreboard. All of these things they couldn't control. No one's surprised, but the Clippers beat the Wizards. Didn't count on this one, but the Lakers beat the Celtics.
Come on.
The Warriors beat the hell out of the Chicago Bulls, put up 131 last night. And then the Mavericks beat the Thunder. Like, if we were to have sat here yesterday and mapped out, all right, guys, Kings just move into the 7th spot here. Everyone plays tonight. What's the worst case scenario? It would have been that. Like, there's no scenario that would have been worse than what happened last night.
I didn't think any of those games would go any differently.
The Mavericks beat the Thunder?
It's like, come on, man. Come on.
That's why I had the Kyrie less, because I was like, they're going to focus on Kyrie. They're going to make life tough for him. Got one of the best defense in the league. Oh, they good. Nope.
That was
nope.
disappointing.
I was sick.
Then the Lakers game was disappointing to see. Oh man.
Then that was another one. That was beginning to end. The Celtics looked like trash yesterday.
Yeah. And then we talk about PrizePicks. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. So I won my PrizePicks, right?
Yeah, no one asked. That's the third time you've said that. I lost. This, I'm sorry. This isn't about me. I'm just saying. I get how you get addicted because you start chasing it. You realize it was right there and you start chasing it, but it's not about me. No, go ahead.
This might make you feel a little better.
Well, I don't think it's going to.
So I'm looking at the scenario. Tyler Hero already lost, so I'm not getting the max, but I got the other 4, and LeBron is there. And I'm like, and this is like around halftime. It's like, all right, well, at least I'll come away with my $12. I'm good. So I go to check on the lineup, right? And then I don't know why I didn't really notice this. I kind of forgot. It was like Steph Curry, 26.5. So, bro, they in the third quarter. What you talking about? It was like, yeah, Steph Curry's 26.5. If you want it, let's go. Then I'm looking at, they do. I forgot they do end games. I forgot. So it was live. It was halftime for like all these games.
I saw that for the first time that you can take a selection live during a game when I went to, because I was frantically checking my lineup last night. And I was looking, I was like, oh, I can take this right now. Oh, I didn't, because I was just begging for my last one to pay off.
I did. I looked at Big Vooch. They said Big Vooch, 15.5 points. At the half, he had 9. I said, give me Big Vooch and the more.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Jason Tatum. He needed 32.5 points, rebounds, and assists. At the half, he had 18. I said, give me Tatum, because the Celtics going to come back. They ain't going to lose to the Lakers. Celtics going to come back, and the reason they're going to come back is because Tatum's about to go off. And then I looked at that Bulls game again because it was close at the time. They had Patrick Williams, 9.5 points. He had 7. I said, bruh, give me that. I'm about to double up today. 0 for 3. 0 for damn 3. Big Vooch finished with 9 points. Tatum 27 on the combo. And Patrick Williams didn't score again. He had 1 3. I'm sitting there watching it with Reese, and Josh Giddey, for whatever reason, just thought he was damn Allen Iverson, wanted to shoot every shot. I said, pass the damn ball. He was missing everything. They finally kick it over to Patrick Williams in the corner. This was like 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Kicked it over to him. Shoot it, Pat. Shoot it. He shoots that thing. Clank. I looked at Reese. I said, that was it. That was it. He ain't going. That's it. That was a shot attempt because Josh ain't passing the damn ball. That was it. So you weren't alone. I thought I was feeling good. I was like, yo, I got this. No, didn't have that. So I came away with nothing really yesterday.
I'm over here.
$2 is what I came away with.
Praying Dougie McBuckets can get us to overtime or Malik, because I needed I needed 4 from Malik, points or assists. I needed it to equal 4. He was right there for it because he got going in the 4 too.
Yep.
And it didn't pay off, man.
But I'm already knowing right now.
Painful.
I got Beam money coming, and that Jaden Daniels free play is going to be part of B Money tomorrow. I'll let you guys see it. I'll post it and all this other stuff. But Jaden Daniels free play that PrizePicks is giving everybody is going to be available tomorrow. Sign up, use that promo code KIFM, get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. Must be present.
Is that tomorrow or Sunday?
Jaden is Sunday, but I'm just going to include it in.
Got you.
I'm included in the Beam Money.
Got you.
That Jaden Daniels free play is going to be there. Must be present in certain states. PrizePicks, run your game.
By the way, I didn't want to. I thought of this yesterday and wanted to mention it, but I didn't want to mention it while Matt George was with us. We'll be on CBS after the AFC Championship on Sunday.
Yeah, man. Sports Extra.
Immediately following. Well, I don't know if it's immediate. I couldn't make the timing work.
It's immediate.
Is it? Because that's a 5-hour block, right? Because doesn't the game start at 3:30?
Game starts at 3:30. It'll probably be over around 7. And
that's
post. They'll do post game.
I forgot.
That'll be another 30 minutes. So, yeah.
We'll be on either way. We'll be on after the AFC Championship with our man Jake Gaden.
They've been stretching out the conference games now.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, conference game used to be like a regular game. Now it's a 3-hour, 45-minute.
Yeah.
Type of. I got some thoughts about I'll wait till Kyle gets here. I got some thoughts about the conference championship. I was kind of thinking about it all morning.
Okay.
Got some thoughts.
Okay. All right. Kyle Matson going to join us about 45 minutes or so. Head coach of Sac State football, man. I'm excited to talk to Brennan Marian. He's going to join us coming up here. Oh, I can't either. I could say this with not all certainty, but I could say this with a lot of confidence. D'Lo and Casey might be there every week, every home game.
Facts.
Yeah, we might be out there every home game.
I'm not gonna lie to you. They didn't spoil us. I can't be sitting in those stands.
Oh no! Hey, look, we in the Sky River touchdown zone.
Look, I need a field pass.
We in the. Oh, you can be in the field pass.
I need to be like Matthew McConaughey.
I'm gonna be in the Sky River touchdown zone with my red wine and popcorn.
That's his bag.
Y'all leave me alone.
I need to just go back and forth because I'll be in the end zone. You know.
Oh, wait, check that.
Back and forth.
Check that. Hey, wasn't familiar with your game. Last game of the season, Casey was like, "Man, you need to get on them sliders real quick."
Ooh.
The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
Woo.
Dear God, I can't remember where they're from. Is that what it is?
Grill, yes. They got one downtown. I got to fool with them. I got to fool with them because them sliders go crazy.
That was incredible.
Them sliders.
I was like, I waited till the last game of the season to try this.
Yeah.
Okay. My bad.
I'm out there. I'm telling. I'll be like
that with a little red wine. You know.
See, that's where I just go with the soda. I just go with the soda.
You're not a big drinker. I mean, I'm not a big drinker either. But wine is. I like wine more than soda.
I found a couple of recipes for Vion. So they got one adult cream soda. It was actually pretty good.
Oh, the black bottle we used to rock with. Okay, or still rock with.
Because I got like 90 of those bottles.
You do.
I was like, let me figure out how to use these things.
Yeah, that's a unique cognac to mix.
Yeah,
cream soda. That sounds like a good one.
It was ginger beer, and vanilla, like a little dose of vanilla with the Vion. It was good stuff.
Oh, I thought you meant it was literal cream soda.
No, they call it cream soda.
Got
that's
it.
What it kind of ends up tasting like.
Couldn't you just mix it with cream soda?
Maybe.
Because the ginger has a bit of a spice to it. Oh, okay. I'm with it. I rock with it.
Vanilla. It's called an adult cream soda. That's
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, good stuff.
Well, I got about 90 of them bottles too, so I guess we'll just get some ginger beer and some vanilla and we'll cook with it.
By the way, keep them coming. Yeah, she works here. Keep them coming.
Yeah, sure. Wasn't fired years ago. Just keep sending them. What's funny about that is they never sent us anything. We got all our stuff from Ben and Brett.
Yeah.
We had to go to the CEO to get some champagne.
Right.
And credit to the CEO. He's like, hell yeah. What y'all need? Send 4 cases to the house.
Yeah, man. He always showing love, man. Shout out to my boy Brett.
Always. So yeah, it was a tough night. It was a tough night on the scoreboard for the Sacramento Kings. They went from 7th to 9th. And now the road trip continues as they head to New York, or as Kenny laid out, just a heartbeat ago. They're already in New York. They took that flight. They're out there and they're preparing for the Caraway battle, the Kings and the Knicks tomorrow. There'll actually be a Caraway in the house.
There is.
Well,
Caraway is.
Sort of. Yeah. Cheryl and Elk Grove will be out
KC Classic.
There. Yes, it is.
One of these days we're gonna get this NBA Finals, and I'm rooting for the Kings. There's no doubt about that.
No,
but
debatable.
I'm gonna have to go back and forth. I'm gonna have to go coast to coast. Me and Mark Spears.
No, you and Mark Spears. No doubt.
Me and Chris Haynes, man. I'm gonna just tag along.
All right. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. We're going to talk to the Cowboy next, man. The Sac State head coach, Coach Marian, is with us. We'll talk Sac State football here when Dealing with KC return on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Excellent. We in commercial, Coach. We're going to bring you in. Coach, what's happening?
What's going on? Y'all good?
Yeah, brother.
There he is. There he is.
Y'all boys got me running today, boy. I was like, damn, I forgot I got this Zoom. I gotta go.
That's all right. We got you. We in commercial break. We probably got about 3. We're on the live stream. Obviously, everybody can see you here, but we're off the radio for about 3 minutes or so. So we got time to just hang out. We appreciate you making some time for us, man. You're the busiest dude in the city right now.
Just trying to get these players, build buildings, get players.
No doubt. No doubt.
Coach, you an all-around sports fan? Like you pay attention to basketball and all this other stuff, or you just like locked in on football all the time?
I love I've played every sport, or been a part of a lot of different sports. Going to the Kings game the other day reminded me how much I love basketball and played it my whole life, but just the NBA I have stopped following. I say Steph Curry ruined the game, man. It's just shooting threes the whole game and not no real basketball. But
yeah, Steph ruined. I'm with that. Steph ruined everything. Mark Jackson was right. Everybody thinks they can shoot like Steph.
Yeah, greatest shooter of all time. I mean, and that's saying something. Ray Allen, Reggie Miller. I mean, he's played cold.
He makes it. They have the joke on Inside the NBA, Steph for this. No, he really does make it look effortless.
Mhm.
Like, we didn't even talk about the shot he made the other day that didn't count.
Oh
That
my
was
God.
stupid.
Yeah, the one he just flung in the air.
Oh my God. That went like 40 feet in the air, just dropped straight down.
I think it was 2 years ago. I watched him play the Mavs in the when they were going against the Mavs in the playoffs, and just like it's like he's not even looking at the hoop. Like he just be pulling that thing, and it just like he knows it's going. You know what I mean? It's crazy to watch, like up close.
Special, man. Special.
Yeah.
I don't feel like any shooter has ever shot with the level of confidence that Steph does. That everything I mean, all shooters are confident, but like Steph shoots like it's going in
Off the bounce,
every time.
too.
Yeah.
It's like nothing I've ever seen before. How
He-
he shoots the ball.
He's like the hood point guard that can actually shoot. Like, because a lot of people like catch and shoot, like Ray Allen, Reggie Miller. They were like catch and shoot guys, but Steph is like crossing you up and then shooting it from close
Yeah.
down. You know what I mean? Like that's the difference.
Off the bounce, being able to do that from distance at any point in time is just unheard of. Like
Yeah.
like even those other guys, like I'm a big Kyrie fan. Like Kyrie, he shoots the three, but he usually goes off the bounce from mid range or something like that.
Yeah.
This guy like Steph is doing it from 30 feet. It's crazy. It's crazy, man.
We about 45 seconds away, Coach. Are you in Sacramento right now?
Yeah, I'm in Sac right now. I had
okay.
to stop. I had to stop at the house real quick. We got official visits going on this weekend. We got like 20 more kids coming in. We had
Yeah, we got to talk about this because this is
I think we're the only ones who haven't been recruited at this point.
I'm gonna say it for the air. I would say it for the air. Man. This is crazy.
Oh man. All right, we're coming back here, Coach. 1 second. Are we back here, man? With
yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, let's go.
Between Coach Brendan
That's
Marion
right.
and Doug Christie, we got the two hottest coaches in sports with us here in the city, man. We've been trying to track down Coach Marian since he was named the Sac State head coach, but he's been out, as you said, Coach been out there recruiting. He's been out there getting buildings built. He's got official visits this weekend, but we finally got Coach on. Coach, it's a pleasure, man. Thanks for joining us.
I appreciate y'all, man. I'm blessed to be on here.
Man, so Coach, I got to start here because during the break we were talking some basketball. We were talking about Steph Curry and how he shoots the three ball and shoots it off the bounce. I'm like, man, I ain't never seen nothing like this. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like what happened with recruiting when you got hired at Sac State, especially when you talk about all the guys that you were able to get in the transfer portal to come from places like Pitt to Sac State. Here in Sac State, we ain't never seen that before. And then they just kept coming. You got defensive linemen coming from UNLV. You got, former 5-star recruits leaving Alabama coming to Sac State. What you've been doing in the transfer portal and then just in the overall recruiting, because I saw something where your 2026 class is already a top 50 class in all of college football. That's not even just FCS. What you're doing on the recruiting level is insane, man. Just take us through the whole process of how you're doing it. I would say get it going, but you're still doing it right now. How's it been going?
Yeah, recruiting is obviously the lifeblood of the program, and you can't be a great coach or a great program without great players. And I think what people have missed in the whole NIL and big logo school type of landscape of college football right now is that relationships still matter. It's still a people business. Players still want to know, like, this coach got my back, right? And I always say, like, I got a good credit score with people. Like, my credit score is good from being an assistant coach and helping players from all over the country get recruited. And if I couldn't get them recruited, help them get recruited to another school. And so just those relationships over time have all brought me to this point. I started off as a high school coach and then worked my way up through the college ranks. And just my staff, like I'm on them about everything. And we always start and end the day with recruiting. Like, we're up till 1 a.m. talking about which recruits we're going to get the next day. And when we wake up, we talk about those recruits. And then at lunch, we talk about those recruits. And so, it's going to be a constant thing where we're after the best and brightest student athletes to come to Sacramento. I feel like it's the state capital of California. We're the only show in town when it comes to football. And we got to thrive. And we got to, we have a unique perspective that another school can't really provide. And so, we won't stop. I mean, go, that is, that's really my personality. That's my energy. That's what we're about, is acquiring the best players that want to be great students. But I think the players know, like, if we got this saying that, mess with Coach Marian and get this money, like the players know we can create value in what they do, and not just in the football field, but how you walk, how you talk, becoming an educated man, walking with your shoulders up, having a little bit of, being able to go in rooms and, have conversations that you wouldn't, another coach might not teach you. He only wants you to be good at football. I want the players to be great at everything that they do. How you do anything is how you do everything. And so they've seen the track record of players, first round picks and guys that do well at the next level, and guys who have played for me and went into the portal and made a lot of money and went to a big school and started there and showed their value. So, ultimately that helps us, land players.
It sounds like, Coach, you got multiple languages to speak now when you're a coach in the NCAA, because you talked about relationships and, motivation and building men and all of that stuff. But mess with Marian and get that money, that's the other language that you got to speak in 2025, because players want to know, especially when you're getting them to a school, is like, what you going to do from our bank account, player?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm a big proponent of NIL just from the standpoint of, you got to look at the game. It's been going on for 152 years and 153 years, I believe. College football has been playing for. And when you look at it, think of all the players that, built buildings at schools and sold a whole bunch of jerseys and people came to see, but they never really had an NFL career, and I was one of those guys that I played really well in college and was on billboards, and, my NFL career didn't go the way it was supposed to. I got hurt. And it never just really panned out the way that I wanted it to. And, now players that are like that, they have a little slush fund of when you get out of college, if you save the money and do the right thing with the NIL package that you get, when you're earning for the school, you're also receiving, and so now when you're doing two-a-days and working your butt off and doing all those things and keeping your GPA right and graduating from the school, you're also getting to reap some of the benefits from, you putting fans in the seats and, and selling tickets and making the school money. And a great football program can make any school a national brand. At UNLV, they didn't know UNLV was, we turned UNLV basically then people thinking it was a football school, and UNLV was only known for the basketball program. And that's, just a testament to the culture that we had there, but also the players that profited off of that. They deserved it because they put in a ton of work, working 5-6 days a week, every day, not taking any days off. It's a full-time job really for a student athlete to play, college football and maintain their academics and still have somewhat of a social life.
Coach, during the whole coaching search for Sac State, you were hearing, I was hearing different names, and Mike Vick even came up to a certain degree. So I was like kind of locked in on who the next guy might be. And then your name came up, and I kept hearing just praise after praise for who you were as a coach and the go offense. And like you mentioned, how you transform UNLV into this offensive powerhouse. And I was like, oh, they got something right here. The thing that I also noticed, or maybe assumed, was this is probably one of the hottest coaches in the country. You know what I mean? And he's picking Sac State. You could have had your pick of the litter. You could have had, different OC positions or maybe different head coach positions. Why Sac State? Why'd you come to Sac State? I'm glad you did, but we haven't seen a coaching hire like this before at this university in this city, man. So what made you choose Sac State?
Yeah, California has always been good to me from the standpoint. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but I moved to California and went to junior college and obviously had a good junior college career here. And then when my pro career didn't go the way I wanted it to go, I started my coaching career in Northern California. And then so for me, looking at the Sacramento State, I attested a lot to the University of Texas, Austin being the state capital of Texas, California being a football rich, environment, as far as the talent, and being in the state capital. And I think it's limitless on what we can do. And then so, when that came about, I was like, when one of my guys brought it up to me, I was like, yeah, that's something I would definitely look into. And then what really brought it home was Mark Orr and President Wood. President Wood is go all day long. That dude is, he ain't stopping. Like he's a tank. Like that dude is he's a wave. Like you're not gonna stop. The momentum that he's trying to create here in Sacramento, and just the way that they went about recruiting me to be the head coach, the autonomy that they gave me and trusted me with. The staff that they let me bring in, and then just, I really feel, with President Wood and his leadership and the stakeholders in the program, the guys that can really, push this program forward, their mindset is like mine. And I think anytime you can combine like-minded individuals to share the same goal, there's no limit on how far we can take Sacramento State, with the backing that we have. And so for me, it made a lot of sense. My family is now out here. I have a lot of relationships here in California, friends. My older brother lives out in LA. It's just, California's always been good to me, and I know that we can do something special in Sacramento.
Coach, how do you approach like the transfer portal? Like we have friends, people that are close to us that work as head coaches at major universities. And I was talking to one the other day, and she was like, yeah, you're recruiting every day. Like you're not recruiting just the players that you don't have. You're recruiting to keep the players that you do have. And that hasn't even factored into transfer portal yet and everything that you're doing with people who are unhappy with the way that things are going there. And we talk about NIL and kind of how that has changed the college, the collegiate game, period. How much has the transfer portal changed things?
So I'm going to give y'all a nugget that most people don't know about me unless you're really close to me. So when I was in junior college, right, I kind of started my own transfer portal as a player. So I left Foothill. I was at Foothill Junior College in San Jose. And then I went over to De Anza Junior College in San Jose, right? And so when I went to De Anza, our roster wasn't really good, and our coach left before the season started. He left like the end of the spring, and we had no coach throughout the summer. So what I did was I looked at all the rosters, and I watched the film of all the teams in the local area in driving distance. And I would see the players that were pretty decent, but they were like twos at their school. They were twos or threes, or, they might have been a starter, but didn't get enough shine or burn. And so I asked them to come play at De Anza. And I recruited them guys to come play at De Anza. And that's when I was a player. And then when I got into, high school coaching, when you're a high school coach, you're always recruiting. You're recruiting the kids in the hallway. You're recruiting the kids at the middle schools. You recruit every day. You got to build a program. Like I took over 2 high school programs that were the last ranked team. So it was like you had to recruit everybody. I was recruiting all the other sports rosters. I was recruiting anybody in the town or community or town over that could play. I was trying to get them to play. So for me, that's fun. I mean, team building and trying to develop a team. Like a lot of coaches are stressed out by that, and that's why we're eating them up in the portal. Because I'm not stressed out by that. I think that's what sports is about. If you play well, you want to thrive, and you want to climb. If you're not playing well, you want to get somewhere where you can play well. So that's all we're trying to do every day is just get players that are bought in, sold out, and inspired to what we're doing here at Sacramento State, and we'll continue to do that.
Them high school football coaches, man, they always going after the basketball players. Man, I was coaching the basketball players. I'm not gonna be there, Coach Casey. I got 7-on-7s this week. I said, wait, I thought football season was over. Yeah, coach told me to come through. Oh man, they got enough, man.
No doubt, always got to.
The go offense. I mean, it's feels like, maybe I'm just in it because I'm reading a lot of it, but it's taking college football by storm. What you're able to do at UNLV, just the name of it. I heard the story about how you got it when you're out in Howard and the whole DC go movement or whatever. really, really cool. What can we expect to see from the go-go offense? Is it run heavy? Is it are we airing it out, or is it obviously a mixture of both?
Yeah, it'll be a little bit of both, and it's always adapted to each team that we go to, right? So if you look at our offense over time, I mean, every year, some years it's really run heavy, some years it's really throw heavy, some years it's really balanced. Whatever the players can do best, we just really are going to put them in the best position to make plays. We have a system, but it's always adaptable to our players, right? So who we have and what we can utilize from what the players that we currently have on our roster, what our quarterback can do, what our running backs can do, what our O-line can handle as far as protections and run game stuff. We'll adapt it to that. But I'm excited to see, just watching the guys run this morning at 6 a.m. and just seeing the different pieces that we have and what we can do and create new stuff and use old stuff that we haven't used in a while. It's a really exciting time from that standpoint of just, being creative again. And, anytime you go to a new program, you're reteaching and, it's all new learning. So it's going to be a fun experience, but it's going to be exciting. It's going to be high flying. It's going to be a lot of physical. If you like that, ooh, and all type of football, that's what we'll bring to the table.
Coach, you from Pennsylvania?
Pittsburgh,
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Haven't seen you yet without the cowboy hat.
Yeah.
What's on the iPad? What's on the playlist that you listen to?
So I got about 10,000 songs because I didn't live everywhere. I say thank God for the ball to save my life. I didn't live. Football has taken me everywhere. I never thought I'd leave Pittsburgh, and I've lived in Hawaii, Arizona, Texas, Oklahoma. So I got a little bit of everything. I always say it's not about where you're from, it's about where you at. I got a little bit of Bay music. I got a little Mozzie. I got a little country. Whatever you need, classical. I got a little bit of everything. Jazz, blues. I like good music. I like what sounds good. I like what makes me move a little bit. And I as soon as I hear something that I like, I just put it on the list. I add it to the list. But
what's the last thing you listened to?
Oh man. Oh, I listened to Ain't No Such Things as Halfway Crooks. Shook Ones this morning. That was my song this morning to get me going.
Yeah. Today, little Queensbridge. Shout out my kid. You know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw you mentioned Mozzie. I saw you guys got a pretty good relationship, man. He shouted you out when you got hired out here, man. How did that relationship even come about?
One of my young guys, one of the young, hungry recruiters. I got a lot of young, hungry guys on the staff. He was somewhere with Mozzie, and Mozzie was happy just to see one of us, get an opportunity. And so he shouted us out, and that's big time. And I need to get that guy on the sideline, and really rep for Sacramento. You know what I mean? I need to get him in there.
Coach,
via Zoom, maybe. Coach, we get on the scoreboard.
Coach, you get these streets to get Mozzie back here, boy. You be the biggest legend this city has ever seen.
Yeah, man. It's all love in Sacramento. Everybody.
You be the biggest legend the streets have ever seen. You pull that off, Coach.
We include everybody. Everybody, it's a safe space. You're loved, you're safe, you matter at the football program. We ain't doing nothing. We ain't doing nothing but playing football out there.
Hey, Coach, we was just talking, man. We're going to be at Sac State Tough. We're going to be out at the field pretty heavy this year, man. We're excited for you.
Yeah, pull up. We need y'all. We need the whole city, everybody.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm gonna get that field pass, Coach. And if it's like
stop begging Coach for a field pass.
If it's 4th and 7, Coach, just look my way. I'll be like, hey, or go ahead, go.
That's what he's gonna do. The hottest coach in the game. The hottest coach in the game gonna look to you for advice.
Nah, Coach, not this one, bro. Not this one.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, get this idiot off my sideline.
We gonna keep KC in the box too after the game. He come back on the field for pregame.
There you go.
Pregame and after the game, he allowed to be on the field.
I need him for the gram, man.
Yeah,
I need him for the gram. You know what
That's it. That's it.
No
hey,
doubt.
Coach, we're thrilled that you're here, man. Look forward to a fun season together. We're always here if you need anything, man. But get back out there, man. Get these recruits back in the house, man. We'll see you soon.
No doubt. Thank you. Stingers up.
Yes, sir.
Go Sacramento. Let's go, boy.
That's right.
Yes,
That's right.
That's our man, Coach Marian, right there. Good stuff, man. He probably pulling his hair out, carving out 15 minutes for us.
He's like, bro, I could have been down I-80 by now. What are we doing?
He's probably like, there's one recruit I lost right there. There's two talking to these two. I got this idiot over here talking about he gonna call plays. I'm gonna look at him.
4th and 8. No, not 4th and 8. Not 4th and 8, man. What he's doing in recruiting is crazy.
Absolutely.
It is crazy. I follow college football closely, the FCS, everything. Like I said, I saw the other day the 2026 commits. They're top, I think it was 44 in the country, ahead of numerous FBS
that's college.
schools.
Yeah.
It's crazy what my man's doing with the recruiting, man. He's killing.
Hey, shout out to President Wood, Dr. Wood, and our man Mark Orr. Man, what an amazing job that they've done over here over the last handful of years with that program. What they're doing with both programs and everything that they're attempting to take Sac State to. You talk about runners, man. All of those guys are runners. That's what Coach was talking about right there. Them go-go's.
Yeah.
I think there's something pretty dope to work with a guy like Dr. Wood, who look, this is our vision for this university. And you don't have to wonder what it is, because the second you get around me, you're going to see me execute it. And Dr. Wood is the ultimate lead by example guy. Yeah. Now, he won't come on this show, but when it comes to, there's a reason we can't get him on this show. He is out there literally building stadiums, getting buildings remodeled, getting coaches like Coach Marian in here, and he's doing great things both for Sac State, the business of Sac State, the students of Sac State, in the city of Sacramento as well.
100%, man. And I love President Luke Wood's message when he's just like, hey, somebody was asking him last night when I talked about him saying it's FBS or bust. He's like, that's what this student body deserves. That's what this university deserves, for us to strive to be at the highest level. Are they going to make it? I don't know. I believe them. I believe they definitely going to get FBS. Where they get there in FBS, I don't know. But I think they're going to make it. But just the whole mentality of, we're not settling for second best. We're not settling for mid-tier. We're going to shoot for the stars. Wherever we end up is where we end up. But we're going to shoot for the stars, what we're trying to do. They had the renderings for the basketball gym at the Well. And, you know, a lot of people like myself, I was excited about it. A lot of people were excited about it. A lot of people were like, oh, it looks like a high school gym. He came in there, he said, hey, man, this is temporary. This is just what we're doing for right now, because we have to get out of the nest. We got bigger and better plans than even this. This ain't the finished product. And I just love the energy he's putting in there. I think Sacramento, with a university and the athletics in the university, is an untapped market here in California on the West Coast. And if you can get this thing going, you know, at the FBS level and everything, and get us there, I think it's gonna be a gem on the West Coast when you talk about colleges and support and all this other stuff. I think it could really take off, because we always talk about, we love our sports, and this would be it. This would be a professional team to us. You know, this would be damn near like going to the NFL if we could get FBS and play that Division I football on a weekly basis. And you already know how we support professional teams out here. That's how we would look at Sac State.
I know our man Silva's getting his jokes off, but we're going to get cowboy hats for the game.
I'll wear it for sure. I'll be out there like Bruce Brown.
But the thing is, I don't think them cowboy hats is.
No, they're not cheap.
Yeah.
No, they're not cheap. You got to get a good one, though. I mean, yeah, hell yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I do it. I ain't scared.
Hell yeah. That's a good call. I'm gonna start looking
cover
for
up my big
today.
ass head. I know I got a big head. I covered up. It's fine.
I'm telling you,
we gotta like steam it too. Don't you gotta like steam it so you can like?
I don't know.
We'll ask Coach how we how you do it.
But I'm gonna have the whole thing on. I'm gonna have the tight Levi's with the button up.
No one said that.
I'm going Bruce Brown. That's a good look, bro. That's a good look. Look at Bruce Brown again. He look.
You're gonna go okay. So that's on wax.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like Bruce Brown, I seen him with the denim on denim.
No, I remember.
I wear.
No, I remember the game
on the field.
I feel like you're taking it a smidge bit too far, but go ahead.
On the field, man.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Right there.
Stop trying. Will you stop begging the people who join this show?
They need me on that field.
They don't. I don't think they
need me there, bro. I'm telling you.
Exactly for what?
Vibes. That's vibes.
That's fine. That's fine. What store are we walking into to get cowboy hats?
They might have some at I know it's the Boot Barn, but they might have some hats there too.
Okay.
Boot Barn right up there at Delta Shores. That's where I get some boots too. I actually got some boots for Christmas. They're not like cowboy boots, but they're kind of like the Chelsea boots, but they got a little heel to them. Just waiting for the right time to crack them out.
Spectre notes. We just walk around with JBL's music playing.
Oh snap!
That's a good call right there.
JBL's old Texas.
Our man Cabio says Folsom has a Western wear store.
Okay.
Go out to Folsom, get
Western
some.
wear.
We don't need to do all that. But I am down to rock a cowboy hat in solidarity with our brother.
Yeah, I'm rocking the hat for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
All right.
Yeah,
Start
Western
Googling
wear,
cowboy
like I
hats
said,
then.
boot barn. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Boot Barn.
All right. This is a great
Can't wait.
conversation, man. Make sure you're following Coach in Sac State.
The one killer is, I think I'm aware of that like maybe in the October games, because them September games gonna be hot.
Oh yeah.
That's one thing I remember.
Yeah.
Got out there like the first home game. It was like 97.
Well, I wore that fedora to Sky River that one day, and I was like you yesterday, where we thought you might die. I felt like you. I had sweat pouring down the side of my face. Man, you can't wear hats under them in the heat. That's terrible.
It's too hot. It's too hot. Oh, this is a good one. KC, Michael Irvin of Sac State. You see Mike on the sidelines?
Of Miami? We don't need that. We don't need KC being the Michael Irvin of anything.
Did you see Mike Irvin at the when Miami was at Cal? Oh, that was a classic. I bet you if you just put it into Twitter, videos will come up.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure I did.
Wow. Mike was on all fours.
Oh yeah, remember that one? Yeah. That you can't do that, Mike. There it is. Yep. So you gonna do that, huh? You gonna do that?
I don't know if I'm going Michael Irvin. I don't know if I'm going Michael Irvin.
You're going to get on all fours at Sac State in a cowboy hat and some tight denim jeans.
I don't know if I'm going Michael Irvin, man. I don't know if I'm doing that. Shout out to the playmaker.
It's a wild look right there from Michael Irvin. Wow.
Irvin was tripping. But I'm going to be there in the end zone when they score. I'm going to dap them up.
All right.
Let's go, boy. I'm going to get in on the celebration.
I'm sure they're going to be more motivated.
Get in on the celebration. Okay. Do the little jump chest bump. Who's that guy on the sideline?
Have you thrown out? Kenny Caraway got thrown out of another sporting event.
I'll be walking out like Cuba Gooding Jr. Just
cowboy hat and denim, just getting thrown out of the stadium. Goodness gracious.
No, it's gonna be dope, man. It's gonna be really.
I can't
dope
wait
out there.
Yeah, I can't wait, man.
I think them boys gonna contend right away for a FCS championship.
I want to believe that. Then I remember some of them recruiting classes Coach Patrick had, and there's just a learning curve. Everybody playing together. Maybe basketball is a little bit different than football because you're operating on two different sides of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure though, but this is a hell of a class to put together.
Well, Coach Patrick was doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
He was doing his thing. That's
mm-hmm.
my boy. Shout out LSU.
Mm-hmm.
But it'd be like if Coach Patrick was getting some guys from Duke to come here.
Mm.
That's what this guy. I got the Alabama 5-star recruit.
Mm-hmm.
Got the leading rusher at Pitt to come out here to Sac State. The guys from UNLV, like he getting these dudes. Oh, come on, man. Kyle talking about Kenny, Big Dom.
Right,
come
man.
on, man.
All right, man.
I'm gonna be in the camera during Coach's halftime interview.
We'll come
Big
back.
Dom.
Yeah, we'll come back. Kyle Madsen, I think, joins us next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Big Ken. Oh boy, I hope they lose just because of Big Dom.
Oh no, it's fine. He'll come in whenever he's ready. I thought I saw you say he's editing it. Is that what you said? Yeah, no, they did it. I think I saw James walk out. So I think he should be back in soon. Shout out to Matt George, who texted shortly after we promoted our appearance on CBS, and he said, "Kiss my ass." Literally right when I turn on the show.
Hey, Kenny, so are we doing cowboy boots too? If you're going all the way, you can't stop at the denim.
No. Yeah, cowboy boots. I ain't gonna be wearing Jordans.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm wearing the cowboy boots.
Okay.
It's all good.
Okay, cool. Sweet. I'm looking forward to this.
Like I said, it's gonna be more so in October than September. Yesterday, last night, I got to the was watching snowfall again. I got to the iconic scene. Next time, teach a man how to swabble. He beat his ass. Well, I don't know about a riding jacket. I mean, I'm not against it, but now we're getting expensive. But definitely hat, boots, belt. Yes. Y'all tripping. Y'all, I don't know, man. I'm questioning some of y'all fashion sense, man.
I don't really like the denim on denim look.
No,
but I get it. Like it worked the way he had it. It was like, that works.
He does. I think he made that his look this year.
Nah, he did. I already know what kind of hat Kenny gonna get. I just found it.
Well, what's it looking like?
It's because I remember Pharrell wearing one.
The Mountie hat,
$1,360.
You talking about the Mountie hat?
A lasso hat. No, it's not as wide. The Mountie hat is like the stiff brim that goes. It's not that.
I don't like that.
No, this a little. I'll try to turn my. It's that right there.
That's a good look.
No, it's a great look.
Yeah,
Can you get me one too?
Well, no, that's your store. What you talking about? That's your store.
It's called a lasso hat.
Oh, yeah, that's
I
right,
have the same bag you do.
No, I don't.
Exact brand.
No, you don't.
The same exact brand.
I mean, but it's different.
It's a different pattern. That's all it is. It's a different pattern.
You got multiple too, bro. Come on, stop playing.
Kyle Madsen set to join us here probably soon. Not sure, to be honest, but I think he will. And I'm sure he'll have quite a bit to talk about as pertains to the Kings and for football this week.
Yeah. It's a little side programming note. Our guy Swoosh. He says, "Hey, yo, Kenny, I just found out the dude who plays Kanan is a fire drummer. Did you see the announcement?"
I did not.
Raising Kanan back March 7th. Lego.
March. Okay.
Lego.
Okay.
We back.
Okay. I'm with it.
Yeah, man.
Let's rock. I'm with it. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's a great show.
Tough going week to week. Because like right now, obviously I'm watching Snowfall and I'm binge watching it, so to speak. So I could knock out 4 episodes in a row. Now getting back into
waiting
the rhythm
week to
of
week
the show.
man, that's tough.
Crazy.
And you never know with these 50 Cent series because they'll just end. You just find out, oh yeah, no, this is the last episode, of the season. No, ever. This is the last episode ever. The show is never coming back.
50. What was the name of his network he got on Roku? It's like 50 Force, 50 Impact Network. Where just these shows and some of the other stuff.
The Power Universe.
Because I think they show more than just power on this channel.
Yeah, but I think everybody would have known what it was.
True.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a marketing genius. He is. All right. Well, we'll just sit here quietly till Kyle Madsen comes to join us. Eddie Gonzalez is going to join us, by the way, in about an hour from now. James Ham at the top of the hour.
We were here in the, at that time, 102.5 studios.
Yeah.
When the All-Star starters were announced last night.
Yeah.
And the more I think about it and see the starters and see how this,
Yep.
I don't know if the Kings will ever like really get all-stars like that.
Yeah.
Like if Sabonis is like borderline and afterthoughts, like
Charles Barkley was the
man.
only guy who mentioned him, right?
That's crazy.
Like no one else mentioned Domantas Sabonis as an all-star on that panel, except for Charles Barkley. We saw Sengun. We saw 2 references to Norman Powell. With all due respect, like Norman
who's having a really good season.
Yeah.
He's having a really, really good season,
and so is Sengun.
Yeah.
But what barometer are either of them better than Domantas Sabonis? Because that's what we're talking about. Is who's better than Domantas Sabonis? And right now the answer is neither one of those guys.
Norman Powell is getting mentioned because he's averaging 23.7 points a night, which is 5 points higher than his career high. And he's doing it at age 31. So it's the anomaly of it. I think that everybody's like, wow, Norman Powell, what a year. Like, yeah, it's a really good year. He's not better than Sabonis. And then Alperen Şengün because he's on the Houston Rockets, who are the number 2 seed.
Sure. 21, 14, and 6.
Like these numbers are cute. I don't mean to say it like that.
Yeah,
No, I know. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm trying to.
I know you know.
I'm trying to get to
talking.
why. I'm trying to get to how they get here, and I think that's probably why. But it's 21, 14, and 6. Come on, man. It also doesn't help. Here's the thing that doesn't help Sabonis. He's in the West with Jokic, where Domas went nuts last night. Was it 23, 19, and 8? 23, 19?
Completely inconsequential.
It didn't matter.
Yeah.
Because 35, 22, and 17's on the other side.
Crazy.
And I know it's 23, 19, and 8. Any other NBA player does that, and it's like, oh my God, did you see what he did?
Sengun did that.
Şengün did that. If Karl Anthony Towns did that and the Knicks win, it would lead Sports Center.
That's facts.
But not
it
only
has led Sports Center.
That's a great point. But like, we've gotten used to it with Domas. It's fallen into that, like, yeah, that's just kind of what he does. And B, he did it in a loss against a guy who is the only player in the league who, one of 2 players in the league who does that night in and night out better than Domas does. Giannis is the other one. But when it's Giannis and Jokic and then you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Don't give me Alperen Şengün though, man. Get out of here.
And
I like Şengün a lot.
I really think he's going to make it.
I like
Şengün.
I like him.
They're going to use they're going to say exactly what Kyle just said. It's the 2 seed.
And the thing that I don't know. We pick and choose when it really matters, but I mean, it's like Şengün, and Jalen Green sitting there averaging 21, 22 points a night. And they be looking at him. They talking about him like he a bad player.
Can we also keep this a buck with what the NBA All-Star Game is at this point? It's a popularity contest. It's for fans. Everybody wants to see points and something crazy. Jalen Green in that respect is way more of an all-star than Alperen Şengün is. I don't need to watch Alperen Şengün throw nice passes out of the low post.
You're right. You're right in what it is, but this is the coach's moment to get on their high horse and talk about what basketball should be. It's why De'Aaron Jackson made the all-star team. What was it, last year or the year? It was last year. Or was it the year before?
2 years ago.
De'Aaron Jackson made the all-star team 2 years ago instead of De'Aaron Fox. It was like,
he plays defense and blocks shots.
Yeah, what?
And nobody likes to get on their high horse more than coaches.
Yeah, 100%. And you saw it. You saw it when Mike Brown got fired.
Yeah,
Greg Popovich will tell you everything that's wrong. I hope Greg Popovich is doing well. He'll tell you everything that's wrong with this country, how much he hates Donald Trump, and he's destroying society. But Antonio Harvey asked him if he votes for Domantas. I'm not going to tell you that. That's like asking me who I voted for.
Like
well, no, Pop, we don't have to ask you who you voted for. We know exactly who you voted for. You don't want to tell us you didn't vote for Domantas Sabonis because you don't have a good reason as to why you didn't vote for Domantas Sabonis to be an all-star.
Here's the other thing. We think about this a lot because it's our job, right? We put a lot of thought in this. People in the chatty house who love the Kings and love basketball and love the NBA put a ton of thought into this because that's what they do. It is not a coach's job to think about who an all-star is. And I would guess some percentage of coaches, some meaningful percentage of coaches is like, hey, equipment guy, here you go.
Yeah.
An equipment guy's going to go without looking. All right, well, Luka's an all-star.
Yep.
Anthony Davis an all-star, and they're just going to write down names, and then they'll go look, they'll sort by points per game, or they'll look at the standings and go, okay, well, that guy. And I think that's kind of what it comes down to. I don't think it's as meaningful as
Greg Popovich wouldn't answer Antonio's question because he didn't know.
That's I literally
he didn't make the pick,
and he didn't want to say, I don't know, go ask Ted.
Go ask the guy folding the towels. He's the one who did it.
Hey, don't do that because Antonio Harvey would.
Oh,
Tony's scared.
Yeah, where is he?
I remember when, and obviously this isn't the best source, but I think he speaks for a lot of them when the whole Mike Brown thing went down. Obviously, George Karl had to chime in because he had a lot to say, a lot to tweet. And then he was like, I actually think coaches are underpaid for what they have to put up with. Like, all right, man.
What they have to put up with.
Man. Like, seriously, like we joke about like coaching does matter or whatever, but come on, man. Making $30 million to basically, like, no, I don't want to disrespect nobody or diminish, but Mike Malone, you're almost Mike Malone that can make $30 million because you have a Jokic. Like if Mike Malone was coaching the Wizards, they wouldn't be any good, and it wouldn't be his fault. Sure. It's not. It doesn't mean he's a bad coach. It's a talent-driven sport. Sports are talent-driven. You know what I mean? Like if you got the best players, you're good. So to sit up here and be like, oh, for what they got to put up with, like, all right, man. Like if you're lucky enough to get some of these great players, then that's why you're getting the money, not because you got to put up with a bunch of stuff.
Saying all this in Sacramento, where Doug Christie's 10-3 after taking over a 13-19 team is kind of crazy.
Well, and like I was gonna like I understand what you're saying and agree with it to a certain extent, but then there's also Kenny Atkinson.
Sure.
Like how much did Cleveland change roster wise from last year to this year?
Not a lot, but they were already good.
No, they were good.
Yeah,
They're great. Now. You didn't think
good.
they were title contenders last year?
No.
You said they were title contenders this year.
Yeah. Like and
he deserves credit for that, no?
He absolutely deserves credit for that. But my whole point is there has to be talent. Like once again, he ain't going to Washington and doing this. Like you're almost 100% dependent on the people that you have.
I think you and George Karl are kind of saying the same thing. Because I think NBA head coaches.
I need you to let that sink in.
You want to fight?
Yeah.
Let that sink in, pal. Yeah.
No, here's I think you and George Karl, like how you and Malik Monk are the same guy. You and George Karl, same guy. No, it's like I think NBA coaches are probably actually like properly paid for what I think. What George Karl is saying is these guys, all the blame is going to go on the coach. He's going to get all of anything goes wrong. Look at the Golden State Warriors. Anything that goes wrong, go look at any Warriors fan timeline.
Jim Park. It's a good one.
Go look at Jim Park.
Yep.
Fire Steve Kerr.
Yep.
Guy Santos should have played 4 more minutes. Fire Steve Kerr.
Mm-hmm.
They go beat the brakes off the Bulls. It's like, Steph, what a goat. Wow, Quentin Post, rookie of the year. Like and so I think what George Karl is saying is a little bit in the vein of what you're saying is like coaches have to deal with all of the bad stuff and get very little of the credit. And for that, they deserve more or whatever. Like I said, I think it's less about financials and more about like, there's very rarely is it like, yeah, hey, great job, coach. Coach is kicking ass over there. It's always the coach is doing a bad job or the players are doing a good job.
Do you guys think once again, I don't want to be disrespectful, but the 2016 Warriors.
You're about to
how many coaches could coach them to that level?
I was trying to be slick. You're a projector, and I think
okay. That's right.
Yeah,
no, that's
so
what
I was just saying.
I wasn't sure if it was. I wasn't sure if it was it's in front of my face on the camera.
No, I was just telling you.
I was too close to it.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Because you got a big voice.
Yeah,
and he's got a little voice, so I gotta.
Sure.
I was trying to be slick, and it did not work. So I failed.
I get no. You did the right thing. I did not. I did not interpret your. There were 2 messages.
Yeah, for sure.
So my dumb ass went. Because my mic is always in front of the camera.
Yes, right.
I went, oh, that's the problem again. Let me put it over here and then do this.
Yeah.
So, no, that's on me.
But the 2016, 2017 Warriors, like how many coaches could have coached them to an NBA Finals appearance?
Oh,
I think we're talking like 3 dozen.
no.
No?
I
With
think
that
managing talent is a little bit harder than we give it credit for.
Yeah, I
It
agree.
is,
I
but-
think that's where Steve Kerr, being a guy who was like an NBA champion, played with Michael Jordan, like that's
He was probably the perfect guy.
that's what allows you to go to Andre Iguodala and go, hey, you're coming off the bench now.
To your
and it's gonna
point,
be good for the team.
I think maybe to your point, there's probably a couple.
Yeah,
Are there 3 dozen? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
But there's more than one.
I mean, the one obvious case study
I think the big
is Luke Walton went crazy with that team.
Yeah, I think the bigger question, you might be right. By the time they got going, we literally saw a game against Phoenix where they coached themselves.
And then KD comes.
Right. So
And
I
it's
think
like, all right.
I think the bigger question is how many coaches could have come in after Mark Jackson and taken them from maybe a second round exit to 67 win title contenders. That's the question, I think.
2 things. Luke Walton didn't have to coach a series. That team didn't win a championship.
No, but they went like what they went.
24.
They didn't
24
win a
games.
championship.
I said NBA Finals appearance.
Okay.
Because I took the 2 teams. I took the team
you
that
just-
lost in the finals, and then they added Kevin Durant and won a championship. Like, can you? And I'm not even gonna say win a championship with Kevin Durant. How many coaches can get to the finals with that team?
By that point, I think it was such a machine that I don't know if it's 3 dozen, but it's probably a lot of coaches. But on the other hand, I don't think 3 dozen coaches could have stepped in the 2014-15 season and been like, yep, this is a 67 win title team. I think Steve Kerr coached his ass off that year.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why Kenny hates coaches or what they did to him. But I hope all of the players that Kenny coaches now go get radio shows and go, oh, my coaches suck. Like they weren't good for anything. Like I didn't even need him. I was just out there hooping.
Well,
Kenny's just kicking Steve Kerr's ass today. He's going to cook Steve Kerr in one-on-one, and Steve Kerr's a bad coach.
People sounded crazy. It was like Steve Kerr would give Kenny 70 points. Are you crazy? The man's 60 years old.
Yeah,
Wait,
can he still make a shot? I'm not disputing that.
Wait, when was this?
Today. Well, I was saying that NBA, because the discussion was like pro athletes are so much better at their respective sport than the normal person that it's like incomprehensible.
Yeah.
They just make it look easy, right? And so I was saying you go watch an ex-NBA player play pickup, and it could be Henry Turner was the name that I first came up in my head, but I was like, nobody knows. Steve Kerr could go out to the 24-hour fitness right now and just get buckets.
Mhm.
And he's 60 years old with back problems.
Mhm.
And Kenny was like, I would give Steve Kerr 50.
Yes.
Oh, sir.
Are you crazy? First
No,
of all,
I'm not.
I played against NBA players. So I know what time it is. I'm not disrespecting them. Ain't no 60-year-old Steve Kerr gonna go to work on me. If Steve Kerr was 30, yeah, he might go to work. I'm not disputing that. Don't disrespect me. 60-year-old Steve Kerr.
30-year-old Steve Kerr was winning titles.
Crazy.
Okay.
Are you 40?
So what's the argument you would
what's
the argument you take it to Steve Kerr? Pause. What's the argument? What's the argument?
Now
You would beat
Steve
Steve Kerr?
fan.
No, because I was like, because you said Steve Kerr, I think. Like Steve
Yeah,
Kerr.
I threw
I'd be
Steve
like-
Kerr out there because
I'd
he's
be
an old
like,
NBA player.
Steve Kerr, I would give him buckets today.
So you'd beat Steve Kerr in a
Yeah,
basketball
he's
game?
60 years old. When Steve Kerr was
I don't
my
think
age,
he would.
he probably would have beat me.
I don't
I'm
think he would.
I'm not
your
disputing.
age.
That's like me. Like, hear what I'm saying. That's like me saying I'd beat Kareem today. Like, of course, the man's when he was
Sure.
that age, like, yeah, he'd give me that work. But ain't no 60-year-old Steve Kerr gonna beat me.
I think
he would.
I don't.
That's disrespectful.
My only question is like Steve
Professional
Kerr.
basketball.
I don't think
I
Steve
don't
Kerr
care.
can golf
He could
anymore.
still hit a 3.
I don't think Steve
He
Kerr can golf
can't
anymore because his
move.
back is so bad.
He doesn't have to. He just has to shoot. Like you might not touch the ball.
That's a good point.
Like you seriously, I like all right, like whatever.
I feel like
I got
hey,
all the respect in the world
I
for these
feel like-
professional athletes.
I don't think you
60-year-old
do.
Steve Kerr that can't move is not gonna beat me.
I
Okay.
feel like between the three of us, we are close enough on the what's that Kevin Bacon scale? 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. we are close enough in degrees to Steve Kerr that there's like a feasible way we could make this happen. I know Matt Nahigian's got Raymond Ritter on speed dial. We can do this.
And look, Steve Kerr has nothing to hang his hat up. Like I said, when he was 30, even when he's 40, even if I'm 41, if he was 5 years older than me, he probably still beat me.
Sure.
60-year-old Steve Kerr, no, he can't. How is he going to guard me? I'm not even fast anymore. How's he going to move to guard me? He can't move. He's 60. Don't be disrespectful.
Don't be disrespectful.
Don't
Steve
be
Kerr
disrespectful.
sucks.
The man is 60 years old.
All right.
Earl the Pearl going to beat me right now, too?
Maybe.
Come on. Walt Frazier
know.
going to beat me right now? Come on, man.
I think Walt Frazier might be in his 80s. I don't know.
It's always weird, speaking of Walt Frazier, turning on a Knicks game and it's Mike Breen on MSG.
Yeah, right.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
I wonder what the cutoff would be, though. A cutoff would, like,
Clyde Frazier,
where I think I could start
79.
beating these guys. It might be 60, because there's some 50-year-olds that probably could beat me for sure that were in the NBA. So it probably it probably is like 60. That's where I could start beating these NBA players at this age. There's 51, like Katino Mobley's like 50 something. Like Katino Mobley still goes crazy.
He'd cook you.
Like I'd have a problem.
Could you beat Charles Barkley in a game 1-on-1?
Yeah.
You'd have no chance.
No, he don't move.
Charles would cook you.
Charles would not cook.
I don't feel like Charles would be able to move.
He can't move.
Like Steve, I think could hit 10 straight threes and not move and win.
If I'm standing right next to him, what is he gonna do? He just gonna shoot?
He's gonna turn around.
I don't even know what the discussion is anymore, so I'm just gonna fall back.
Steve Kerr just gonna shoot. Like I know he was in the NBA, but if he can't move and I'm standing on his hip, he just gonna shoot because he's Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
The bucket.
All right.
Man played 1-on-1 with Michael Jordan.
All right. All right.
Did you know LeBron James has been an All-Star?
That was a crazy stat that you
laid. LeBron James has been an All-Star 21 times. There are 5 NBA players ever out of the 4,800 NBA players ever who have played 21 seasons. And he's been an All-Star 21 times.
That was crazy. That stat was crazy that you laid out.
5 NBA players. I don't even know if I can name them all. LeBron, Kareem played 20.
It's
5. LeBron is 6. So there's 5 others.
So there's 5 more.
Mm-hmm.
Kareem, do you have them?
And it's 21 seasons, right?
Yes.
Because I remember I was listening, and some of them played 20.
Yeah. So here are some of the guys who played 20. Kareem played 20. Kobe was 20. Jamal Crawford played 20.
Wow.
And Udonis Haslem played 20.
I don't think I got the. I don't know what happened. I don't think I got the guy.
Dirk was 19.
Dirk was 21.
Oh,
so Dirk's 1.
Okay. And who did Tim fall short?
Tim Duncan fell short.
I don't know. I have no
Vince
idea.
Carter, 22 seasons. Wow. You got Dirk. Kevin Garnett played 21 years.
That was the one I was like, oh dang, he played 21.
Kevin Willis and Robert Parrish both played 21.
What's our boy Jeff Green gonna approach this number here pretty soon?
Right.
Jeff Green's I think he's at 17. I think because he's at the same number as KD.
When I sat down at that Kings Rockets game, and I'd had a couple of beverages.
Yeah,
I'm having a good time. And when I heard Scott Moak say 6'8", Jeff Green in the starting lineup, I was like, whom? What? He said Jeff Green?
He dunked in that game.
Yeah. And not like dunked.
No, got up.
Jeff Green would cook.
Kenny could take him though. Kenny could take him.
I can't take
37-year-old Jeff Green gonna beat me.
I can't beat Jeff Green.
I
can't beat people that are 40 years old. You guys saying a 60-year-old man is gonna beat me that can't move. Like, stop.
Jeff Green has had an unbelievable NBA career, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He looked like a bust as a number 5 pick.
You missed this.
Oh, sorry.
You missed it.
Yeah, he didn't even go to his record.
Yeah, we did a pocket watching on Jeff Green.
Oh,
I'll give you.
That's cool.
I'll give you.
No,
I'll
that's
give.
cool, man.
I'll give you. I'll give you an opportunity to.
That's fine.
Yeah,
more or less, 100 million.
Jeff Green?
Yeah,
way more.
How much? Way more.
How many years is this?
It was 17. His peak, I think, was. I want to say it was 15. It was a really out there number. It was a really out there number.
17.
It was like 15, 16, 17, something like that.
Hang on. I would have said like one. Hang on, I'm doing 153.
You would have lost.
Okay.
Jesse won.
Okay.
It was actually 100 million.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
15
I said
was a
like
complete
120
anomaly. Complete 15 was completely. It was
I
one
thought
of one.
$9 million a year was going to be.
Mm-mm.
I said like 120 something.
Yeah.
That's
and
crazy.
Jesse nailed it. Jesse was like at like 08 or 110 or something like that. Yeah, he did. He had a good number.
I think Jesse was.
Jesse might have been a lot, but yeah. But he was around. He was right around 100 million.
11 teams for Jeff Green.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jeff Green.
Big ups to him, man.
What a
It's
guy.
still
Houston
He's
playing.
got to come home. My guy's got to
Still
come home.
Well. Yeah. That's okay.
I saw that.
Yeah, that was
bald spot
glaring.
shine. It was
Yeah.
like, ah!
You had good seats for that game. We were in the media section and we could see, Jeff.
Jeff. My God.
Just holding on.
Joe says Michael Jordan 61. You beat his ass?
Michael Jordan. So hold on. One of the reasons that I said I beat Steve Kerr is like 6'2", 6'3". Like you put Jordan 6'6", like he'll just back me down. Like he'll beat me on. He doesn't have to move. He just backs me down. But you said somebody relatively the same size, like I'll probably beat him.
Steve Kerr also like literally his back is so bad, like he can't golf.
That's another reason why I said Steve Kerr. He can't move.
Yeah, MJ would cook you still.
Yeah, MJ's 6'6". I can't do nothing with 6'6" Michael Jordan.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, the reason I said that is because you said you didn't preface that how tall they were. You said if they're over 60, you could take them.
That's a good point.
That is what you said.
I said I said
if they were a 6'3" guard or below,
with back problems,
born with a major injury, born after the year 1960, born before the year 1961, Kenny could take them.
What I said simply was 60 is probably when I'd start saying I could beat these guys.
I see. Okay, I got you. Okay, so not everybody over 60.
No,
that's just the age you would consider.
And like I'm talking like that's when I brought up Catino Mobley. I'm talking like 50-year-olds. Like I probably can't beat some of these 50-year-olds.
All right, that makes sense.
60 is when I'd start being like, all right, I could get some of these guys.
Unless they're 6'6".
Now I don't think I can beat Mike. I ain't beating Mike. I ain't beating Mike.
Mike would be mean about it too.
I ain't beating so I don't even know if I'd beat Magic. Magic 6'9".
I don't even know. I don't know what to do with this show sometimes. It's really tough. Like my guy says, I'm the Malik Monk. He's just like me, and now he's out here beating professional basketball players.
Yeah,
what was De'Aaron
Fox? Score first. Make the right pass if he has to. But he's not always going to pass.
Oh, you said you were De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, dude, just watch.
You don't. I tell you,
I thought you said you were. I thought you said you were Malik.
De'Aaron Fox his game reminds me of me. That's what I said. I didn't say
you went like this. You went, well, reminds me of me. You don't watch the Kings last night? You're like, wow, it's Kenny out there. I said I do.
All right, man.
Y'all be talking like you talking to some scrub.
That's the thing is like
it's just sometimes you talk like you're a former player out of the league. That's the confusing part.
But he would have been if he was 6'3".
Well, that's what Chris said. Chris said if he was 6'3", he would have been in the league. I just want this to end. So let's go. Sorry you didn't get to
I didn't get a chance.
football.
Yeah, I want to talk football.
Well, we were busy talking about beating Steve Kerr.
I want the Commanders to win so bad. I think
I'd
the
love
Eagles
that.
are going to win. I think we're getting Eagles Bills.
You get Dan Snyder out of there and you go on to go to the Super Bowl. It'd be the greatest story in history.
With a rookie QB.
A black one at that. Dan Snyder roll over in his grave.
Oh. And my guy, Bob Myers, could get a ring. Come on, Bob.
Bob Myers.
Rooting for the basketball.
Bob Myers just a winner everywhere he goes, huh?
Yeah, except on that damn broadcast booth.
I done a 180 on Bob. I want to listen. I want to hear what he gonna say.
Would you beat
go
Bob
back
Myers 1-on-1?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Bob Myers like 6'6".
Yeah, but Bob, I got money on you taking Bob Myers. He probably Kenny. Wait, I want to talk to you first, and you just dunk on him. We'll come back. Kyle Madsen, the Insiders, Monday through Friday. You can check out his great work covering the San Francisco 49ers as well, all off season long over at NinersWire.com and the Candlestick Chronicles podcast with our guy Chris Biederman. Eddie Gonzalez coming up here in about 30 minutes. There is some football news to talk about that we should talk about. We could talk about these championship games, but Pete Carroll, head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. I want to love it, but I don't. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. God damn it. I know he's not doing this on purpose. I ain't even going to respond to that. That's all right. That's good. That's all right.
Doc Rivers, I was looking at him yesterday, and he's starting to look like Lawrence Fishburne.
Who?
Lawrence Fishburne? Larry? Yeah.
Hey, there he is.
No, Oasis! Man, that's like 2 weeks in a row.
Can I tell you a secret? I think Oasis hates me.
Oh, no.
Every time I've seen him and like, hey, man, it's like he might like dap me up, but he doesn't like make eye contact with me. He doesn't acknowledge my existence.
I think that's Oasis. I just think
he's
that's
anti-me.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
No, he's just low-key.
No, I think that's the way he acknowledges people.
Yeah, he's just low-key.
Oh, okay, so we're homies now.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Right.
Yeah, you're good.
Cool.
Stephen Brown, this is an awful take. This is an awful take. Exposing yourself, Stephen Brown. Baron Davis is one of the coldest players. He is in the Kyrie vein.
Baron Davis.
He is one of the coldest players. And if you would have seen him before the ACL tear too, Lord have mercy. Baron Davis. I always have a conversation with people that saw these guys play. Maybe you guys watch enough of them. Who is better? Baron Davis, and we'll just talk about college, like maybe high school and college. Who is better? Baron Davis or Jay Williams?
I don't remember either of those guys in high school or college, so that's a no-go for me.
Jay Williams, Lord have mercy. That man was cold.
Jay Williams was the Duke Jay Williams. Yeah. He was bad.
Cold.
He was bad.
Oh man, he was so good. And
Jay Williams is kind of a what if thing.
Mm-hmm.
He is. Mm-hmm. He is a. I mean, we talk about Derrick Rose and like he's kind of a man. What would it have been?
He's one of those guys that could shoot from that position, from deep, kind of before it was a thing. Like I don't want to say he was like Steph because like Steph is on another stratosphere, but it was kind of in that vein. Like Jay Williams was. He didn't have the wiggle of a Kyrie, but he was like that fast, that quick with the handle, could shoot. Jay was a problem.
Do you know who else I feel like doesn't? I don't know if he's underrated. I don't know even how to describe him. Deron Williams.
Had to be there.
He had a moment. Yeah. Big thanks to our guy, Kyle Madsen from the Insiders for hanging out with us. Eddie Gonzalez set to join us coming up here in about 30 minutes. Our man Keith Smith tweeted earlier this morning that he talked to a general manager in the league who said, we've got a deal in place. We're just waiting for this Jimmy Butler deal to get through because there could potentially be 4 or 5 teams involved. And the team that we're working with might be involved. So we've got to kind of let this thing play out a little bit. There's also rumors that the Sacramento Kings might have a deal in place with it's John Collins and it's the Utah Jazz. We've been told that all morning. I don't really want to say the extent of what we were told regarding that deal, but I saw a tweet that said John Collins talks are heating up. I think we're well past these joints are so hot they might have already been taken out of the oven. The holdup could be something involving Jimmy Butler. The holdup could also be the Kings' pursuit of Cam Johnson. I saw a Twitter note earlier that said Brooklyn is perfectly fine keeping Cam Johnson moving forward if they don't get the deal that they want. And that could also be a sign you're going to meet our parameters or you're not going to get him. Well, if I'm Sacramento and I'm making one last push for Cam Johnson and I don't want to meet Brooklyn's parameters, you seem to have a pretty good fallback in place, which I don't even know that a fallback is the right word. I feel like John Collins might be the better acquisition.
Yeah, there's an argument for that for sure.
But again, I know one thing. If this is these are rumors and there are people in and around the organization who are probably getting these out there for a reason. If I have the most volatile general manager in the league willing to make a deal with me, I'm probably not going, hey, Danny, hang on 1 second, dog. Let me take a look at something. Because you don't know what you're going to get when you call Danny Ainge back. So if there is some truth to this out there, get this deal for John Collins done.
Yeah.
Because it appears Brooklyn wants something that maybe Sacramento and any other team in the league who has inquired about Cam Johnson is not interested in meeting that asking price. It may be time to move on from that idea.
If you're as close as kind of we're hearing to possibly acquiring John Collins, like you mentioned with the guy that you're dealing with, I probably wouldn't let this get through the weekend.
Yeah, for sure.
Like if you really want to do it, like sure you want to get some things taken care of, or maybe you do have to wait on a Jimmy Butler thing. But if it's in your control and you're the one that's kind of let me see what else is going on, like I wouldn't do that too much longer. I would kind of start trying to finalize that if I was the Kings, if it's a possibility.
You like that acquisition? I can't remember who you chose in the dating game.
I chose
was it Kyle?
I chose Cam.
It was
because Cam was a little cheaper money wise, and you wouldn't have to give up two people to get one. It was just a straight 1-for-1. So we thought with John Collins, who I like the player, I like the acquisition. I think he helps. I was concerned of having to give up Trey Lyles as well. So Trey Lyles and a Kevin Huerter to make the money work. Those are two rotational guys that you're taking out of a team that struggles with rotational guys to add one. So it feels like you'd be one down. You'd have to find somebody else to fill in for that playing time. But man, if you got that with John Collins, like I tried to get another player. I would try to get, like I said, Johnny Juzang or something like that. You know what I mean? Like somebody that maybe isn't playing, or a G League guy, or somebody with some NBA experience that they're willing to come off of. But if not, and they insisted on just John Collins for those two, I'd do it. Yeah, I'd do it.
A couple of things we know: these talks with the Sacramento Kings and the Utah Jazz have been moving in a very, very positive direction for the last handful of days. Perhaps as far back as 4 or 5 days ago, they felt like they had the parameters of a deal laid out. What we have been unable to figure out this morning is what that deal looks like from the Sacramento side. Every source who has told us about this conversation with John Collins has not gotten back to us with what the parameters on this deal are. We're working it from 10 different angles, and we can't figure out what Sacramento side of this is. That is something, if this deal gets done, we will all find out together. But again, it's Danny Ainge. You keep Danny Ainge on the line. And the funny thing about this is it was the Kings who put Danny on the clock back in July, when the Kings had interest in Lauri Markkanen, and they had interest in DeMar DeRozan. And they told Danny, like, hey, if you're moving forward with Lauri, that's fine. Let us know, because we've got to move forward. And they essentially put him on a deadline, and every report we had, and it was no less than a dozen, like Utah just didn't respond. It wasn't Utah going, hey, go ahead, man, you good. It was they just didn't respond. And so Sacramento said, and credit to them, okay, cool. Our attention is shifted to DeMar DeRozan. And Mark Spears mentioned it, and we were off and running. And when that conversation first started, I remember we were hit up right away like, this probably isn't going nowhere. This looks like it's going to be a difficult match. Kings are still talking to Utah, trying to get something done here. They just want DeMar to know that they want to pursue DeMar, but they've got to see this thing with Lauri through. And then the next day, the deadline had expired. The Kings had moved on, and the hottest day in the history of Sacramento hits, and DeMar DeRozan is here in a sweatsuit, not like us, is blaring through the California Classic, and all of a sudden, DeMar DeRozan is a King.
Yeah. So the moral of that story is, I wouldn't mess around with Danny Ainge. If you are as close as some of us are hearing, I wouldn't let it go through the weekend. If you had,
I wouldn't let it go through dinner.
Sure, that's fair.
Imagine Danny Ainge has a bad dinner and gets mad and goes, "No, I'm not trading John Collins no more." Or he loses another golf bet to Rob Pelinka. Now he's got to trade John Collins to the Lakers.
Right.
Now Rob got me again out there on the course. So, and then John Collins to LA. So we'll continue to monitor this. We've got our phones in front of us. We're working text messages. We've got Twitter open.
How do you feel?
Kings are in New York.
About the sequence that may go down with getting John Collins. I can't remember what it was on your dating game either. If it was one or,
I think it was Cam. I don't remember. I really should write stuff down. I thought John Collins was the best player. I think I think the dollar figure for John Collins, I started to wonder, like, okay, what exactly does this look like? Does someone come back with him? And I think that's what you were just talking about right there, because you need players. Like you not only do you need you need guys that can play for you. Right. So yeah, like I like it. I mean, I'm assuming Kevin is involved in any deal that involves a John Collins, a Cam Johnson, a Kyle Kuzma, a Jonas Valanciunas, or anything like that. I'm assuming Kevin Huerter is the first person involved in that. The question is Trey Lyles. With John Collins, I have to imagine Trey Lyles is. That's an expiring contract. That's an extremely valuable asset for the Utah Jazz, and then it comes into play as there a draft pick involved. If Sacramento was unwilling, and there are reports from our James Ham that they were unwilling to trade an unprotected first-round draft pick, what exactly is Utah asking for here? Are they asking for a protected first-round pick? Are they asking for multiple second-round picks? Like, what exactly are we working with here? I got to imagine some draft compensation is in play, and I got to imagine that Trey Lyles is in play, because that expiring contract is going to fit into the mold of what Utah is trying to do here. Yeah. Which, to be honest with you, I'm not quite clear what it is they're trying to do, other than strip down their roster, lose games, and hopefully land one of the top 4 picks.
Yeah, and that's, like you mentioned, what are they trying to do? Like, because they seem like a little bit of a mess with Danny and what he's got going on, because he's just really collecting assets. It feels like, at least I'm sure he has a plan, but all right, at some point, all right, you're collecting assets. When does this turn into, we want to be a good team?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
And we kept Lauri Markkanen, we signed him. Like, all right, well, what are you trying to do with that? Because you could have got more assets, more draft picks, or whatever for Lauri. I don't know. Danny, you never know what's going on with him. You never know what's really going on with Utah. If I were them, I understand keeping Lauri Markkanen, but if I kept them, he would be off the trade block. Like, I'm keeping him because I want to keep a good player, and then I'm going to start drafting players around him and trying to build that way. It wouldn't be, I'm going to sign him now, but, for the right deal, like, we can move on from him. Like, is he on the trade block or not? I don't know. By the way, financially, that's all I'm talking.
Mm-hmm.
Huerter and Lyles for John Collins and Johnny Juzang works.
Okay.
So that's successful. He's got 4 years on Johnny Juzang. He's got 4 years on his contract. I think he makes like $3 million. Well, he makes $3 million, but it probably goes down as time goes along. But I'm not even saying that because, like, I think he's a great player. I need a body.
You need a body. Yeah, for sure.
Streets need a body.
Yeah. That's what was his name? Famous. I was going to call him Puerto Rico. Oh, and the name is Famous. John Collins, player option next year for 26. So you can't include draft compensation in this, right? Because you could lose John Collins. You probably won't at 26.5. I'm sure he opts into that. but maybe not. I mean,
would-
I'm not really sure. I wouldn't think you'd include draft compensation in this for a player who you might only have. There's a realistic scenario where you only have him for a few months.
That's tough.
Now, there could be hey, we don't want you for the rest of the season or even for your player option. Pull up. You can opt out if you want to. Our plan is to offer you a deal for 3 years, such and such dollar figure.
Mm-hmm.
And you go over that with his agent. And that's how you move forward with this. Maybe that's part of the reason why the deal is not done yet. Maybe that is something that Sacramento is interested in. They want John Collins here for the long term. He's going to be 28 years old next year. Like he's not 40.
No, not at all.
I mean, he might still be able to beat Kenny at this age.
John Collins will beat me.
So, that's another thing to factor in here as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. The player option aspect of it makes it a little dicey to give up draft compensation.
Mm-hmm.
But like we've talked about a number of different times,
unless it makes it unless you have the deal orchestrated with him.
That's what I'm saying.
Like the Siakam gimmick,
right?
They traded a ton to land Pascal Siakam, knowing that you're not offering obviously John Collins a max to where this is all a no-brainer. The Siakam thing was a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have worked with his representation and it's like you've done the work, you know what your market is this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
They know. We've laid it out here for you what we want to do.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We talked about it. We put you guys on the game for a long time now. Like these things aren't just happen chance.
None.
You know what I mean? Like a trade and John Collins signing coming over to the Kings probably means the agents have talked or the agents have talked to the front office. They know what time it is. And because the Kings know what time it is, they were okay giving up a conditional second rounder or something like that because they know they're probably going to have this guy, not just for the at the very least, he'll pick up his option. You know, at the very least, let alone they might just sign him for another 2-3 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Securing the Bagley says, I don't know if it's smart for John Collins to turn down $26 million. Sure, $26 million for a singular season, but if you sign for 3 years, and I don't know what I don't know what the number, $50-60 million or whatever it is. Maybe that's a good look for John Collins and his team moving forward because again, as Kitty just laid out, they're going to know the market. They know the market right now. They know what they're working with. They've had those conversations. Let's get to these phone lines, man. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento. ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Hit the Elk Grove Kid Talk line. Let's start with our man Jared here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Jared?
Hey, what's up, man? I need some help because it's my girlfriend's birthday coming up next Friday.
Yep.
And I got to find a place to take her for dinner, man. She surprised me for my birthday like a month ago. Did great. So I got to step up. And you've been talking about this place, Q or something?
Yeah, boy. Q1227.
Is that the spot? Would that be great for a nice birthday dinner?
Oh, yeah. Do that. Q12, go to the open table app right now and set your reservations for next Friday, or it's going to be tough for you to get in. Friday is a great night there. So is Saturday. But yeah, Q1227 is your spot, man. You guys will have an amazing time.
Okay, awesome. That's like in the Galleria, right?
Yes, sir. Right there in the, I think it's called the Promenade.
I appreciate it, dude. Thank you, guys.
You got it, brother. Enjoy. Get them lobster bites, Jared. 916-909-1320. Let's get our man TC in here. TC, what's up, baby?
Hey.
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
We good, man. What's good with you?
Hey, before we get started, I can hear the y'all voice, bro. Look, something finna shake, and we finna go wild. I hear it. We ain't even gotta talk about it. Because everybody got sources, can't talk about. Listen, something is shaking. Collins is a guy. I'm out Cam unless we get him. But overall, Kenny and D-Lo, Collins is a better player. Live threat. His defense might be a little better than Cam's. Listen, Collins is a better player, bro. The stretch four, he fits nice next to Sabonis. I know I'm all over the place. I'm hyped up, bro. I don't even know. Something's finna shake, dog, and I feel it right now. I swear, D-Lo, I know it is. Something finna shake for a Kings fan. Kenny, KC, I love you, bro. You a coach. You come from coaching. You come from coaching. I be coaching my son in flag and all. Listen, check it out. Coaching matters, Kenny. I know you a ball player. I know you a scorer. You be thinking like a scorer, and from a player standpoint, and I be loving a lot of the stuff you be talking about, bro. But as far as the coaching, you didn't say coaching didn't matter. But how you come off like coaching don't matter, and it really do, bro. Coaching is important, dog. That's all I got, y'all.
Thanks, TC.
Shout out TC.
TC said he could hear it on her voice.
Coaching absolutely matters, but you're only as good as your players. Like, you can't turn water into wine. You can't.
Wow.
Like, if you don't have
no non-believer, Kenny Caraway. Gosh, guess. Wow.
No. There's only one.
All of the Christians gonna attack D'Lo and KC now.
I actually read that wrong. There's only one person that can turn water into wine.
There you go.
I cannot turn water into wine.
Steve Kerr is not one of them. That's why Kenny can beat his ass.
Steve Kerr can't turn water into wine. There's only one body of spirit that can turn water into wine. But that's all it is. That's all it. Like, and any coach that tells you any different is crazy. Like, you need talent. Like, you need talent. Now, you can help that talent. There's people that have a lot of talent that can't be successful. Those are people that can't coach. But coaching matters. You need talent. That's all.
Well, Jared messed me up. I want some lobster bites. I'm gonna look to see if we can get a reservation at Q tonight. Let's see. I'm betting you can't. Q 12:27 for tonight. Let's see. You can get in at 4:45 or 8:30.
8:30, not bad, huh?
That's not bad.
No.
If I was going out with Io, that'd be perfect. He'd get there by 9. He'd be ready to eat. It'd be all good.
Shout out Io, man. Big ups to my dog.
No doubt. TC said he could hear it in our voice. Something's brewing. I don't know.
Oh, there's something
I don't know.
brewing.
I mean, they talking. That's all we know is they talking, and the conversations are getting louder to where it appears that they're out there. And will John Collins be a Sacramento King by the end of the day? Will he be a Sacramento King by the end of the weekend? Will John Collins be a Sacramento King at all? It appears, from things that we have been told, the Sacramento Kings still have a very strong interest in Cam Johnson. It does not look like Sean Marks is budging on what he wants for Cam Johnson. Mm-hmm. And that was kind of something that we had brought up months ago, is they don't need to trade him. Like, what are you accomplishing by trading Cam Johnson? That's why I think they're so steadfast in the draft assets. Mm-hmm. We're not giving him away just because y'all want him. We're not giving him away just because we're a bad basketball team. We're not doing any of that. We'll keep him the rest of the year. And I honestly don't think Sean Marks is bluffing. I think he'd be more than willing to keep Cam Johnson the rest of the year.
Yeah.
They just play him every other night. Just sit him for they're going to sit Cam for the week if you're trying to lose more games or whatever it is you're trying to do. Hell, Cam might hurt something and be out for 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. I hope not. I enjoy watching the brother play, but like he's had a bad stretch here over the last couple of months. Yeah. Let's get Titus in here. 916.
Hey, somebody was asking for the Real Brothers of Sacramento earlier today, man. I said, we ain't heard from them guys in a while.
Well, they right here. What's up, Titus?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Long time no speak.
Yeah, man. Where you been at, man? Come on, man.
Hey, no, hey, I'm going to resurface now because my no Coach and Brown gone, and I tried to tell y'all, and you knew I was going to tap in with that, right? So,
hey, to his credit, he did say that.
Hey, and I would have took Doug Christie. If I knew Doug Christie was an option like that, even though I knew he was on the coaching staff, I would have been said Doug Christie and just get him out of there. You feel me?
I hear you,
Titus. I like Cam Johnson or Collins, but I'd rather have Cam Johnson because I've been saying Cam Johnson, but I wanted Portis. That I've been at this from the gate.
Well,
but
yeah,
I would like Cam Johnson. Who we got to give up for him?
Well, and I see Joe asking, are you guys hearing what the Kings? We've been trying to figure that out since about 7 o'clock this morning. Yeah. We've been trying to figure that out since about 7 o'clock this morning, and we can't. So,
and when we throw some name, we throw a Hurt. That's just because that's the universe.
It is almost obvious Herter would be involved in this, and then we just try to make the math work after that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like the money only works with those two guys outside of people in the starting lineup.
Right.
And I don't think you're trading any starters for John Collins, and that's why we.
And I saw this discussion earlier. John Collins is coming off the bench for Sacramento.
Yeah. Somebody was like, "Who does he come?"
He's not starting for anyone. Yeah, he's coming off the bench. Like this is what we've talked about. You need a high quality role player to go along with Keon Ellis, and I love the way that Trey Lyles played last night. I'm going to assume that Trey Lyles is a part of any possible deal that goes along with Utah. Give me give me John Collins and Keon Ellis as the anchors of that second group 10 times out of 10 over Keon Ellis and Trey Lyles. Again, tremendous amount of respect for Trey Lyles and the way that he played last night and the way that he's played, through his tenure with the Sacramento Kings. John Collins, I think, is a little bit more of a consistent player. He'll have an opportunity to really do something. And if you're working with Malik as like your second point guard, or you're working with Malik and Keon in your backcourt, and you're maybe flip-flopping between Keon and De'Aaron as your main point guard when you're John Collins, I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that every time. And you talk about that stretch forward with Domantas Sabonis, it feels like there's a lot of possibilities that Doug Christie and Jay Triano and Luke Lautz and those guys could figure out to work John Collins into this offense.
I'm trying to find a way, and I can't get there realistically. Trying to find a way to get Collins here and keep Trey Lyles. Because even when you talk about like, he's valuable because of the expiring nature of it. Well, if that's the case, then we got a few guys that are expiring. Just you don't have to take Trey Lyles. Like if it's just about money off the books, take Alex Len, take McLaughlin, take McDermott or whatever. They'll all be off your books too, and we could keep Trey Lyles. Like if you don't plan on having them be a part of the future.
Well, they probably so you'd have to probably package a couple of those guys, right, to make the dollars work.
Yeah, it's so right now. I think McDermott might be the one that puts it over the top. When I did Herter.
Well, everyone loves Dougie now.
I know, right? Shout out to my boy.
Yeah, man, everybody loves Dougie.
When it was Herter, McLaughlin, Alex Len, that wasn't enough money. Just put McDermott in there. And
Herter, McLaughlin, Alex Len wasn't enough.
And that I put McDermott in there with those
other
all three. Four works. And Jordan, Alex.
You got to send someone back though, right? That's
who.
You got to package all four of those guys
to get the money to work. Yes.
I mean, I guess with McLaughlin, it's not like McLaughlin's playing. Alex Len is sporadic.
Doug ain't playing.
That's tough. I mean, Doug, yeah. I guess,
and the reason why I put those guys in there is because they're essentially kind of all out of the lineup, and you're keeping Trey.
Does McDermott play? Okay, that's right. I'm sorry. Trey's here.
And
does Doug McDermott play any more with Herter gone in this hypothetical?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like
probably not a lot, but like, does he play every day?
Well, we talked about at the top of the show. I think he's earned himself a look. So with Herter here, I think McDermott has earned himself at least a look on this road trip
in exchange for because are you playing both of them, or are you just like, all right, Kevin's out, I'm playing Doug McDermott tonight?
I don't know. That's a good question. My first thought is no, they're both in your rotation.
And doesn't that put Doug McDermott in a tough spot? Because aren't you really just looking to see if he's hot?
Yeah, that's what you're doing with Kevin too, though.
Well, that's damn. Well,
that's how you're
sometimes the truth just slaps you in the face, man, and that's pretty much what that was. That is exactly what you're doing with Kevin Herter. We'll come back. We got.
The lights are off. Great.
This building.
It's only 2:00.
It's 2:00 on a regular ass Friday, and the lights in the whole building just shut off.
And that's because of activity, not because of
they're on a timer. No, they're on a timer. Like if no one moves, well, no one can move if they're not here. Hell, even Complex went home. We'll come back. I'm just calling Eddie Gonzalez an insider from now on. Our NBA insider, D'Lo and KC's in NBA insider. Eddie Gonzalez joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Boom, 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 boom.
My man.
Oh, my bad. Let me make all this noise. A little 13th round. Actually, let me hit this up real quick. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to the dope ones. Big ups to my people over there. Big ups to Jordan Brand for always doing what they do. And, we got to talk a little bit about, we had some boxing early this morning. It was, I want to say the ring walk. I didn't watch it live. I got to tell you that. But I think the ring walk was at 2:30 a.m. ironically enough, I was actually up late last night. I could have stayed up a little longer and saw the ring walk, but my man Inoue, he goes to 29-0 with another knockout, a 4th-round knockout over Yi Jun Kim this morning, and just destruction, just absolute destruction. That's not the story because we knew that was happening. We knew he was going to do this. This guy is the truth, the absolute truth. What I didn't know, what I realized after the fight, and I think it was probably already in the works, I just wasn't hip to it, is it sounds like he's coming to the United States for his next fight. They're talking about he might go to Vegas for his next fight. And that, I know this is a American fight fan take here, but this is what we want to see. We want to see him come over here and do that thing. And I'm not saying it as saying like he can't. We just want to see it firsthand. And like I said, I know this is an American boxing fan take because this guy's selling out arenas and, he's making a lot of money in Japan. He doesn't have to come over here at all for his career. But come on over here to Vegas. Come on over here to the States, man. And let's see what the monster's looking like out here. And we just want to see it. We want to see the spectacle up close and personal. It'd be great if he fought like somebody good, but I don't even know if there's anybody like in his weight class that can test this guy. He is the absolute truth. He's the monster for a reason, and the monster went eaten this morning. That's the 13th round. D-Lo and KC on this Friday afternoon, Sacramento, California. Kings coming off a tough loss in Denver last night. You guys know I'll be one. And I like Mike Malone. I talk about how I want to beat Mike Malone so bad when they play. I like Mike Malone. I really do. I just don't like the way he moves sometimes. And when it comes to the Kings, I don't like the way he moves. Everything else, he's perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with Mike Malone, but I don't like the way he moves. Didn't matter last night, though, because Kings took that L in Denver, and we got Eddie Gonzalez coming up in any moment right now. But
we're back. I saw the 13th round. I thought you was doing the 13th round. That's why I was just standing off to the side.
Michael Malone is not going to face.
I was like, why is he talking about the Kings? That's a weird approach for your show.
Michael Malone versus Inoue coming up.
Man,
my mistake.
So I'm just standing there, let my man finish.
Oh man, my mistake. But like I said, Eddie Gonzalez coming up. The Kings losing last night, it didn't faze me one way or another. That was a tough game that they already. I hate the schedule loss thing. I really do. But
yeah,
that kind of felt like one. Like you had to play a perfect game to come out of Denver with the win there, and they played far from it and weren't able to get that win. Real quick, my bad. Eddie needs the link.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
Do you have his email?
I think so. I forgot Jesse's not here sending that out. I got you. 1 second. I got it, Joe. It's all good.
I didn't know, Joe. I didn't know if you had the email. That's the only reason why I told you. So.
Nah, yeah, you're good, Joe. We appreciate you. Jesse's out. I don't know what Jesse's doing. He's probably mad. He's being completely honest. He's probably a little upset. We on the way, Eddie. We on the way.
Eddie Gonzalez, and like you said, our NBA insider. But you mentioned it a little while ago. He's got a new head coach. He's got a new head coach for his favorite NFL team. So I got to ask him how he feels about that.
Yeah, that'd be a good conversation to have that we haven't gotten into yet. All right, I sent the link to our boy.
Before he comes in, though, like I said, that was just a tough spot for the Kings last night.
Yeah,
tough spot. So I'm not going overboard with win or loss right there.
Well, let's look at this. Like they had won, 7 straight, and we're like, hey, let's see how they respond after getting beat up by Milwaukee, and they swept the homestand.
Yep.
Okay.
That's a good call. Yeah.
Built-in loss. All right. You went out there, you got roughed up, put up a nice little fight in the fourth quarter. Impressive. Kind of stuck with the Doug Christie, playbook. We're going to fight till the end. Made the game close. Had a legit shot to, turn that into something.
Yeah.
Didn't work out. Jokic had another one of those nights.
Jokic was crazy. What did he finish with last night? What was the
like
numbers?
35, 22.
And like 16 or something, right?
35, 20. No, 35, 22, and 17. 35, 22.
Bro, how?
35, 22, and 17.
How do you do that? Like, no shade to anybody, but like when Sabonis has 23, 15, and 8, we're like, oh my gosh, how do you do that? How do you get 17 assists?
It's like some weird like superpower. It's like a super villain in like a movie or a video game or something.
That is ridiculous.
35, 22, and 17. The Nuggets had 30 assists.
Yes.
Jokic had 17 of them.
Oh my God.
And couldn't have played the game like he hated life more. He was just thinking about his horses winning a big race or something.
We're going to sound like a broken record because we say this all the time. I'm never excited to watch Jokic, and then I watch him, and I'm like, this guy ridiculous. Is crazy.
Just ridiculous.
He is crazy to play.
Absolutely.
One of the
ridiculous.
best we've ever seen, man.
It's absurd. He's one of the best we've ever seen. One of the most unique we've ever seen. Like, we have never seen anything like Nikola Jokic. Our NBA insider, Eddie Gonzalez with us. What up, baby?
What's going on, fellas? It's about 7 degrees out here right now, so I got the hoodie.
Boy, man, you bundled up.
My mom out there, man. My mom went to New York for her birthday, man. So
that's lovely. How's she liking it?
She loves New York City. So
you can't go wrong with it, bro.
She loves New York.
You gonna go see the home team for any of these two that they got in New York over the next couple days?
Hey man, if y'all give me the plug, like, I probably could make it out there. I know y'all know everybody over there.
You know what your name is.
And bro, come on, don't do that, because this guy is Eddie Gonzalez, but he's also Mr. Barclays, bro. Anything that goes down in the Barclays, like it's foot to court side there. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'll tell a story to kind of give you that. Like, we got friends really big Devin Booker fan. So obviously the Suns was just here. And I didn't make them no promises, but I'm letting them know, like, yo, if you come, like, we'll probably meet Book. Like, we'll see what we can do. And so he bring 2 jerseys. He made his girl wear one, like the whole nine. I'm like, yo, you ain't gotta do all that. Like, we're cool. So when we get to the arena, I walk down like where my section is, and it's like, oh, it's you. Come here. And they just walk down to the court. I'm like, yo, I got my man with me though. And they're like, oh, where's he at? And they bring him down. And he was just like, so we watched the warm-ups in the court. And like, Book got his headphones when he leaves. And he's kind of like bummed out. And then the usher tells me, like, you coming back out there, right? I'm like, yeah. And then my friend, he's looking at me like, huh? And so, yeah, we was able to get him Devin Booker's autograph. He was really excited. Nice. And shout out to the Barclays staff, man. Janae and all the people up there. That's family for sure.
That's what they do with Kenny when Kenny walks down.
Oh, I seen a lot of the footage, man.
Kenny walks down to the floor and they be like, "Is this your man's?" And it'd be me. He'd be like, "Nah."
Yeah, no.
It'd be like, "Nah." All right, sir, go up to your section, and then I have to, kind of do the walk of shame back up the stairs and go.
Come on, man. Hey, man, shout out to my man Doug. No, shout out to my man Reggie. Shout out to my man Kenny over there. Those are my people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Shout out Janae and Henry at the Barclays. It's all love. That's the funny thing about, like, when these players get traded and stuff. I think Kevin mentioned it when he got traded too. It's like, y'all don't realize the families you kind of make, in these buildings and in this with the staff and with the trainers, and like, you spending so much time with these people, you come across them so much. Like, those are the relationships you build. So it's like, it's tough to let that go. People don't see that side of it.
Yeah, the human side of it all.
Yeah.
What would you think if John Collins wound up a Sacramento King?
John's one of those guys because his contract, he's always in trade talks and people are kind of allured by what he could be. I think it's kind of what you need on that team, right? Another athletic wing. He's not the greatest defender of all time, but he can run in the open court. He can hit a 3 here and there. He can finish for you. I think the more playable bodies the Kings have, the better, especially in the front court. as they trying to figure out that shuffle. And you got Domas, and then sometimes you have Alex Lance, sometimes you don't play him, and you got Trey obviously coming off the bench, and they're just trying to sort out what that forward position is. You get them for the right price. My whole thing is, and what I've heard, I think we've talked about a little bit on here, is it almost seems to be a package deal with Colin Sexton, and I'm a big Colin Sexton fan. So you bring him over there to come help off the bench, and all right, now you're putting together a bigger deal and doing that. So, like, what does that trade look like? It's herders in every trade, right? So it would be
every single one of them. Yeah, we've been trying to figure out. We don't know. We know that the two sides are talking. We know that the two have been talking for several days, and some would say they're really, really close to having something done. What we can't get anyone to tell us is what the parameters are from the Sacramento Kings side and who else this might involve. But it sounds like things are moving forward. We just don't know to what degree.
I've liked John Collins for some time. Funny enough, before Kevin went to the Suns, he was the big target both for the Nets and the Suns, and they end up obviously doing something different. But I've liked him since his Atlanta times. I think don't fall too in love with his ability to maybe make a three or two. That's not his game, but he can slash and he can finish in the paint for you. And I think when motivated, most of those athletic guys in the league can be better defenders than they've shown on a team like the Jazz, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing with a John Collins too. Like, you bring him in to Sacramento, I mean, he turns into maybe an overqualified role player at this point. Like, this is a guy that can average 18, 19 points per game in the league, but you're not asking him to do that. You're asking him to get in where you fit in, defend, rebound, be a lob threat. And he's, if his mentals is right, which I have no reason to think it wouldn't, it's just a different role that maybe some guys aren't ready for. But if his mentals are right, he's more than qualified to be a super sub like that.
Yeah, I think in the NBA more so than any league, you kind of have the peg system of sorts where, like, megastars, they can be peg one. Obviously, they can do that on any team, but you put them on peg two, then it's like, oh, you got something crazy now. You got something like the Warriors in 2018. But the same goes the other way around. Like, some guys can play up their level for a day, for a week, for a month, but you get them to play down and to buy into playing down, and it's like, look, you might only get 10 shots tonight, but they're gonna be good, they're gonna be great, and you'll be able to do this and that. And that 3 minutes in the second quarter, like, that's but that 3 minutes you play in the fourth, you're gonna be with a different mob, and it's gonna be a little bit different. You get guys that buy into that, it kind of changes what they do. I think Malik Monk's actually a great example. It's like, look, every night it's not going to look like this, but the right night when you cooking, or that second quarter, or with this and that, you're the man. And I think, John Collins is a good example of that. And every year we see that. We see that every year in the playoffs. I mean, you look at the team won the championship last year. KP had to buy into that. He had to buy into that player that he is now. And some of the best open looks in his life, right? Jaylen Brown had to buy in that. He's complaining a little bit about it now, but he's had to buy into that role of, like, look, you could be a superstar on your own team, but on this team, we need you to guard Luka Doncic all night. And the same thing for the Mavericks. When you watch PJ Washington do that, it's like, look, it's not going to be as big, fruitful a role as it used to be, but the looks are going to be great. You're going to play more important basketball. We need you to guard, all that stuff. That's what you do. And honestly, if you're not making the big superstar trade, that's what you need to do at the deadline, is put together that type of deal on the fringes that makes your team better as a whole.
Yeah.
And it feels like there's only one superstar deal out there, and we're just waiting for it to get done.
Look, man, I don't envy those guys who do that for a living, who do the news breaking for a living, because it's tough, because you got to understand too, these things are fluid situations. So if I say whatever I've said, it doesn't come true right in that moment, or somebody changes their mind, or now Miami doesn't want this guy. Now I'm a liar, but when I said it, that was the news. So, I had said, it looked like it's going to happen by the end of this weekend, because that's what it was being said. That's what was being told. And now he's got another deadline, so to speak, with his suspension. And the word's the same again. They don't want him back on Monday, so they want to get this done by then. I still feel pretty strongly like he's going to end up on the Suns, some version of the Bucks and the Bulls, and maybe some additional teams for some picks and some contracts and stuff like that. Shout out to y'all, because y'all gave me my props for that, because the Bucks was a quiet thing for a minute, and now it's out there, and then all that. I still think it's those four teams, maybe a fifth just to make the numbers right. I'm not a cap expert. but literally made some calls right before I got on here, and it sounded like it's moving, and some of the framework is understood and not necessarily agreed to, but it's like, okay, like I mentioned the very first time, it's a relatively simple trade, and Jimmy Butler's going somewhere, Bradley Beal's going somewhere, and all the contracts that need to match that are also going somewhere. It's like, all right, where are we sending them all? And it seems like it's closer. I've said that before, but it seems like it's closer, and Miami has come down to earth, so to speak, with their willingness. Domino falls, then the league will start moving a little bit more because, as you mentioned, the Jazz were a team that was thrown in that mix at one point, and these other teams with cap space like the Pistons and the Bulls are going to be a player in this as well. And okay, if the Bulls get rid of Lonzo and Vooch in this trade, then Zach has to go now, right? What's the point? And that opens up that sweepstakes, and I think all the dominoes will begin from there.
So I want everybody to hear what Eddie just said right there, that Utah has been involved in these conversations. They're tied right now to Sacramento. A GM is telling Keith Smith, we've got a deal in place, but we're waiting for this Jimmy Butler thing to go through. You start putting like there's breadcrumbs all over the place that Sacramento in Utah got something pretty locked up here. We're just waiting for Eddie's homeboy to get traded. So we can
I mean, the small picks deal that they did with Utah was kind of like the first indication. People say that's not news, but it was like that had been there for some time. It was just waiting for both teams to go, okay, let's do it, fine. And, again, read the tea leaves that they were waiting to feel stronger about what was going to happen after. I think that applies to both teams, Phoenix and Utah. Utah was like, we'll take this pick. It's one of the best assets in the league right now. Some people have it ranked as the best asset. There's no protections. Who knows what that pick is, and who knows what you could trade it for. But it's also the beginning of Utah opening up shop and saying, okay, like, here we go.
Yeah. I was just chuckling because, a GM says that there's a deal in place, but the Jimmy Butler thing is holding things up. Utah's involved. Unrelated, it sounds like the Kings and the Jazz are getting yeah, all right, a GM. Like guess who on that one.
Yeah.
But help us out with this one, Eddie, just as like just an NBA observer. We were trying to figure out yesterday, what is, obviously they've got the guy who's disgruntled and they just want to move on with their life. But what does Miami have in all of this? Because if they don't want Bradley Beal, like what, Chris Middleton? Are they like really focused on draft picks, cap relief? Like I couldn't really find, unless Zach LaVine goes to Miami, like what is Miami getting out of all of this?
Well, I think that was always the question. That's what everybody was trying to figure out in negotiations. Like, what do you realistically get for 35-year-old Jimmy Butler, who also needs a new contract and who also has a $50 million price tag and who is on a decline because he's 35 years old and has a reputation now? Like, what does that get you in the open market? The last time he was traded, it wasn't like it was a haul of picks either, and I think I think when you look at the Cat trade over the summer, that wasn't a haul of picks either. You can say the Mikal Bridges trade was, but that's a very specific trade. And these are off-season trades too, so you have to add that to it as well. Like, this has to happen, and guys still have to play games and get to fill out a roster within 24 hours. I think there's a lot of mystery about what that gets you. You see the reports about like, quality starter level player. They wanted specific contracts that end kind of aligned with when Jimmy's contract would end, which was next summer. They wanted picks. They wanted all this stuff. I think you end up just checking some of the boxes, right? You probably get some starter level players, but you don't get a star. You don't get Lauri Markkanen for Donovan Mitchell. You're not getting that. You're not getting two guys under 20, under 30 and make All-Star game the next year. Right. But yeah, you look at Chris Middleton, who is getting healthier, who's playing a little better. The Bucks are playing better. You have a starter level player who's made waves in the playoffs. You get Bobby Portis. I think that's along that lines. I mean, you've seen iterations with Lonzo, who is getting better, getting healthier, has started some games over the last week. He's a guy who can help you. But I think they have always maintained they want to be competitive at the other end of this trade. They feel like they can go up against anybody in the playoffs. Feel like they've shown it in the past. They're the last team to beat the Celtics, this, that, and the third. I don't know how much I buy into that. I just watched them lose to the Jazz recently. I just watched them play some pretty bad games over the last week. But that's Miami's MO. It has been for some time. So I expect them to get some starter level players. I don't expect them to get like a young prospect. Maybe they get a first with a bunch of protections. But yeah, they're going to get $50 million worth of starter level players, and they're going to move on from that. And I think it's building towards 2026. There's some great free agents that are going to hit the market that year. Some Celtics guys come off the books. Young fella named Kevin Durant comes off the books. Like there's a lot of guys come off the books in 2026 where it's like, we can make our pitches. But I do think they are trying to align their money in that sense and then aim for a big summer next summer.
We chuckled at one of the reports. I don't remember if it was earlier this week or last week that said the Bucks hadn't talked to Bradley Beal yet about waiving his no trade clause. And our thing was they don't have to. The Bucks have to talk to Miami to make sure that this whole thing can get orchestrated. And once Miami goes, we're good. Then they got to talk to Bradley Beal and make sure that Brad will come over and be a part of the Milwaukee Bucks. But I love the idea of, there's been no conversation, like wording, like phrasing matters and all of this, right? Yeah, of course you haven't. There's no reason for you to talk yet. And I want to see Bradley Beal go, I don't want to play with Giannis. I don't want to play with Giannis and Dame. Them dudes suck. I don't want to play with them. I'm going to keep coming off the bench here behind Mason Plumlee and the rest of this group here in Phoenix. Get out of here.
I know there's pride at hand, and I know this is business at the end of the day, and he does have this power. I just can't foresee the world where all of this happens, and the team has clearly demonstrated to Bradley Beal in a professional way that we're ready to move on from this. For him to go, actually, no. I just can't see that, and so
love this desert weather. I'm not going anywhere.
A few times. I'm not speaking for him or his agent. I just can't see that making any. That's not logical to me. At the end of that,
no, it's definitely not.
Hey Eddie, man, we can't let you get out of here. We always love talking NBA, but we can't let you get out of here without seeing how you feel about your new coach, man, Pete Carroll, man. How you feeling about that?
Well, he's old enough to be my great grandfather, which is a little scary, truth be told. But
he can throw a football like your grandfather.
He's 73 years old, which means you now have to hire a successor as well. So that's a little crazy. But look, he has a great history of building a winning franchise, of building culture, of maintaining that, of handling insane personalities. He's a great football coach. He's been a great football coach on every level. He's probably the most prestigious coach we've had in our organization in some time. I'm not on the team, but in the Raiders for some time. But I am very curious. It's a 3-year deal, which is a little shorter than you would typically sign, which means he's probably only aiming to be there 3 years. He's not going to coach until his 80s. So who are going to be the coordinators and who's going to be quarterback? Because if it's Russell Wilson, I don't think I'll be watching a snap next year. So that's going to be the question all offseason. Who's going to be quarterback? Who's going to be quarterback? And if I know the Raiders, like I know the Raiders, it's going to be Russell Wilson or Kirk Cousins. It's going to be a bridge quarterback. And which means they'll miss out next year in the draft. And they'll miss out. So it's frustrating in that sense. But Pete was kind of my choice from the beginning. Ben Johnson was a little bit of a mystery. What's telling to me is that like it seems like they missed on everybody. Yeah. Like they weren't anybody's first choice. Even the coordinator from the Bucks who just went to the Jags last minute and was like, I'm out of here. But that is the situation you're in when you're the team that doesn't have a quarterback, when you're the team in the toughest division, when you're the team who has had the most overturn. Like, all those jobs look way more enticing. Their Bears job looks way more enticing. The Jags job looks way more enticing. Like, the only one that looks a little worse is that one out there in Dallas because you don't know what you're walking into over there. So shout out to Deion. I hope he gets that job because let them go be a circus on their own. But that's the most disheartening part as a Raiders fan. It's like, clearly we were last in the race. Like we were behind the Jets, and the Jets are a mess themselves. So like Pete, and I'm excited for it.
Somebody pointed out, I didn't realize this till I saw it. We do get Pete versus Jim.
Let's go. Lord, we do.
Let's go.
Yeah, we do.
One of the great rivalries in recent football.
Two old men gonna be hitting each other with canes out there at the 50-yard line.
What's your deal?
Man.
You're gonna race each other out there so you can get there first.
Hey, what's your deal? Huh? that's what Jim always, huh?
Hey man, y'all got a real beef with that schedule loss last night, by the way. Like,
oh yeah,
don't send us into the mountain back to back, less than 24 hours. Then we got to play the MVP. I think he's the MVP too. I'm just saying.
I mean, them numbers last night were stupid. 34, 35, 22, and 17.
When you hit a full court shot on us, you got it, buddy. You got it. Whatever you got, whatever you want, you got it. Like, come on, man. The second time the stat line's ever been put up in history. If Wilt's the only one who's done it, then you're the only one who's done it now. Like, Will almost doesn't.
Right. Yeah, that was a tough one for the Kings last night, man. But now that, like you said, they out there in the Big Apple. They got out of Denver quick. They didn't even sleep. They said, no, we're gonna fly tonight.
Oh yeah, look, you get a week in New York. Look, the Suns were here for 2 extra days, so they played Cleveland MLK Day. They were here by the evening, so you don't waste the New York trips, you don't waste the Miami trips, and you don't waste them LA trips. You do not. So yeah, you take advantage.
Kings out there on Broadway for the next couple of days.
Kings watching the Lion King.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're doing.
Watch your cats.
the way they were last night, they probably in the ice tub somewhere.
Yeah, for real.
They're probably in the plunge, man, in the crowd therapy room or something. Or the way Eddie looks, they might just be standing outside trying to do cold therapy.
Hey man, New York starts late out here, man. They don't got to move around until about 1, 2 o'clock. They'll be fine.
That's what I'm talking about right there. That's my kind of city right there.
Hey, okay, man. I love it.
Right. We appreciate you, Eddie. We're following everything because I guess now we got a vested interest in this Jimmy Butler deal.
not they holding up for the Kings, man. Dang.
Hey, man, talk to your people, man, and tell them, hey, in Sacramento, they need you to get this done, man. Like, stop playing around.
Look, I've been trying, man. I've been pushing the line, but shout out to my man's made the All-Star game though. 15 is a big number for making the All-Star game, so that's an exciting one.
Deserved too, well deserved.
Yeah.
So surprises last night for you, right?
Nah, I seen some complaints about LaMelo and other guys, and what's the guy's name on Yahoo? Dan Devine. He was like LeBron and Kevin shouldn't even make it. Period. Not start, not reserve. I'm like, all right, bro.
All right, bro.
Come on.
But Norm Powell, shout out to Norm Powell. Come on, now.
Yeah. Well, Norm Powell's having a fine season. Norm Powell doesn't need to be an all-star. No, especially over DeMontis Sabonis. Right. Like, what are we doing?
I think Domas is getting in. You
think so? It's looking dicey right now.
Man, I hope you're right.
I hope you are too. But
with the way the starters broke, you got to get like I just looking at the list a second ago. But Wemby obviously will get in there. I think AD will get in there. Get like, you got to list.
They're gonna put Sengun over him, man. I'm telling you, they're gonna put Sengun over him.
I think Alfie will get in. I think one of the Rockets will for sure get in there. They're 2 up. I don't want Jaren Jackson to make it. Like, let me give my little bit of hate before we cut off. He's been in the All-Star game before, and he has wasted every second he's been out there. I'm trying to have fun. It's bad enough these dudes are shooting 40 half-court shots. Put some boys in there that's going to run up and down the court, dunk, be a little into it, you know what I mean? Keep that young fella in his jump shot. Acknowledge him in another way. Just not – he don't need to be in the game. It's fine. I heard what Ja Morant said, but Ja, you go play, Ja, please.
That just got me hyped to see LaMelo. I think LaMelo's gonna put on a show.
I love LaMelo, man. Like that's a beef I'll hold near and dear until we done with it. But I love him. I love what he represents for the kids and all that stuff. And look, that's what the All-Star game is about. You're supposed to have somebody out there like him who's he might throw a 360 between the leg off the backboard pass to somebody. Like, you know what he's gonna come up with out there. Right. But that's the point. And this game been boring for a few years. So
Wemby did that to himself just yesterday in Paris.
Yeah. When LaMelo did that, he threw a pass off the backboard against the Suns, and Kevin was like, he was cussing at him.
See, LaMelo is exactly what the All-Star game needs. The problem is, but that's not what the regular season needs.
But
that's why they can't win.
But LaMelo didn't make it. He made a pass. Starting.
No, it was a pass. No, he didn't make the game.
No, okay. I'm sure he'll make the reserves because he got so many votes. Like you got to put him in there.
He was like number 2 in player vote for the guards.
Yeah,
he was 7 in
7 in the
media. 8.
Oh yeah, they do.
I was getting yelled at. I said, I don't think the media needs to be a part of that.
There it is.
It's for the fans, man.
There it is. There it is right there. All these little self-righteous dudes who, yeah, there it is right there. Eddie, we appreciate you, brother, man. Thank you as always.
See y'all next week, fellas.
Yes, sir. That's our man, Eddie Gonzalez, NBA insider. Eddie Gonzalez. We'll come back with our insider, James Ham. We'll see. I don't know. Get ready for the 401 news break. Tune into KSFM.
We're going to talk about it on the 420 hit of the day.
Interrupt Flashback Friday to bring you the Sacramento Kings trade. James Ham, top of the hour. D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I like John Collins on the Kings too. Jose Beeman and be fire. Yep, that's right. Securing. There's a you know what? Securing, we will talk about this next. We'll talk about this next. Since it's on the injury report, we'll talk about this next. This was the other thing. If you heard the start of the show, you heard what we were alluding to. This was the other thing we were talking about. So we'll talk about it. It's as soon as we get back from commercial, we're on the radio. Oh, let's go, Gary Gerald. Okay, G-Man. Okay, G-Man. Where's my Twitter account? Where's my Twitter account? There it is. See what old G-Man got cooking. Or not literally cooking, but what's G-Man doing? Oh, yeah, look at that. Goodness gracious, that looks fire. It's good right there. Sal, bro, I am so tuned out right now. I definitively don't. I am so tuned out. I don't. You'd have to fill me in. I'm barely even keeping up at this point. Yeah, G-Man. Oh, of all time. My bad, Sal. Of all time. I put the Bloodline story up there. I know it's cheesy and it's old, but I was a kid, so I loved it. But the Evil Twin storyline that was on the main event with Andre and Hulk, that was one of my favorite. I think the Bloodline storyline will go down as one of the greatest of all time. The start of the Mr. McMahon Austin stuff was really good. You know what? Yeah, you know what? Yeah. I think one of my favorite starts to a storyline is true. As much as I don't like either one of these people, I thought the May, June, July, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, the 7-month build to the debut of Kane. I thought that was a really great storyline too. I thought I think Kane has the best debut in history. Like they told that story just flawlessly.
Where would you put Macho Hogan, Queen Elizabeth?
Miss Elizabeth. Yeah, that's up there. Yeah, that's a year-long story. That's a year-long story. It started at 4, culminated at 5, and then just went on seemingly forever after that. Yeah, that's top 5. That's top 5. So I saw let's go straight. I want to give my man Kieran the beam to love. He put this on the screen. He says new injury for Fox. De'Aaron Fox listed as questionable for Saturday's game with a thumb injury. That's from Underdog. He says, if you caught the top of the show, you heard us talking about De'Aaron just playing through stuff. De'Aaron, I think, is dealing. De'Aaron, in addition to his mangled finger, he's dealing with a hand injury. By all appearances, whatever he's been playing through was re-injured last night. It's probably something that needs to be looked at and addressed, but he's been playing through it, and it appears he's just going to keep playing through it. So De'Aaron Fox on the injury report with a thumb issue, you're probably going to see that pretty regularly moving forward. Yeah, I don't know what that means for tomorrow. Obviously, I think his best quarter was the fourth quarter, but I think he heard it relatively early in yesterday's game, or I shouldn't say heard it. He re-injured it in yesterday's game, and yeah, I mean, De'Aaron he's just gutting it out. That's what he's doing, man. He's just kind of gutting it out and playing through the aches and the pains and the injuries. And I think what do we say? 40 minutes? Is that what he played last night? Yeah, De'Aaron played 40 minutes last night, dealing with that hand injury through most of that game.
And salute to him, man. It's a level of toughness. And he's shown that before. This isn't a new thing. He's played through injuries. He's played through bumps and bruises. And I'm not even like trying to diminish. Like he's had some some tough injuries that he's decided to give it a go, or come back early from, or anything like that. So he's a tough guy when it comes to this stuff. The only time that it took him a while was when that damn ankle was hurt.
Well, that damn ankle. That damn ankle. Oh man. That ankle was a bitch to deal with.
But no, man, he's shown this level of toughness to play through pain before. And we talked about it earlier.
I think it sucks that he probably feels like he has to.
Yeah.
Otherwise you got Malik playing 40 minutes. You probably got Keon playing 40 minutes. You got, your depth that you lack becomes worse.
Do you think it would be any different? Like say they trade for John Collins today. Do you think it'd be any different? Like he'd be like, oh, we got Collins now. I don't have to play. Like I just think that's when you're him.
Yeah,
like that's kind of just
part
of the job.
Maybe. Okay, sure. When you're him, sure. But maybe if you're Doug and Monty, the front office, the collective, hey, we know you want to play, man. Just let's get it looked at. Let's just get it looked at and see what we're dealing with. Let's just chill here for a second. We can get through the next couple of games. Let's just try to get through this. Whereas it's like, oh man, it's re-injured. I could tough it out and play through it. Okay. No, if you think you can do it, it's cool. Okay. All right. You let us know. You let us know. You might be more, well, okay, it's fine. If De'Aaron says he can go, he can go. Whereas if you feel like, Foxy, we got this. That it might just be a different. You might be less likely to try to talk him out of it.
True.
If you don't have that depth there.
Fair enough. Yeah, man. And we talked about it earlier. It's one of those things where some of the things that we're hearing and just also reading the tea leaves, like it's not like, oh, if you take this weekend off with New York and Brooklyn and come back Wednesday, then that's going to be the rest you needed to. That's not what it is. Like it's like that pinky,
Mm-hmm.
You may need to correct that with surgery, or it's going to be a pain tolerance thing. That's what it kind of feels like. And like you said, whatever he's going through, might have re-injured. He'd been dealing with it, might have re-injured it last night against Denver. So.
Yeah, man. Shout out to De'Aaron. He's tough.
Yeah.
He's tough.
He is, man.
I get frustrated with his
through some
approach
stuff.
sometimes, but bro is tough.
He plays through injuries, man.
He does.
He does.
Yeah. He absolutely does.
Before James gets here, I wanna just kind of get this in because I'm anxious to hear what you think.
Mhm.
Championship Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys haven't heard.
Oh, yeah. But one quick thing. I hate the Pete Carroll hire. I don't like it. I've tried to talk myself into it all morning. I don't like it. It's a 3-year deal. He's 74 years old in September. You literally just hired a temporary coach. And I think Eddie's right. Now you're just going to go get a temporary quarterback. I hate that. I don't like this.
But if you got the successor there, if Pete,
who's successor?
Pete. If he has the guy, if he goes in and puts the staff together and handpicks a guy that, maybe you don't have the experience, or maybe you need a couple years as a coordinator.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring you over here and you're gonna take over when I leave. That could happen. I don't know if that's the plan. Okay. I'm just saying that could happen.
Okay.
Could happen.
I hope you're right. I saw it and I was like, I like Pete.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like him for the Raiders. And I just like, okay. And I hate it. I don't like it at all. But I'll root for it. I like Pete Carroll. I want the Raiders to do well. I really hope Russell Wilson isn't their quarterback next year. I hope Kirk Cousins isn't their quarterback next year. I hope for Sam Darnold's sake he's not the quarterback next year. I don't know what the answer is for them, but there's your Raider minute. So go ahead. Sorry.
It's your Raider minute. Championship Sunday, we mentioned it earlier too. D'Lo and KC going to be on the post game on CBS 13 Sports Extra after the AFC Championship game. So check us out there. And speaking of the AFC Championship game, give me a scenario without turnovers that Buffalo beats Kansas City, because I can't think of one.
Give you a scenario without turnovers where Buffalo beats Kansas City.
A realistic scenario.
Well, Josh Allen has the game of his life.
Yeah.
You don't see it? So here, can I tell you? Can I tell you what I don't like? They got him last time. That's really what I don't like. Yeah. That's really what I don't like. Josh Allen. If Josh Allen wins the MVP, he did it because of that moment. That when you look at Lamar Jackson's numbers across the board are better than Josh Allen. He has no standout moment where you're like, go up against all the big dogs. He lost pretty much all those games. Now you can go to the Buffalo one early in the season, but he lost all of those games.
Yeah.
Josh Allen beat Patrick Mahomes because of Josh Allen. His move, his play, his run, that sealed the victory for them. That's great for his MVP candidacy. For beating the Kansas City Chiefs the second time, I don't like it.
And I even look back a little further. This is basically the same teams, both of them, that played last year in the playoffs, and he couldn't get it done at home. Now with one less dynamic, and I know maybe there was some internal stuff going on, but no Stephon Diggs now. You're going to go in there and go to KC and beat that defense this time? Like, I don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't think he has enough weapons around him to affect that defense. Like you said, Josh Allen would have to play the game of his life, and he's capable of it. I don't think he's not capable of it. Like what he did last week ain't gonna get it done. That's not gonna get it done. Like, he's gonna have to be superhuman, and I just don't think they got enough. I think Kansas City's actually gonna win that game rather easily. I got them winning that. Yeah. Okay. I think they're gonna win that one rather easily. And now let me be clear. I want Buffalo to win. I don't want Kansas City to win. I want Buffalo to win. Shout out to my neighbors, Akrita and Ender, two of the biggest Bills fans I know. I want to see you guys celebrating on Sunday night. Like, I'm gonna be rooting for Buffalo to win. I don't think they can. I don't think they will. They can. I don't think they will beat the Chiefs. In the other game, I think Jaden's gonna do it, man. I think Jaden's gonna do it. The thing that I keep coming back to, while Philly's defense is top flight with Fangio there, I think Washington isn't worried about him. They've seen him twice. Played well with them against them in a Thursday night game earlier in the season. And then Philly was winning the other game, but Jaden Daniels had 5 touchdowns against that defense to come back and win the second game. I don't think they're going to be worried about Philly at all. If they can, I'm not even going to say stop. If they can just hold their own against Saquon and make the Eagles have to beat them with Jalen Hurts in the pocket, that's the formula, because I don't know if Jalen can do that. I don't know if he can do that on a regular day. We talked about the concussion situation. He's still dealing with the knee situation. He's kind of banged up. So I think Washington's going to get him, man. I do. I want a Washington Buffalo Super Bowl. I don't think that's what it's going to be. I think it's going to be Washington and Kansas City. And Jaden, he might be the only hope to stop the Chiefs at this point.
I really hope Washington wins. I worry about them a little bit in Philly, and to me, it all boils down to Saquon. Stopping a effective run game is so different than stopping an effective pass game in my mind, because chunks of yards on passes, stuff that hurt. That's frustrating. Stopping an effective run game physically hurts. You know what I mean? And then if it's 7 degrees outside or whatever, Eddie said a second ago, I don't know what it is in Philly, but I'm sure it's cold out there on the East Coast. That's do I want to hang my hat on Jaden Daniels, or do I want to hang my hat on Saquon Barkley? And those are the only 2 people I'm thinking about. I would love for Washington to win this game. Love. I think it's Philly.
If Jalen Hurts was healthy, I would have a little bit more hesitancy to take Washington.
Sure.
But he's not right.
Yep.
I think it's not the only way. Saquon, you get under center, you hand it off. He can still run effectively. But that read option is a big part of what they do too. And if Jalen can't execute that because of the knee, that's one less thing they have in their holster. And Philly could easily win. I think Washington's going to do it. And I'm not breaking news or anything. I'm all in on Jaden. I think Jaden is special. I think I'm not trying to compare the two, because I like him too. But the way people feel about CJ, I didn't necessarily feel the same way. I feel that way about Jaden. Jaden is the next great quarterback.
I'm with you.
He's the next great quarterback.
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. I'm thinking about Saquon and Saquon only. I ain't even thinking about Vic Fangio, to be honest with you.
He is a game changer.
I'm thinking about Saquon Barkley, and there's no reason with the way that he played this year to believe that he won't play like that Sunday. Like some version of that, whether it's the 205 yards that he had the other day, I don't know. But if he's yards that are, if he has plays where he is wearing down that defense and you're having long sustained drives, that
offensive line is still one of the best in the game too. So that goes into opening those holes for Saquon to have those big time plays.
Jalen sounds like a Travis Scott song right now. I don't have any confidence in him. That man either sound like a Travis Scott song or sound like he had a Travis Scott concert.
Every time.
And the sad part is, it's not funny, but it's like, they should have immediately said, hey, you can have Saquon. We know how Jalen got through this game. You can't talk to him right now. We're going to get him back. And it's worse. We know he's dealing with the physical. The man came off an abnormally long concussion protocol, and you put this dude on television, and he's been doing the press conferences. He sounds fine. He clearly was, and we know this isn't a secret. We know he was using something to get through that game the other night. Don't put the man on TV. I was listening to him like, God, I'm thinking concussion, not Percocet. I'm thinking, hey, he's not right. This isn't okay. And it's like, oh, they probably drugged him up and got him through the game, and then 2 days later he's doing media and he sounds fine.
What did he say? Oh no, I don't really deal with the snow too much.
I shouldn't laugh. I hope my brother's okay, man. But yeah, he sounded different.
I hope the injury's okay. I
He
hope his
sounded
head is
different.
okay. That's what concerned me. I did not think anything about painkillers. All I thought was this man is concussed. Like he's punch drunk. No, he was just out there Travis Scotting.
Yeah, he sounded different.
Yeah, he does not sound okay, man. Let's bring in our man James Ham, our insider from the Insiders. Hammer, what's happening, buddy?
What's going on, France?
Man, just sitting here waiting for a trade to get done, waiting for something to happen, waiting for Jimmy Butler to go to Phoenix. So I guess everything else can fall into place. I don't know, man. Other than that, we vibing.
Yeah, I hear you. It is a weird waiting game that we're in right now, and I think we all kind of know that there's something going on. It's just when will it happen?
We should probably start with this. De'Aaron Fox listed on the injury report with a thumb injury, listed as questionable for tomorrow night's game against New York. De'Aaron has been dealing with an injury, a thumb injury a hand injury for, I'm not sure how long, but for a while. And he got pretty roughed up yesterday and I guess re-injured it. And it feels like De'Aaron is playing through a lot of ailments right now, Hammer.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's an accumulation issue as much as it is one specific injury. I mean, I think we all know the pinky on his left hand is completely mangled. And like after this season, that's going to require, some sort of surgery without any question. And we're just waiting to, if he can hold out until the off season, that's one thing. But we also know that, he took that big spill when Jaren Jackson Jr. Undercut him in a dirty way when they played Memphis. And from what I know there, he had a glute contusion and it's kind of moved around a little bit into the low back, and he's not moving the same way. And now the thumb injury. To be honest with you, I hadn't looked at the injury report, but definitely had started hearing about stuff with that last night a little bit, that there's a thumb injury and that it could be something more serious, but we'll have to wait and see. And again, you saw, I think it was the second quarter, he got karate chopped by Jokic, and you could see him holding his right thumb. He's so yeah, there's an issue, and we're gonna have to see how this all plays out with him, but. Like, look, he's been fighting through stuff all season long, and he keeps showing up every game. I think at this point, he's only missed 3 games the entire season. He's made it. He's done a concerted effort to play as much as possible. I think him and Domas both sort of set the tempo when it comes to that with this team, that if you're at all able to play, that you will. And we'll have to see how much this sort of brings him down. But let's be honest, he hasn't looked like himself for at least the last 4 games, where he's under 20 points every single game. But realistically, since he took the big spill, he's not going to the lane nearly as much. He's not getting to the free throw line nearly as much. And, I don't know if he needs a break, but he certainly is someone who's a little beat up and battered at this point.
James, we kind of, myself and Damian, we kind of went back and forth. And then we agreed actually about whether or not, hey, a game or two will help out with some of the ailments. I'm not going to say it hurt, but I don't think it's going to help the way everybody else does. But what do you think if he took off 2 games, to just kind of settle everything down? You think that'd be beneficial for him?
No, at this point, look, I think they're gonna, duct tape the dude together until they get to the All-Star break and hope for that things chill out at the All-Star break. Barring him having to go out for with the thumb injury for a longer period. Again, when you're playing every single game and you're playing every night and the schedule just keeps coming at you. This happens, and to be honest with you, it happens most of the time in January for De'Aaron Fox. He always has a January swoon, which, to be honest with you, it's like the most unfortunate time to have these types of things happen to him, where, we talked about it earlier on the Insiders, Kenny, whether he runs out of gas or whether this is a point in the season where an accumulation of injuries slow him down. Every January is kind of an off month for him, and it just happens to be that month where everyone's deciding on who's going to be an all-star and who's not. And to me, it's really unfortunate because here we are, a couple of games ago, he was 6th in the league in scoring, and now he's 12th. And he's still really high up as far as Western Conference scoring. And if you look at the Western Conference as a whole, there's not a legitimate reason for him not to make the playoffs, not to make the All-Star game, but that doesn't mean that he will be in it. And it's different. It's a little difficult to get to the All-Star game when you have a downturn time right when they're making all these decisions.
Hammer, what'd you take away from last night's game? Certainly quite a fourth quarter, quite a finish, kind of the Doug Christie MO, we're going to go down swinging and we're throwing haymakers trying to, knock out essentially the big fella. And it didn't work, but did you, I think we all kind of agreed it's nothing to overreact to. You hate the term schedule loss, but I think as you said in your 6 quick thoughts last night, it's kind of real. And last night was as real as it gets for Sacramento.
Yeah, I mean, there are such things as scheduling losses in the NBA. But what I like about last night, and, Kyle and I had a disagreement on this. He thought, hey, you should have waved the white flag, maybe go 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, maybe not. Maybe just when Jokic hit that, 3/4 court bomb and you just, put icing on the cake of the third quarter, you're like, okay, why don't we just end it here and roll out and let the young guys play in this in the fourth. But I think that there's a cultural shift that's going on right now with the Sacramento Kings. And it's not that the culture was bad before, but there are teams in the league that have just this weird thing about them that they never give in. And they make you play it out all the way to the end. And we talk about the Memphis Grizzlies all the time. This is kind of who they are, their mantra. It's like, it doesn't matter if we're down 12 with 3 minutes left. You're going to have to play those 3 minutes. And I like that mentality. I think that mentality in the regular season wins you an extra like 6 or 8 games a year. And if the Kings can develop that type of mentality, I'm all here for it. I think the one problem that I see is if that's how the mentality you're going to play with, you better have more than 8 or 9 guys that can actually suit up and play for you every night. And they can actually make a difference. And I think that that's one of the problems that you have right now is we're all concerned looking at it just pure minutes and like, how do you play De'Aaron Fox 40 minutes and DeMar DeRozan 39 minutes, like 2 nights in a row? Those are things that like stand out. But like, look, you're a professional basketball player and everyone wants to talk about Doug being a former player. He played in an era where you didn't sit, where, Doug went out there with bone spurs in one of his ankles. And when they went to go like do the surgery on his bone spurs, it was so intertwined with his ligaments and his tendons and his ankle that it took like 6 or 7 hours to clean his ankle up. That's what you did in that era. You played. And, kudos to Doug for being a warrior on the court. But you can't say, oh, we got a former coach, former player. He knows this and that. He knows what we're going through. And then when he starts playing you 38, 39 minutes a game, expecting you to go out there and play, you start to back off of it. And so I appreciate what's happening right now. The Kings, they have a long road trip, but the road trip is spaced out once you get past those first 2 games where you've got the Knicks, but then you have a day off. You have the Nets. You have 3 or 4 days in the same hotel room in New York City. Every single game is kind of spaced out. And so look, if you're not going to play back-to-backs the whole time, why not give it a shot? Why not make a run at a team? And why not mess with the Denver Nuggets a little bit so they remember that you're not a team that lays down the next time you play them?
What did you think about Doug McDermott's fourth quarter, second half, his appearance out there? And well, 2-part question: do you think he's earned himself some time, another opportunity to see what he can do?
Yeah, I think he has. I think, like, look, if a trade is going to go down here in the next, day, 2, 3, 12, whatever it might be, whatever day that trade goes down, I think everybody, if it's a trade of any substantial, improvement, it likely includes Kevin Herter. And that's not to be a jerk to Kevin or to call Kevin out or anything else. It's just an honest assessment. Kevin makes $17 million a year. His salary is what fits into most trade scenarios. And so there's a good chance that he wouldn't be here after the trade. So why not give Doug McDermott an opportunity? Doug McDermott has been a phenomenal shooter for the last, 8-10 years in the league. And if you're going to need shooting, you're going to, Kenny, we talk about this all the time. You go and you trade Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter for John Collins or for Cam Johnson or whoever that player is, you're now down one of your rotational players because this team doesn't have a ton of rotational players outside of their top 6 guys. So if Doug McDermott can raise his hand and say, I got you, I can play, I can go out there and shoot threes like Kevin Huerter was supposed to this year, which again, look at McDermott shooting like 44.5% or something from 3.
I know. I've been saying it.
Yeah.
You are a flat out liar. Sorry.
So I'm just saying, like, look, if you're going to trade somebody, it's going to create a hole in your rotation, and maybe Doug McDermott fits in and steps up and becomes a player. I'm not talking 20 minutes a night, but if he could play 12, if he can play 15 minutes a night and maybe hit 40% from 3 on the season, and give you a real threat, because Doug is every time he touches the ball, you're like, oh, that's going up.
Mm-hmm.
I think Doug has done a really good job of showing up, and every time he stepped on the court, there is zero hesitation. And he is like the benchmark that young players or Keegan Murray or, again, Kevin Huerter, any of these guys, they should live by. Just watch him play. Like, he's there to do one thing, and that's to shoot the ball. And as soon as he touches it, everybody in the gym is like, well, here it comes. So look, I think that's a good thing to have on your roster. And it's one of the reasons why the Kings guaranteed his contract, just in case you do need him down the stretch. And, maybe they go on, they get a couple of players here at the deadline, but maybe they're not able to bring in a couple of players. Maybe they're only able to bring in one big swing and then maybe convert Isaac Jones after the trade deadline. And so that would be a second player. And he's playing out of his mind in the G League all of a sudden. I don't know if you guys have been watching that, but he's like 4 or 5 games into a streak of 30 points plus, including a 42-point game the other night. So that kid's showing that he might be ready to help out. And so it's you got to figure out ways to fill the holes if you're going to make some trades here. Yep, I said it.
Yeah,
let's go. Let it go.
Life
holes in the roster, man. Holes in the roster.
Life advice from James Ham.
Children.
How do you brought up the G League stuff? How do you truly assess that stuff? Like what you're seeing. You mentioned the streak of 30-point games, the big, all of that. It's like, all right, that's great. Like, and obviously that's what you want to see. It's what the G League is for. But how do you make the call? Like, all right, okay, let's do it.
Okay, so I think it's really interesting. Kyle's been saying this for a long time that, if you go watch a G League game, there's just no good big men. And then I was in the locker room the other night and we were talking to Mason Jones, and Mason said, hey, look, this is not to take anything away from Isaac Jones. He's like, but you do know that there are a whole bunch of dudes, like Mason was saying, like me, like Mason Jones in the G League, that are 6 foot to 6'6" guards. There's a ton of us. He's like, but there are not a ton of big men. And so if you go down to the G League, there's a good chance you're going to play against somebody who's not very good at your position. And it's kind of expected that big men do well, but doing well in the G League and going out there and putting a 42 and 35 and 32 and 31, and you're just like one game after another, he's just like performing. That's different. And so I think the first thing he has to do is he really has to work better as a rebounder. He's done a really good job of scoring, but that 42-point game, he only had 5 boards. So that's one thing. But outside of that, look, there should be a way in which Isaac Jones, like at some point this season, if you do have to include again a Trey Lyles in a trade, and you want to go with more of a small ball or a hyperactive 5, then he might work off the bench. And so I'm here for it. Like I think his skill set is really intriguing. He's super aggressive around the rim. He's got a soft touch. He's a super, super good kid. And so I'm kind of intrigued by what's happening there. And again, I think at the G League level, rebound better and continue to space the floor, show that you can shoot a 3. And I talked to him earlier this year, and he told me he's been modeling his game after Aaron Gordon and after John Collins. Like that's who he's been watching film of, and that made a lot of sense. Like that's the type of player he thinks he can be at the next level.
Well, boy, do we have some news for you.
Right. The thing
hopefully.
Hopefully, and very soon. I'll even take 401 because we got 1025, so it's fine.
Yeah.
The thing with me with Isaac Jones though is when I see him, I don't see the athlete that I see with John Collins and Aaron Gordon. The key for him is going to be if he can get that jumper going. If he can get that 3-point shot going, I think that's gonna open up the NBA for him, because at least when I've seen him, he's not, like I said, the super athlete. So he's a little undersized when you start talking about a 5 or in some cases even a 4. You're gonna have to be able to stretch your game out and be able to hit that 3. And if he can work, he's got plenty of time. I mean, sure we could see him this year for sure, but he's a young guy. He's got time over this summer, maybe next 2 summers, like really work on being able to shoot that 3 ball consistently. I think that's his final ticket to the NBA, because he's got everything else. He's got the motor, he can defend multiple positions. I like to see him rebound a little bit better as well. But if he can get that 3-point shot going, man, I'm talking make 500 a day for the next 13 months, 14 months. That's going to get him into the NBA and get him paid.
No, I agree with you. I mean, there is like you can see right now that he doesn't have all of the skill set that you really want. And what he, again, at the draft, he was listed at 6'7" 3/4. So he's a player who, with shoes on is 6'9". He's got a 7'3" wingspan, and that's great. But again, you're talking about like sort of an undersized center. And in order for that to work, he's got to be able to, again, get stronger, get more athletic if he can, which the Kings have done a great job of proving that they can improve somebody's athleticism. But, he did put up a 35-inch vert at the combine, a max vert of 35. So like, look, this is a guy that can get up and a guy who's got the type of wingspan that they sort of crave, like that they need here in Sacramento. So I'm not going to say like that he doesn't have all of the physical tools, but I do think that, he's a work in progress. He's an undrafted player, and you can't pin all your hopes and dreams to him. But we watched him go out and play Anthony Davis really well. We watched him go out and play some of those like long athletic guys that sometimes give the Kings fits. He's done really well against those guys. And so I would like to see more and more of him, especially once we get past the deadline. He is at like 37 games played, or he's been active for something like 37 games, and he only gets 50 on the 2-way contract, and he cannot play in the playoffs. He's not eligible unless he's upgraded to a regular roster.
So let's work through this for a second, because this is what happened with Keon, I think it was a year ago. And they wound up just signing him to an NBA contract, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the Kings do have an open roster spot right now?
They do, but you're in a position where if you go out and make a trade where you trade 2 players and bring back 3, or you trade 1 player and bring back 2, what you don't want to do is get in a situation where you have to waive a player. And I guess it's not that big of a deal to waive a player. It's just, cost wise,
he's not playing. So,
well, Jordan or Colby Jones or whoever.
Well, keep Jordan. Yeah, keep Jordan.
So
I forgot Colby was here. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's not to be like mean to these guys, but
That's
it's kind
right.
of like you're at
What
the
was
back
the
end of the
quickness that you
roster.
said? And the certain.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the first thing that you do though is you get through the trade deadline because, again, like these $2 million contracts right now, and like Jordan and like Alex Len's contracts at like 3.3. But again, I've told you guys this before. They're all on veteran minimum contracts. So there's this group of players that the Kings have that all count $2.1 million towards the cap. And that's it. And so again, if you get into a trade where let's say you don't want to take back extra money because you might need to go out and make some other move, but you trade Trey Lyles to Washington for Jonas Valanciunas, right? And in that trade, you want to match salaries, then that's where the $2 million salary would really work out. So what you don't want to do is you don't want to waive guys when you don't have to. You want to wait until you get through, like on February 6th, your roster looks one way, and then that afternoon it looks totally different. And then from then on, you sort of bolster your roster the way that you need to. So I wouldn't doubt that a guy like Isaac Jones gets picked up for the rest of the year and gets something more like a 3-year deal that's all that's all team options for him moving forward. But that's kind of like where we're at with him. Like he's running out of his 50, his availability for 50 NBA games.
We'll come back. We'll spend some more time with James Ham of the Insiders, our Kings insider here, and try to figure out if we can determine what's going on with the Kings over the next few hours, few days, few weeks. Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. And we're clear.
Okay, let's see. Yeah. Isaac is definitely at 37 games.
37.
Yeah.
Isaac Jones.
Yeah, Jay Crowder is another player that you cannot trade, but if you had to waive a player, you can. So
I want Jay Crowder here just because.
Yeah.
Just
I
because.
like Jay. He's a nice guy. And I think he he doesn't mind speaking up. I remember let's see, the year the Kings turned things around under Luke Walton, and the year of the pandemic where the shutdown happened. They had made a trade at the deadline where they went out and got Kent Bazemore and Anthony Tolliver. And it was Anthony Tolliver's second time around in Sacramento. And then he ended up getting waived, if I'm not mistaken, not that long after. But, they went on that run. And one of the catalysts to that run was that those two guys held a team meeting and said, like, look, we played against you guys last, a couple of times this year and last year as well. And this is what we see. And this is why we think that you guys could be better. And this is, we're here to help you get better. And it really had like this really nice impact on the team. And I think Jay Crowder in a specific situation could actually, be one of those guys that has those type of conversations. Ryan Mulvaney asks, James, can the Kings use a trade exception in the Collins deal to maybe not include Lyles in the deal? The answer is yes, but it would have to include a third team. So because of the Kings, where they're at with, so technically speaking, they don't even need to do that. The Kings could, so John Collins makes 26.5. Kevin Hunter's at 17. If you throw in Colby Jones and Jordan McLaughlin, that puts the deal up to $21 million. That's close enough to make the deal work, like per NBA rules. And so you could actually do the deal there. The problem is that the Kings are $3.2 million under the luxury tax. So if they're willing to take on John Collins in that deal and go over the luxury tax, that's one thing. But chances are they're not going to be willing to do that. And if you try to add in like a a fourth player on a minimum scale, so say you throw in Alex Lynn as well, and now you're at 23 million, and you're really close to the luxury tax, then that's not going to fly because there's no way Utah's going to take back 4 players and have to waive 3 players themselves because they're at 15 roster players right now. So what you can do is you can use a trade exception as part of a major deal to go to a different team, and say there's a team out there with a $6.5 million player that is on an expiring contract that they don't really need, and maybe they're over the luxury tax or maybe they're over the threshold or whatever. You could send the trade exception to that team for Sasha Vezenkov's trade exception, and then that player could go to Utah as part of the trade. And especially if you could find a team that's like way over the cap and is looking to dump some salary in order to save some money, that might work to fulfill the deal as well.
All right, we're coming back in about 10 seconds, Hammer.
Cool.
KC, remind everybody what's jumping off on PrizePicks this weekend before we dive back into the Sacramento Kings conversation.
PrizePicks hooking you up. The Jaden Daniels free play is right there for you for this NFC Championship game. All he needs is half a yard passing, and you've got that. You combine that with other plays that you may make in your lineup. I'm doing some bean money on Saturday. I think De'Aaron might cook a little bit. I think Malik gonna be on that stage.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna be looking for Malik.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be looking for Malik, man.
Keep in mind, De'Aaron he's questionable
This
right
is
now.
true. This is true.
Keep that in mind.
So Malik, DeMontis always doing his thing. So you can add whatever you need to that lineup, but they're giving you Jaden Daniels in the NFC Championship game, and best believe I'm taking that, man. So go put Jaden Daniels in there in your lineup. Get your first $5 lineup out there. Put the promo code KIFM in there, and you get $50 instantly, man. You don't need to win or anything like that. Just put the promo code KIFM into that promo code with your first $5 lineup. Boom, you got $50 instantly. You must be present in certain states. PrizePicks, run your game.
Visit prizepicks.com for more details. Hammer, you brought up a name a second ago. This is a hypothetical, but the man has acknowledged him and Mike Brown didn't have a good relationship. Would Sasha Vezenkov's NBA life have been a little bit different if Doug Christie was his head coach?
Like in all honesty, no.
Okay.
No, I mean, I really like Sasha. Again, very genuine dude. One of the great 3-point shooters. Again, like behind the scenes, like players will tell you, like that dude did not miss. Like if they did shooting drills, it was something crazy, like 118 out of 120 shots or something he would make from behind the arc. I just think that, certain players, in order to get them to play at the speed of the NBA game, it takes a long time to acclimate. And I don't know that he could do it. And the fact that he was, he came over like 28 years old, and there was, if he would have come over as like a 23-year-old, then maybe, but like you're talking about, teaching an old dog new tricks. And I just don't know, like if he was with an NBA training staff for a couple of years, they could work out some of the kinks in his body mechanics, but not all of them. And I think he could have been, like a 12th man on an NBA bench, but I would much rather have a guy like Doug McDermott, who's at least fluid and athletic. He's not a good defender. He's not a great rebounder. He's not a great passer, but he's a smart basketball player and at least can move around the court really well. That's the problem I saw with Sasha. His inability to, like, he just had heavy feet. And, so it's tough when you're playing a game against, super elite athletes. And Sasha went back to Europe, and he's probably going to win another MVP. He's just been incredible. So, like, good for him for being in Europe. It's still going to go down as a mess of a transaction. both to get him here, to pay him a good amount of money, and then to have to give up picks to get rid of him, and then watch him walk away from his contract. That the whole thing was kind of a mess.
Euro MVP's got as much value as a G League MVP at this point.
Seriously, for real. I think there is a possibility it goes differently, though. I think there's a possibility. I don't know.
Well, it's very clear he did not like Mike, and I don't think Mike liked him.
Yeah, and I think
I don't know if it was like a personality issue. I just
well, no, I don't mean dislike. Like I mean, Sasha's remarks were pretty strong.
Well,
He was like, I think he lied to me.
What happened? What happened? From what I can tell, I don't have any insider info, but from what I could tell is he got here, it wasn't as fast or couldn't keep up with the NBA game, and Mike was like, I'm not going to play him because he can't keep up. Whereas Doug would have been like, he probably can't keep up, but he can shoot. I want to get him out there so he can shoot, and we'll figure everything else out as much as possible. And I mean, that would get him playing. It would get him playing more games. He also did get hurt too, though. He had that bad ankle sprain.
Yeah, he did. He missed a ton of time with the ankle sprain.
And he told him to get well, and Sasha just ignored him.
That's the truth.
He said, we were walking into, hey, get well, big fella. Sasha looked at him like, all right, pal.
Like, who the hell are you?
Really happened.
Who in the Sam hell are you?
Can't lie. That is my favorite Sasha memory. I don't even know where we were going, but I hold that.
I think we were going into the arena. And
just
he was
for a
like,
game?
Yeah.
Oh.
And he was like coming out for whatever reason, maybe going to Chipotle or something. I don't know.
Was he like, I do not know who you are?
No, that would have been too many words.
No, he just looked at him like, all right, pal, and kept walking.
Hey, look, he was in the locker room almost every single game, and I talk to him all the time. He's a very, very nice guy. It's just like there's a certain level of athleticism required to play in the NBA. And, we see it all the time where players that, like slow-mo for the Warriors, Kyle Anderson, like he just plays it at a totally different pace, and somehow he's able to figure it out and work through it. That's just not what Sasha was. I mean, he doesn't have long arms. He doesn't, so he couldn't like disguise some of his shortcomings as a defender. And I don't think, I mean, maybe it would have worked out a little differently, but I don't think so. Like at the end of the day, you play the players that help your team win. And Mike didn't feel like that was a guy that was going to help them win. And maybe he's wrong. Maybe he's right. I don't know. But I certainly think that, whatever happened there, you go over and you assess a player while they're in Europe, while they're playing against European players, and you think you have a good gauge on who they are and what they can do on the court. And then you get them in your gym and they can't keep up with the pace of play. And I think that that's all it came down to.
I think it was the Warriors game that he helped them win in the in-season tournament where he played really, really, really well. I want to say he might have rolled his ankle that game or the very next game. So like he had that moment where it was like, oh, damn, Sasha, like I remember Van Gundy was raving about him and all this other stuff. Like, oh, okay, we love to see this. We get him in the rotation. And man, it might have been that same game, late in that same game where he rolled his ankle or something like that. And there are some things, some Mike Brown things to his tenure here, but the injury, he was always kind of behind the eight ball with his time here in Sacramento. It felt like.
Yeah. And I think Sasha was listed at 6. I want to say when he was in Europe, he was listed at 6'9". And as a Kings player, is listed at 6'9". From what I heard, somebody told me he might have been 6'6.5". Like there was, he was nowhere near 6'9" at all. So,
well, 6'9".
All right. Well, I was just wondering. I don't know.
I mean, it's
the world seems different with Doug Christie as the head coach. I'm not sure. Maybe Sasha's life.
Do you think Derek Martin would have been really good under
Derek Martin?
How would Buddy Hield have fared?
No.
I told Derek Martin stories. I like Derek Martin. UCLA's own Derek Martin. He used to borrow golf clubs when I worked at Copeland's. He used to borrow golf clubs. He would check them out and take them out on the road trips. And then Chris Webber would snap the heads off and he'd bring them back and be like, sorry.
Bring them back. Those are yours now, pal.
Wait, what?
Demo clubs. We had demo clubs from, when I worked at Copeland's, he would come in, Derek Martin would come in all the time. He was always super nice. And he would say, hey, can I check out a couple of, clubs to go demo them and try them? But he'd take him out on a road trip and we knew he'd come back. We knew where to find him. I mean, like show up at a game. Hey, give me my golf club.
How old do you think you have to be to know what Copeland's is?
42.
You got to be 40 plus, right?
No, well, I mean, they closed in 2005. So I don't know.
Jesus Christ, that was 20 years ago.
Yeah, 20 years ago. Yeah. I left about 6 months before they closed.
Do you know what Copeland's
It's a good question. Have you ever heard of Copeland's before?
Nope, I've never heard of it.
There you go.
Nope.
All right.
Copeland's is okay. Everyone used to go get 2 for $50 shoes, like out of the
Not everyone.
Look, we know. Like, we know.
Yeah, no, yeah.
But I guess I'd say 30. I don't know if 30-year-olds know what Copeland's is.
Yeah. I don't think they do. Yeah. How old are you again, Joe?
23, I think.
I just turned 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're just hiring children to work here at this point.
Yeah.
Let's find someone younger than Jesse.
My marriage is older than Joe, just so you guys know.
Copeland's was the spot, though. I got a good number of shoes out of Copeland's.
Copeland's is like incredible. And then like the bigger stores were super cool. I worked Downtown Plaza. I worked at Roseville forever.
Did I hear the Macy's in Downtown Plaza is going away?
Yeah.
That's gone.
They're closing.
It's already.
They got signs.
Oh, it's gone already?
Well, they got signs in closing. Like,
can I get my phone on sale?
Yeah, they got crazy stuff going on.
They've got that other company that comes in and sells off all your stuff. They're in there right now clearing that place out. Yeah, that place is almost done. From what I've heard, that is going to be a second 5-star hotel in the Doco. There's a
Is there
push. The Sawyer.
Sawyer, I don't
that's
know.
A 5-star?
I think that's a 4-star.
Well, 4 or 5. I mean, it's supposed to be 5-star.
Because I thought it was a 5-star too, but I think we looked it up one time. When they changed the parameters for the All-Star, we were like, well, we got one. And then we looked and we're like, oh, actually, we don't have one. Like that Kimpton Sawyer isn't a 5-star.
Okay, so it's a 4-star, but you need more hotel space downtown, especially with baseball going to be there and with the soccer field moving downtown. I think you're going to see that, and then the giant hole in the ground over on 3rd Street that was supposed to be a super high rise.
That frustrates me every time. It's literally the porch of your city, and they haven't done anything for 2 decades. I'm so frustrated.
Well, they had blown everything up and was going to build a second tower like the one a couple of blocks down. And then I think that was around 2008, 2009 when the economy just like went in the tank. And so it's just been sitting there. But somebody else has, for what I know, that has been purchased and is going to be also built into another hotel.
Yeah.
We're never going to see an All-Star game.
I think that didn't that land it went back to the Native Americans that it originally went to. I think that's what happened like this in the last 12 months. So
it's possible. Yeah, it's possible it's attached to one of the Native American tribes.
Can the tribes hit a 3? Can they stop Jokic? Can they stop Jokic from getting 22 rebounds?
No, nobody.
Or 17 assists?
No.
Can anyone stop him from putting up outrageous numbers like that?
No. I was frustrated last night, though, because he just stands on defense. And every time they put him in pick and roll action, it was a wide open shot. And I was like, why don't they do this every time down the court? But
you know what I hate when he does, and sorry to the radio audience, is he just gets the ball and he's standing in a position because he's going to make a play. And he just kind of, I'm here. No, you know what? I'm just going to do it myself. And he's just like he begrudgingly just like, I'm gonna get you're covered. Forget it. And then just I'm gonna
one leg, just a one leg. Like
I truly don't care about this stupid game. Go in, let's get out of here.
It's really one of the most remarkable things ever. You look at his advanced statistics, and Kyle and I discussed this earlier. He will go down as one of the greatest players of all time. And statistically speaking, he might go down as the greatest player statistically speaking, of all time.
Mm.
And I mean, he's in line to win a 4th MVP, and I don't know who can stop him. I mean, everyone wants to talk about Shea or whatever, but look at the numbers, what he's doing. It's just insane. I mean, he's over 30 points. He's averaging over 13 rebounds, and he's averaging 10 assists. He's averaging a triple-double, but he's doing it with 30 points, and he's doing it while leading his team to victory. And I mean, seriously, what he's been able to do is just remarkable. He's a one of one for sure.
Yeah, he's special.
He's so good, he's drowning out other great players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like Giannis is not getting the attention he deserves because Jokic is so good. Domas is not getting the attention he deserves because another big white European player is doing the exact same thing at a slightly higher level.
Yeah,
Crazy. Like he's so good, he drowns out other players.
If Domas played in any other era, he would be thought of in a totally different way.
Crazy.
I still got Giannis at number 1 though, but Jokic, I won't argue with anybody who says Jokic is number 1.
Okay.
Not gonna do that. He's unbelievable. What was it? I'm sorry. What was the stat line again? 35, 22, and 17.
That's it. Yep.
My
with 2 block shots and a steal.
Oh my God.
We added up, like in your prize picks there, you can do the over more or less than points, rebounds, and assists combined. Go ahead and do the math there. I think it's 74 is what he put up, points, rebounds, assists last night. 74. I bet you it might have been like 52 or 54 coming into that game, but 74? That's absolutely wild.
He's gonna. I know this is an open conversation this year. He's gonna catch my boy, isn't he? He's gonna catch Russ.
Well, he might not play that long.
Well, because he hates basketball. Thank God.
Austin Rivers was saying you can see him leaving. Like Austin was like, he could probably leave. He probably will leave in like 3-4 years. Just be done.
I don't know. Who knows?
Austin, he fell short of saying he really hates all this stuff, but he was like, he's not.
I believe. If someone said that, I'd absolutely believe them.
Austin, because Austin was saying not no, but he got a good idea because he played with Jokic. He's like, he's really not into all this stuff. Like he really, really isn't. And I could see him. You might get another 4 years of Jokic, and he'll just go.
Jokic has 167 triple doubles. Russ has like 200, like 1 or something.
Wow.
He's gonna catch. He's gonna catch Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
He might catch Russell Westbrook with Russell Westbrook on his team.
He did. He said, "I want Russ. Go get Russ." Shout out to Jokic.
Oh, shout out to Russ. Russ has been incredible for Denver.
Mm-hmm.
He has been absolutely incredible. I love the clip that I think we were on break when it popped up, but Russ had a triple double, and a reporter was like, "You won like 74% of your games. Your team has won 74% of your games when you've gotten a triple double." Mm-hmm. He said, "Really, 74%?" Like, wow. So yeah, Jokic has won 76. He's like, "Oh, man." No, that was a great clip. Russ seems to be having fun in Denver.
Yeah, and they
I might root for the Nuggets to win a championship.
I'll settle down.
Oh no.
No, I mean, if Sacramento can, I'm gonna root for Denver to win.
No, still settle down.
I'll do whatever I want.
Yeah,
who are you gonna root for? The Lakers?
Not the Nuggets.
I'll root for Michael. Well,
I'm
no, I'm not
the
gonna root
Knicks.
for him. I'm gonna root for Russell Westbrook.
Root for the Knicks. What you talking about?
I root for Michael Malone.
No, all right.
Yeah.
It's just
I
kinda,
thought exactly.
Well, fine. That's fine.
I root for Luke Walton.
Wow. Where's Luke Walton? Detroit?
Detroit.
He's with JB? He's with JB, right?
Yep.
Shout out to JB.
Yeah, we got Dave Yeager in Milwaukee. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's been riding with Doc for a little bit now, right? Since Philly.
Philly. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep.
Good for Dave Yeager. Good for Dave Yeager. All right, so I guess John Collins maybe he gets traded in about 10 minutes. Right when we say goodbye. Hey, news! James Ham's confirmed.
You guys think it's? Do you think it's that close? I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know, man. I have, as I know, James has been working the phones all day. I have asked multiple people in several different walks of life about like any semblance of what the parameters of the deal is. and multiple people have said it's really close. Not one person will respond with what it looks like. So can you give me a player? Like, just tell me, is draft picks involved? Like anything? I can't get anything.
It's not that complicated though. Like there's only a couple ways to get there. Yeah.
I don't think it is. And maybe there is something to the Jimmy Butler thing, only because Utah has picks. They have ways to get involved to acquire more picks. They have ways to get involved and alleviate salary restraints from another team. They have ways to get involved and just kind of not bring anyone back, but maybe reap some of the benefits of it. And I don't know, maybe it's all. How did the Sacramento Kings season go down the toilet, Pat Riley? That's the story of this season. Like I don't know. I'm trying to put it all together, but we've been trying to find out all day, and we got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, we did talk about this. Somebody asked earlier about like sort of the functionality of a trade, and people should just understand that like NBA trades are not at all what they look like. It's not like 3 players swap for 2 players. Very seldom does it work out just that way. It's usually like a very complex series of small trades, and I think that that's what we could see here. I mean, keep an eye on Milwaukee as a team that would jump in on a trade. And so say the Kings were to send a trade exception to Milwaukee, and Milwaukee was to send a player or, a combination of players using multiple trade exceptions to a team like Utah to match up some of the salary, and then have a team like Milwaukee give up some of the draft capital that you need to make that deal work. Milwaukee's $10 million over the second apron, and they would love to get underneath that second apron. And I don't know exactly what the dollar amount is, but I think when you're over the second apron, it's close to like either $4 or $5 for every dollar you're over. So if you're 10 million over the second apron, you're talking about a tax payment of like 40 or 50 million bucks. So if you can help them take on, like, say you take on $6 million of salary from them and it goes to Utah as part of a trade, and all they take on is an exception, that $6 million bucks is worth like maybe 30 or maybe 24 million. I mean, it's worth a ton of money to that franchise. So that's how you can get some of these other teams involved and potentially move around to get the draft capital that you don't have right now to make a trade work. And I don't know what they have like as far as like trade assets, as far as draft picks and stuff, as far as Milwaukee, but that's just one team that I would look at. And any other team that's over the first apron, over the second apron, that you might be able to somehow get them involved using trade exceptions in order to save money.
We kind of laid out some of the options, and you're familiar with them. Which one would you go with? Like, would you be waiting around for Cam because that's your number one, or do you think John Collins is a better move, and you should just kind of lock in on that right now for the Kings?
Yeah, so I wrote about this weekend on the Kings beat, and I went like super long form on a comparison between Cam Johnson and John Collins. And there's a couple of things that just stand out. First of all, John Collins has been in the league 2 years longer than Cam Johnson, and he's 2 years younger than Cam Johnson. So let that one sink in. He came into the NBA in 2017, and Cam came in 2019, and Cam is 29 and John Collins is only 27. So right there, that's one thing. Secondly, the contracts are both like intriguing contracts. They're not like outlandish contracts. Cam has 2 years left after this year. So I like Cam's contract better because it's I think it's $20.5 million next year and 21.5 this year, the year after, where John Collins is under contract next year at 26.5 million, but it's a player option. I could see if he was traded to the Kings asking him if he would opt out of that contract and do what they did with Harrison Barnes, where they signed him to a longer term deal, but like a declining scale contract. Like, hey, can you opt out of the 26.5, but we'll give you 23, 21, 19, and then a team option at 17 million for the year after that, something like that. And so you can lock a player up. But just as players go, I like John Collins better as a player. He's not as good as a defender as Cam Johnson. He's not as switchable as Cam Johnson, but he can play the 4 and the 5. He's like twice the rebounder that Cam is. They're both great shooters from the perimeter, but John Collins can go back to the basket and get you buckets, and John Collins can score off the lob way better than Cam Johnson. So I think he's a way more versatile scorer. And I also think that John Collins is a player who has consistently shown that he knows who he is and can come in and fit into a system. Whether you need him shooting the 3 or a back to the basket guy or in a pick and roll situation, it doesn't matter. He can do all of those things. And I trust his numbers more than I trust Cam Johnson's. Cam Johnson is a player who has faded or not been able to stand out in a crowd multiple times in his career. And while I think he's a very good player, I worry that he's more Keegan Murray personality than he is, someone who's going to come in and say, hey, I'm a 19-point per game scorer, and I'm going to give you something close to that, or like a version of that off the bench at 15 points or something every night. I would be more worried that he would shrink back to be like a 12 or 13 point per game guy, where John Collins is going to come in and do what he does.
How are we feeling about the weekend in New York? Or the next
couple
games in New York?
It's going to be cold.
That's gonna be the one that they get the next game, like of the tough games on the road trip. I think they're gonna get the Knicks.
Okay.
Oh,
I think on his Knicks. Wow, just steel chair to Spike Lee. I like it.
1-1, maybe 2-0, but 1-1 is what I would expect. I think the Knicks are tough.
Knicks are definitely tough. They are.
There will be no substitutions in that game.
No, I don't think there will be. No,
we traded everybody. We can't sub any of you guys in. You're just gonna sit there and watch.
Knicks, no subs.
No, them boys are gonna be out there working. But as James said, they'll stay in the same hotel room. They got the Knicks, and then instead, was it last year they had to go to Boston, then come back and play Brooklyn? They don't have to do that this year. They'll do what should always be done. You play the Knicks, and then a day later or 2 days later, you play the Brooklyn Nets, and that's where we're at. It's just a question of, will anything be done before then? Rumors pricked up pretty hot and heavy today regarding the Sacramento Kings and John Collins. We'll see if that leads to anything. We'll see if De'Aaron Fox is on the floor. We'll see if one final pursuit. They are in New York. Maybe one final pursuit, one final face-to-face conversation with Sean Marks could land Cam Johnson. Or we'll just be back with the same team on Monday. Who knows? But either way, we'll be here to cover it on Sacramento Sports Leader beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader. I'll get it. I'll learn how to talk. It's fine. No, we got this. Well-oiled machine, baby, on ESPN 1320.
Vamos, D-Lo.
All right, guys, we got to run because I got to flip over to KSFM. We're running out of time, and I'm not even sure Complex is in the studio, so I got to hit end stream. We love y'all. We'll see y'all later.